Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone, and welcome to watching another trial with me, Grizzly K. This is Grizzly True Crime, and we're going to be watching the trial of Sean Finnegan. I've put some clues up there for you of what this trial's about. If you expand the description box, you click more, you'll also learn what the trial's about. And I also have a trial prep live stream that I did for you yesterday. We all watched that together, and that is only, I'm going to tell you now how long it is. I think it's about 52 minutes. That's 51 minutes and 56 seconds, including the intro and outro. So if you watch that quite quickly, you'll be able to know everything that we know so far. Now, please note that this case obviously comes with a massive trigger warning. Okay, more than usual, because it's really horrific what Sean Finnegan is accused of doing. All right, his former partner is going to testify against him. She took a plea deal. She pleaded guilty. She's going to get, as you can see up there, life in prison plus 50 years, and she has to testify against him. All right, please like and share so that others know we are live right now. Of course, you guys know that I start my trial streams a little bit later than the court feeds in case there's any delays, lunch breaks, coffee breaks. Of course, we skip over those. We know those are there. But if there's anything else, then hopefully we can just teleport right over that. All right. Also, my hair is tied back because it's so freaking hot. I just made this ice water and the ice is already melted. And I've had my air conditioner on in my office for the first time this week, and yet I have to switch it off now during the streams because otherwise it's too loud. But even the room is cool. It's just so hot. Oh my word. The ice is melted. Okay, so thank you for being here. Are we ready? Here we go. Okay. I actually want to put myself behind this. There we go. How about that? Something like that. Okay, now, don't get a fright. I'm going to put Sean Finnegan on the screen. Here we go. There he is. Oh my goodness. Oh my word. To Jennifer Paxton's family and friends, please know that we've got your back. We are here to support you, and thank you for being in chat as well. All right, so let's start watching this. Here we go. Sound on and boosted for you.
Alternate jurors, and then the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together in a group. The final 12 jurors will begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. If the 12 final jurors find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder beyond a reasonable doubt, then we will proceed to a sentencing hearing, where the 12 final jurors, as well as the alternates, will hear the additional evidence. If this happens, you will receive more detailed instructions.
If you're thinking that started abruptly, Shem, look where the microphone is, like right here at this angle. Anyway, if you think it started abruptly, so did I. But like it just started, okay? And so, also, Kathy Russin from Law and Crime says 16 jurors were chosen yesterday. They will be sequestered for the entire trial. So 12 and 4 alternates then. And they might actually work on Saturdays as well. This trial might run from today and all the way onto Saturday as well. So we might be here together on Saturday too.
At the time. If the 12 jurors find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder or guilty of a lesser included offense of first-degree murder, then the juror duties will be complete, and the court will determine the sentence. Now that I've described in outline form what the trial is about, the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decisions will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections to the attorneys raised during the trial, as well as in my final instructions. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law and my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you'll arrive at your verdict. The state has the burden of proving guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against him. Thus, the defendant is not required to prove his innocence, to have his attorney make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. You as jurors must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crimes charged in the indictment. You must consider the evidence in each count separately. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest that you ask yourself a few of the following questions. Did the person impress you as honest? Did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did he or she have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are just a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decision on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified for one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Some of you probably have heard the term circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are two basic types of evidence that exist in the law. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a fact which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. I will give you further instructions on these as well as other matters at the end of this case. Keep in mind that you may consider both kinds of evidence which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court will not be able to provide you a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during your deliberations. You're not required to take notes. Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. You'll be provided with both paper and pen if you decide to take notes. We don't need to take notes during opening statements or closing statements because remember, that's not evidence. We only take notes based upon what comes from this witness stand. During the course of the trial, you should not talk with any witness, defendant, or attorney involved in the case. Please do not talk with them about any subject whatsoever. You may see them in the hallway or an elevator or at some other location. If you do, perhaps the best standing reason or best standing rule is not to say anything. You should also not discuss the case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of the case. It's important that you wait till all the evidence is received and you have all of my instructions on the law, rules of law before you deliberate among yourselves. During the course of the trial, you will receive all the evidence you may properly consider to decide the case. Because of this, you should not attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful.
I'm so sorry to interrupt the judge there. I'm so sorry. If anyone knows the answer to this, I'm actually not sure. From what I remember, does it not have to be 9 or 10 of them? You don't know, like a majority? I don't know. I'm not too sure if all 12 have to. That's an interesting one. I don't think it's too difficult for all 12 to agree. Someone's going to be like, how can you convict him already, Gisela? Do the homework. And this guy is so horrendous. It's what he's alleged to have done. Not only to Jennifer Paxton, but to children under the age of 3 is horrendous. Okay, so of course he's innocent until proven guilty. But he has confessed as well, leading up to this. And this trial is mostly about, is he going to be sentenced to death or not? Oh man, as I say, this trial comes with a huge trigger warning.
Not engage in any outside reading, visiting places mentioned in the case, or try to learn about the case or outside the courtroom in any other matter. I anticipate there will be media reports in the newspapers, on TV, or on the radio about this particular case. If there are, you are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to these reports. You as jurors must base your decisions on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer that a witness gives. That simply means the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from any ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking in any way. If I sustain an objection, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your deliberations. You may not ask questions. It's the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. and you must decide the case based on the evidence presented to you. During the course of trial, I may ask a question or two of a witness. If I do so, that does not indicate that I have an opinion about the facts of the case or that I have any opinion with respect to the witness's credibility. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt proceedings to confer with attorneys about the rules of law that should apply. In some instances, we'll have bench conferences, which will be over here in the courtroom outside of your hearing. And in some instances, I may ask you, the jury, to retire to the jury room while we discuss a matter out of your presence. I will try to avoid as many of these interruptions as possible. We will try to resolve some of those things in the morning, which we have already done before we got started. I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. In the long run, they will save time for all of us. If after your deliberations you find the proof beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty of either premeditated first-degree murder or first-degree felony murder, then it shall be your duty after a separate sentencing hearing to determine whether the defendant will be sentenced to death, life imprisonment without possibility of parole, or life in prison. But you will not consider punishment for this offense at this time. If after your deliberations you find the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of any other offense, the court, myself, will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury would not be involved in setting the punishment for any other offense other than that first-degree murder charge. This completes my opening statements to you, and now we'll proceed with the reading of the indictment. General?
Okay, so it's indictment time. The charges are horrendous, so brace yourself for that as well. MB Inc. says, cool, calm, and collected judge. Yes, thank you, MB Inc. for being here. Yesterday, you guys, MB Inc. helped me to contact the court because I couldn't find the documents. It was very difficult to get these documents out of Tennessee, and they literally said, you're gonna have to fax, okay? So thank you, MB Inc. for also doing your best there to help. And they said the judge would have to decide which documents he'll release and when, which is actually unbelievable, seeing as this crime already happened in 2020, right? And they're like, can't get the documents. It's very difficult. Anyway, as you guys know, I love documents, but here we are at the trial. We've done our trial prep. If you didn't see the trial prep, it's on the playlist for you. You could see it. It's the live stream I did yesterday, and that will be a very good place to start. Stay here with us now, but I would recommend watching that before we continue with day 2 tomorrow. Okay, if you haven't seen it yet. Okay, indictment time. Here we go.
Your Honor, please, in docket number C1C0051A, True Bill, State of Tennessee, County of Anderson, 7th Judicial District, Criminal Division, Count 1. The grand jurors of the State of Tennessee, duly elected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire in and for the body of the County of Anderson in the state aforesaid upon their oath, present that Sean Finnegan and heretofore to wit, on the date specific between December 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2019, before the finding of this indictment in the county aforesaid, did then and there unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Jennifer Gail Paxton in violation of TCA 3913-202 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 2, the grand jurors for the state of Tennessee, duly elected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire in and for the body of the county of Anderson in the state aforesaid upon their oaths, present that Sean Finnegan, heretofore to wit, on a date specific between December 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2019, before the finding of this indictment in the county aforesaid, did then and there unlawfully kill Jennifer Gail Paxton in the perpetration of aggravated kidnapping as defined by TCA 3913-304 in violation of TCA 3913-202A2 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 3, the grand jurors for the state of Tennessee, duly elected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire in and for the body of the county of Anderson in the state aforesaid, upon their oath, present that Sean Finnegan, heretofore to wit, on a date specific between December 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2019, before the finding of this indictment in the county aforesaid, did then and there unlawfully kill Jennifer Gail Paxton in perpetration of aggravated rape as defined by TCA 3913-502 and in violation of TCA 3913-202A2 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 4, the grand jurors for the state of Tennessee, duly elected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire in and for the body of the county of Anderson and the state aforesaid upon their oath, present that Sean Shannon Finnegan, heretofore to wit, on a date specific between November 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2019, before the finding of this indictment in the county aforesaid, did then and there unlawfully, intentionally, and knowingly, forcibly, while armed with a weapon, to wit, a baseball bat, sexually penetrate Jennifer Gail Paxton without her consent in violation of TCA 3913-502 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 5, the grand jurors for the state of Tennessee, duly elected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire in and for the body of the county of Anderson in the state aforesaid upon their oath, present that Sean Shannon Finnegan, heretofore to wit, on a date specific between November 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2019, before the finding of this indictment in the county aforesaid, did then and there unlawfully, intentionally, and knowingly, forcibly causing bodily injury, sexually penetrate Jennifer Gail Paxton without her consent in violation of TCA 3913-502 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 6, the grand jurors for the state of Tennessee, duly elected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire in and for the body of the county of Anderson in the state aforesaid, upon their oath present that Sean Shannon Finnegan, heretofore to wit, on a date specific between November 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2019, before the finding of this indictment in the county aforesaid, did then and there unlawfully, intentionally, and knowingly, forcibly, while aiding and abetting each other, along with Rebecca Elizabeth Dishman, sexually penetrate Jennifer Gail Paxton without her consent in violation of TCA 3913-502 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 7, the grand jurors for the state of Tennessee, duly elected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire in and for the body of the county of Anderson in the state aforesaid, upon their oath present that Sean Shannon Finnegan, heretofore to wit, on a date specific between November 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2019, before the finding of this indictment in the county aforesaid, did then and there unlawfully and knowingly remove and confine Jennifer Gail Paxton so as to substantially interfere with Jennifer Gail Paxton's liberty, to facilitate the commission of a felony, to wit, aggravated rape as defined in 3913-502 in violation of TCA 3913-304-1 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 8, the grand jurors for the state of Tennessee, duly elected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire in and for the body of the county of Anderson in the state aforesaid, upon their oath present that Sean Shannon Finnegan, heretofore to wit, on a date specific between November 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2019, before the finding of this indictment in the county aforesaid, did then and there unlawfully and knowingly remove and confine Jennifer Gail Paxton so as to interfere substantially with Jennifer Gail Paxton's liberty through the use of a deadly weapon, to wit, a baseball bat, in violation of TCA 3913-305 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 9, the grand jurors for the state of Tennessee, duly elected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire in and for the body of the county of Anderson in the state aforesaid, upon their oath present that Sean Shannon Finnegan, heretofore to wit, on a date specific between November 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2019, before the finding of this indictment in the county aforesaid, did then and there unlawfully and knowingly conspire with Rebecca Elizabeth Dishman to commit a felony, to wit, intentionally and with premeditation, killed Jennifer Gail Paxton in violation of TCA 3913-202, and each having the culpable mental state required for the offense, which is the object of the conspiracy, and each acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating commission of an offense, and each agreeing that one or more of them will engage in conduct which constitutes such offense in violation of TCA 3912-103 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 10, the grand jurors for the state of Tennessee, duly elected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire in and for the body of the county of Anderson in the state aforesaid, upon their oath present that Sean Shannon Finnegan, heretofore to wit, on a date specific between November 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2019, before the finding of this indictment in the county aforesaid, did then and there unlawfully, intentionally, and knowingly conspire with Rebecca Elizabeth Dishman to commit a felony, aggravated rape in violation of TCA 3913-502, with each having the culpable mental state required for the offense, which is the object of the conspiracy, and each acting for the purpose of promoting or facilitating commission of an offense, and each agreeing that one or more of them will engage in conduct which constitutes such offense, and an overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy having been done by Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Elizabeth Dishman, who on a date specific between November 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2019, did sexually penetrate Jennifer Gail Paxton, causing bodily injury, all in violation of TCA 3912-103 and 3913-502 against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Excuse me. Count 11, the grand jurors for the state of Tennessee, duly elected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire in and for the body of County of Anderson in the state aforesaid, upon their oath, present that Sean Finnegan, heretofore to wit, on a date specific between November 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2019, before the finding of this indictment in the county aforesaid, did then and there unlawfully agree with one or more persons that he would engage in knowingly removing and confining Jennifer Gail Paxton so as to interfere substantially with Jennifer Gail Paxton's liberty through the use of a deadly weapon, to wit, a baseball bat, in violation of 3913-304, with Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Elizabeth Dishman having the culpable mental state required for said offense of aggravated kidnapping, agreeing that one or more of them will engage in conduct which constitutes such offenses, and an overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy having been done by Sean Finnegan, who on a date specific between November 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2019, did hit Jennifer Gail Paxton with a baseball bat, each of them acting for the purpose of facilitating the commission of each offense in violation of TCA 3912-103 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 12. The grand jurors for the state of Tennessee, duly elected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire in and for the body of the County of Anderson in the state aforesaid, upon their oath, present that Sean Finnegan, heretofore to wit, on a date specific between December 27th, 2019 and August 6th, 2020, before the finding of this indictment in the county aforesaid, did then and there unlawfully and knowingly, without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person in violation of TCA 3917-312 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Count 13, the grand jurors for the state of Tennessee, duly elected, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire in and for the body of the County of Anderson in the state aforesaid, upon their oath, present that Sean Finnegan, heretofore to wit, on or about November 1st, 2019 and December 31st, 2019, before the finding of this indictment in the county aforesaid, did then and there unlawfully, while knowing an investigation or official proceeding was pending or in progress, alter, destroy, or conceal a record, document, or thing with intent to impair its verity, legibility, or availability as evidence in the investigation or official proceeding in violation of TCA 3916-503 and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee.
Thank you, counsel. Counsel, House, Mr. Finnegan pleaded those cut charges.
Sean Finnegan pleads not guilty, Judge.
Thank you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, we're going to hear opening statements from the attorneys. Remember,
Okay, we're going to do opening statements now, which is always great to see. My goodness, that's a lot of counts for that indictment, right? I've seen the list that I saw before from the court system, just like all the charges. It's so much. Jay Me says, I missed it. Is it the opening statement? That was just the reading of the charges. That was the indictment. And that was the Assistant District Attorney, Sarah W. Keith, reading those. And so now it's going to be time for opening statements. Of course, usually the state would go first. Also, thank you to Lady in Gray for confirming that in Tennessee, I also asked Uncle Google. As you guys know, I'm not a lawyer, but I do love to research all this and learn as much as possible. And so it seems like, it has to be unanimous for all 12 to vote on guilt and the death penalty, of course. So, okay, here we go.
I told you those are not evidence. Today, I try to take a lot of breaks for y'all, but if I don't take a break quick enough, if one of y'all just kind of raise your hand, I kind of know what that means. And so we'll take a break at that time. We'll probably take at least one break in the morning. In the afternoon, we'll probably take 2 breaks. We'll probably stop around 5 or 5:30 this evening, because that's kind of what our plan is. All right? Okay, open statements.
What's this I hear about a body in a freezer? There ain't no body in a freezer. That's bullshit. This was sort of the culmination of the roads diverging, the beginning of the end for Sean Finnegan and his crimes against Jennifer Paxton. That was the interaction he had with an Oak Ridge police officer on August 5th, 2020. But how did we get here? You're going to hear the evidence today from the state's witnesses, including someone who's there, including investigators. But it all comes down to the roads of three people. Sean Finnegan was getting investigated that day, initially, as what was maybe a neighborhood complaint. But what had happened to get us to this point was this defendant kidnapped Jennifer Paxton, brought her to his house here in Oak Ridge from Knox County, looked at Rebecca Dishman and said, "You want to kidnap her?" and hit her with a baseball bat across the head. He then chained her to his bed. The two of them engaged in raping her, kept her chained for days. She had to defecate in a Fireball whiskey bucket that they brought upstairs to the bedroom for her. And at some point he said he was going to kill her. And Sean Finnegan, at that point, strangled Jennifer Gail Paxton to death. Multiple times. It took hours, perhaps, for Jennifer to actually pass, because you'll hear that Sean Finnegan would choke her and then let her go, and choke her and let her go. You'll see the physical evidence from her throat, actually ligature marks from it cut open. After he finished, cleaned up the body, ordered a freezer and put that freezer in his house, wrapped up her body, and put Jennifer Gail Paxton in a freezer. And he kept her there for 8 months until, again, what's this I hear about a body in the freezer? So we have Jennifer Gail Paxton. You've heard a little bit about her. She was addicted to drugs. She lived in homeless camps, transient. Sometimes she was on Chapman Highway homeless camp. Sometimes she was at one near Merchants Drive. Those are both in Knox County. Sean Finnegan worked at the Pint House. That is a bar pub that is on Merchants Drive in Knox County. She engaged in prostitution. And it was something that she would do to trade drugs or money for sex. She ended up coming home with Sean Finnegan. Ostensibly for that. Drugs, sex, good time. But she never left that house. You'll hear from Rebecca Dishman. She's the co-defendant in this case. You just heard me read her name on conspiracy charges, working in conjunction with him. And you'll hear, she was there. She had a relationship. You'll hear her up from the stand right here tell you that she and Sean Finnegan were dating. She loved him. She was about 21 years old when they met in the fall of 2019. And by December of 2019, Jennifer Gail Paxton was being held hostage in the same apartment where Rebecca Dishman was living with her boyfriend, Sean Finnegan. So she's 21. She moves in with Sean after meeting him on Facebook in the fall. She has what is a BDSM relationship with Sean Finnegan. If you're not familiar with that term, it is bondage, dominance, submission, sadomasochism. It is a master-servant sort of relationship. And she's into that. You'll see that she was engaged in this as his submissive, and he was the dominant. He was her master. She called him master. Mr. Finnegan is in the early 50s, 51, 52 when they met. She also calls him daddy. The power dynamic of these two individuals is very clearly master, submissive, dominant, submissive, daddy, baby girl. She's engaged in this. She participated. The state submits to you that Sean Finnegan was in control of this situation. She's there. He keeps her from having cell phone access. She doesn't have a job. She doesn't have a car she can drive. There's one there that was her aunt and uncle's. She doesn't know how to drive it. She can't leave. No job, no phone. She engages in the sexual acts with Jennifer Gail Paxton. She is home when Jennifer Gail Paxton's chained to the bed, and she's there when Sean Finnegan is choking her. That you'll see from the proof that Rebecca Dishman was a participant at the behest of Mr. Finnegan. You'll see that she was controlled, and eventually her dynamic with Mr. Finnegan changed from this is something I'm an active participant in to the point that she felt like she needed to get out. And she tried to get out. She went to neighbors. You'll hear from some of those. You'll hear about how she was telling them that she was getting hit, about how he was controlling of her. They saw it too. She goes and she gets a neighbor who's tried to get her some help, and it's like, okay, we're going to get you this shelter. So in August of 2020, they make arrangements to pack up her stuff, what little she has, and get out and take her to a shelter. They're going to go up in Campbell County to get away from here in Anderson County. One other person lives in this house with Sean and Rebecca, and that's Sean Finnegan's mother. I believe the proof showed that she was aware that Rebecca was leaving and notified her. Sean comes home and realizes she is gone and confronts a neighbor. Meanwhile, Mahogany Heck, Pico, she was Mahogany Heck at the time, Pico got married. She helps Miss Dishman, and they are driving up to Anderson, or driving up from Anderson County to Campbell County, and Miss Dishman says, I gotta tell you something. And at that point, Miss Dishman tells her about the kidnapping, about beating Miss Paxton with a bat, about having her chained to the bed rail for days, tells her about the choking and killing, and tells her she's in the freezer. And that freezer is in the bedroom closet. It is in Sean Finnegan's closet. Mahogany says, we have to call the police, and does that. And they report, and they send them back here to Anderson County. So they are en route back here, and Mahogany calls her fiance, now husband, Colt Pico. And he calls the police. So we have, again, these roads converging. Mahogany and Rebecca are on their way to Anderson County, getting to Anderson County. Colt Pico calls 911. While he's calling 911, Sean Finnegan, all these roads converging now, is on his doorstep saying you should mind your own business, angry at him, cursing him, and you'll hear that 911 call from Mr. Pico and hear from him telling you about this incident where he's telling the police, here's what my wife is telling me, and this guy's on the doorstep. So the officers arrived. That's where we began here. And said, what's this I'm hearing about it? And he says, ain't no body in the freezer. That's bullshit. So what happens next? From here, officers separate the two parties. Those patrol officers leave, and Rebecca is now arriving in Anderson County. And she's talking to people from the sheriff's office, and they realize this is something that happened in Oak Ridge. So she goes to Oak Ridge, and she gives a statement there, and they're like, there may be something to this here. This is quite a statement. So they put patrol on the house to look, make sure nobody's leaving, nobody's coming, going. They bring the crime task force out. They're monitoring the area, make sure nothing's happening, and they continue investigation. So we have these people at the scene, at the house on 318 East Fairview in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. And then we have investigators who are doing interviews, working with Knox County to see if there's a missing person from Knox County, because this is the information that Ms. Dishman is supplying, all of the graphic details of what happened and where this girl's from. They get an identification of this woman, Jennifer Gail Paxton, and they get a search warrant. And so they go into the house in the wee hours of the morning. It's August 6th, before dawn at this point. And they go in and look around the house. And they open that freezer. Frozen pizza and burritos. Well, that's weird. So they continue looking around the house, and they've monitored through the course of this. They've seen Sean Finnegan go out, smoke. He actually took a drive, went to a store, got some cigarettes. They have people watching him the whole time, goes back. So they look around. Sean Finnegan had taken Jennifer Paxton's frozen body and put it under his bed while the officers doing the investigating. Reassembled, put the shelves back in the freezer, and put in frozen foods. But investigators were able to find her. And as is normal in an investigation, called in medical examiner's office. And you'll hear testimony from the medical examiner about the injuries that occurred to Jennifer Gail Paxton before she died. Those blows to the head, the strangling, the wounds, the bruising. You'll also hear about injuries to the body after she was deceased. Her nose had been removed. Dozens of sharp force trauma, lacerations, cuts to her body that occurred after death. You'll hear how there's freezer burn on her. She had been there for 8 months, at least since late December, early January. It is indicated from the examination that the freezer burn and stuck to the freezer, she had to be cut out, literally cut out on her arm and the side of her face to get her out of the freezer, to then put her frozen fetal position body under the bed. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the proof, the state's going to ask you to think about the proof. Think about what you heard, what you saw from this witness stand, and apply your common sense and the laws instructed by the judge to the facts of this case. And the state submits to you that when you do that, it will be evident that Sean Finnegan committed first-degree premeditated murder. That he raped Jennifer Paxton. He used a baseball bat. He hit her. He caused bodily injury to her. Sean Finnegan kidnapped her, kept her chained to the bed. Sean Finnegan worked with Rebecca to do this. Sean Finnegan tampered with the evidence, freezing her, wiping her down with bleach before he put her in there and wrapping her up. You'll hear that when this body was found, it had dozens and dozens of post-mortem injuries occurred to the corpse of Jennifer Paxton. At the conclusion of the proof, you'll see that Sean Finnegan is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of each and every count which he is charged, and we will ask you at the conclusion of the proof to return that verdict of guilty.
Thank you.
Okay, so anyone who's here who did not do the trial prep with us, are you prepared now for this trial? It's very, very hectic. I mean, what this man is accused of doing is beyond, right? Oh my goodness. So that was the opening statements from the State Assistant District Attorney Sarah W. Keith. Now we're going to hear from the defense, who is known as Kit Rogers. Okay, of course, his main goal would be to make sure his client is not sentenced to death. And I can only assume that we've seen quite a few trials, where the only thing the defense has to go on is to, of course, blame the partner and say, psh, they're not credible. So let's see what happens here with the defense opening statements.
Opening statements?
Thank you, Doctor. So yesterday when we were talking about perspective, and I told you guys this was going to be difficult. And the reason is because of the events, and the situation, and what you're going to hear is, most of it is related to things that happened afterwards. And so that's one thing I'm going to ask you to separate. Your job is to figure out if Mr. Finnegan is guilty of something, what he's guilty of. And so you have to be able to separate out the fantastic nature of these facts, because we're going to be talking about stuff that maybe is not in most of our lives. It's not in mine personally, generally, so it's really hard to understand things from that particular lifestyle. But this is a lifestyle that all of these folks were involved in to some degree. Restaurants, late nights, drugs, alcohol, sex, kinky sex, weird sex. It was part of what they were doing. And so I guess I'm asking you to kind of step back and think about it, even if you can't view it from the perspective of someone who does that, just realizing that they probably view the world a little bit differently than you do, and maybe they would make different decisions when faced with different issues than you would, or that I would, or anybody would, that's not involved in that type of situation, okay? And so that's all I'm asking you to do with regards to perspective. Because we all come in with different perspectives. And so when we have prosecutors, they look at things through a prosecutor's lens, right? And defense attorneys look at things through defense attorney's lens. It's probably not surprising to you that I see things a little bit differently than they do. Or we wouldn't be here probably. Mr. Finnegan sees things a little bit differently than they do. Or we wouldn't be here probably. We're going to talk a lot about Rebecca Dishman. They want you to understand this master-servant relationship, dominant-submissive relationship. And the age difference is a big deal, right? He's in his 50s and she's in her early 20s. And I think that they're trying to present her as mentally handicapped somehow, which she pled guilty to murder, but they're trying to present her as some kind of mentally handicapped person because she's the witness now. And the story comes from her. Nobody else was there. Sean and Rebecca Dishman. And Sean's mother, who he was taking care of, who was in hospice care. So, who can tell the story, right? She can. So all of the facts that you just heard, all of the stuff that happened to, all of the stuff that happened to Jennifer Paxton is straight from Rebecca Dishman's mouth. And so all I'm really asking you to do is to look at, I'm asking you to do the same thing they're asking you to do, basically. And that's to just pay attention to the evidence. And you need to ask yourself, how does that apply to what happened, to the versions of what happened, okay? Because Rebecca Dishman also gave multiple versions of what happened. Mr. Finnegan gave a statement too, and I have to assume that you're probably going to hear it, that the state's going to play it. So I mean, you'll hear what he says happened too. And from my perspective, the physical evidence and all of the evidence, the timing is more consistent with his version of events than hers. Mr. Finnegan worked full time. He worked at a restaurant. He's a very simple, straightforward kind of dude. I guess he goes to work and he works long shifts. He doesn't get home till 3 or 4 in the morning. He supported himself, his mother, and Rebecca Dishman while she lived there, and a couple other people who he supported when they needed help and asked him for money or drugs or whatever. It's the lifestyle that they lived. He was giving people places to crash. So I'd like to present this in a different way. We have this age difference, and that's our natural reaction. I say it's my natural reaction, okay, to that when we see this age difference and they're poor, that the old man must be taking advantage of the young girl for sexual favors or for whatever. If he were Leonardo DiCaprio, we would say that the 21-year-old is taking advantage of him for his money. Maybe, right? I mean, the point is it's the perspective. And you have to look at who's in control the whole entire time. For 9 months, that body's in that freezer. She's alone at that house most of the time. Most of the time. Not locked. I mean, I'm talking about Rebecca Dishman, the one who tells the story of what happened there. The one who told the story that the state bases their entire case upon. Her version of the events, okay? She was the one who was there alone. With Jennifer Paxton, he was at work. He worked in the evenings. So for 9 months, in a body in the freezer, or days supposedly chained to a bed and all of these type of things, I mean, you better make them prove that stuff, because that comes out of her mouth, all of those events. And you also need to think about who was into this, who would want these type of things, who would benefit the most from this type of thing, who would have some sort of motive to kill the prostitute that Mr. Finnegan brought home. You're going to hear that they had threesomes before. This wasn't the first time that someone had come home. You're going to see texts where she's saying, it's time, I want to have sex with a girl. It's time, I want to have sex with, it's time or whatever. I mean, this was stuff that they did, all right? So who had motive to kill? Mr. Finnegan goes to work and supports everybody and likes sex. And smokes pot. He's an old burnout. Got like a 6th grade education. Who's in control? She lets it slip to her neighbor, or she starts talking to her neighbor. Maybe she's getting ready to leave or something, I don't know. But she starts talking to a neighbor who's been hanging out with him for months. Stays over there, they're all friends, they hang out. If she's being abused all this time, that's what they want to say, she's being abused all this time. No reports, nobody, this friend's not going to try to get her out or help her in any of this kind of stuff. So finally, this one day, she lets it slip to a friend or starts talking to her about, well, he's just being abusive now and stuff. And maybe the friend's had enough of hearing it or something because she's not doing anything or she's not seeing any evidence of it, or I don't know what. We're probably going to hear from her. We can ask her, I guess. But that day, she tells her, and then what happened? It's just now she's got to go with something, doesn't she? She left the house. She's got her stuff. She's got a friend. And from the very beginning, she knew who would get blamed. It's his house. He's a 51-year-old man who's there taking care of his mother. She's a 21-year-old girl who basically gets whatever she wants to using sex. And who do you think is going to get blamed? Who do you think that she thought was going to get blamed? Who do you think he thought was going to get blamed? So I think at the end of the proof, you're going to find him guilty of some things. I mean, if they prove it, then you should, right? But there are two different things. He gave a statement to the police. She gave several statements to the police. She's going to get some more statements in here. But he also just gave another statement that she did not give. And that's when I stood up for him just a minute ago and I said, not guilty. For some reason, the state's given her a plea. She had lawyers too, right? She had lawyers too. And she had good lawyers. I don't think that they would if she was mentally incapacitated, I don't believe they would let her plead guilty to a first-degree murder. If they didn't think she was mentally culpable, I don't believe they would have let her plead guilty to a first-degree murder. And if she wasn't guilty, I don't believe she would have pled guilty to a first-degree murder. In fact, during the soliloquy of pleading guilty, most of the time the judge asks, are you pleading guilty because you actually are guilty? And they have to say yes. Okay? He pled not guilty. And we're here. They were both charged with the same stuff. She was also facing the death penalty. So who's in control? She goes out, she reports that he's got a body. She tells totally different stuff. That she was being tortured for like a month, chained to the bed, all these different things, that he's ejaculating on the body, and he's opening up the freezer, and he's doing all these things. That's all from her. There's literally zero evidence that proves any of that stuff. That's from her. So when the state says you're going to hear, they're right. You're going to hear, and you're going to hear it from Rebecca Dishman, and that's it. That's it. There's no denying something horrible happened. Something horrible. There's a reason why there are cameras in the courtroom and the media's here, though. Is because this is the kind of thing that people podcast about. I assume there's some podcasters in here. This kind of thing people write books about, right? Because it's fantastic. It's sensational. It's you've got a body in the freezer. I mean, it's got all the hallmarks of a movie, doesn't it? And so when you're trying to paint a picture of someone who would do this sort of thing, we've seen so many movies. I mean, I've seen so many movies. I've seen so many television shows. And what's the profile of someone who would do something? You know, a middle-aged white dude, right? And he's sitting over here, a middle-aged white dude. And it fits the profile. And it's real easy to point the finger. But you have to consider where the evidence comes in. We talked about garbage in, garbage out. If you base your decisions and you base your interpretation on evidence that comes from a terrible source, or which would be questionable whether or not it's evidence, right? Because it's just something that's being offered from a terrible source, or an unworthy source, or an unbelievable source. That if you're basing your opinion on information that's coming from a bad source, then the conclusion that you reach is necessarily bad. That's the concept, that's the idea. So you have to think about where this information is coming from. You have to make them do their job. I mean, that's your job. That's your job, is to make them do their job. Just because they think it's true doesn't make it true, okay? Just because they say it's true doesn't make it true. Just because they say the evidence to us looks this way doesn't mean that's the way it is. It means that's the way it looks to them. And it fits in with the scenario that was presented by Rebecca Dishman. But don't let them think that she's a victim here. That she's the victim, she's coming in here, he was pulling all the strings, she's this puppet, and she's trapped at the house, and she can't leave, and she wasn't. She was not trapped at the house. That's where she lived, because he housed her, and fed her, and provided her a phone, and probably glasses, and probably food, and probably every other thing, because she didn't have a job. She didn't work. I think you're going to hear her talk about she was trying to get disability, and we'll see if we'll talk about that, because she kind of knew the process, and that's also something that someone that has, mental capacity issues probably wouldn't understand the process. It's not a simple process to get disability. I don't know if anybody's ever gone through that process or not. You're going to hear that she has some depression and she's got some learning disabilities. Well, learning disabilities do not equate to a lack of intelligence. I went to law school with someone that was toward the top of my class and she was dyslexic. It doesn't equate. So, depression. Half the lawyers and doctors and professionals I know have depression, have OCD, have ADHD. It doesn't equate to lack of intelligence, okay? So don't let them do that. Don't let them put her up here and pretend like she's a victim when she just pled guilty to all of these charges. Listen to what she says, see if it makes any sense, and then realize that from the beginning, she started telling the story, they bought the story, all the stuff starts to line up with the story she told because she knows all the details, she was there. She knows amazing details. She knows the details about this woman's body, where the cuts are, all her tattoos, that they're naming kids here. She knows all these things. Well, I think she's going to testify to all that stuff. But she knows amazing details. You know why? Because she spent all the time with her. She's the one who was doing all this stuff. She is the one who was interested in any of this kind of stuff. She's a cutter. She talks about cutting. She's got depression, where all the cuts on the body, everything relates back to Rebecca Dishman. She's the one that's at the house. Then she goes out and she blames the one person who they know, who she knows she can blame. And what's he supposed to do? He helps her. And when he goes to the police, when they come and get him, of course he's scared. Of course he denies it. But once he goes in there, he goes, I know why you came and got me. I helped her cover it up. That's the first thing. That's his first reaction. And if they play his statement, you'll see it, right? You'll see the way he reacts to the police officer. And he's really kind of straightforward with them. And they're berating him. They're coming after him. They did not treat her like that. They treated her like a victim. And I think we'll hear that from the officers too. Which is probably not wrong, because she came in and made some accusations they had to follow up. I mean, they weren't acting wrongly by treating her like a victim, because it sure seemed like she was a victim. And then the longer she talked, and the more it changed, and then the details started changing, and then you can see the wheels turning in the officers, because they're good. They know what they're doing. And they started their wheels turning, and they said, well, she's more involved. Right? Because they eventually charged her with the same crimes. And now, they need her to make their case, which should be problematic. Should be problematic. Because if they had enough evidence to prove what they're claiming against him without her, they wouldn't put her on the stand. Okay? So all I'm asking is to pay attention to the power, to actual dynamic, the actual power dynamic, okay? Servant and master, or whatever, servant and master, dominant, all that kind of stuff. We're going to see texts. She initiates most conversations. Hey, I'm thinking about you. It's all sexting and like, it's just kind of gross. We're going to go through it, okay? And almost always the conversation ends with, baby, I got to go. I'm getting busy. I'm at work. And she's texting from her friend's phone, Mahogany, all this stuff. Who's going to come in and say, you know, I guess that she was abused. I don't know what she's going to say. We'll see what she says, but I mean, you got to look at all of it. You can't just take the narrative that's laid out there. It's too easy. It's too easy. And I told you, this is not easy. It's not supposed to be easy. You're supposed to be able to separate out the reality from the narrative, right? This isn't, y'all are not writing news articles. It's not a narrative where you have to tell this linear story. They kind of do, because their job is to tell the story. And it's a hard job, and they've got to come and they've got to try to do it. But it doesn't mean they can't. And your job is to make sure that either they can or they can't, but you got to make sure that they do. Because the more we allow the state, well, the lower we take the burden, we're just notching away at our individual rights. We're just notching away at them. We have to hold them to our burden. That's what defense attorneys do, right? We wake up every day and we try to defend the Constitution the best we can. That's ideally what we're doing. Because we have to defend people who are charged with crimes in order to do that, right? And so then we come in here, and our job is to make them do their job, because that makes them better. That makes the police better. That makes the attorneys better, the prosecutors better. It makes the system better. And the system is you. Y'all are what makes this work. And the way that you make this work is you hold them to their burden. You don't just take them on their word. And you don't just take their narrative as the truth because that's the way they see it. Right? We're not on their team. We're all citizens of this state, and they represent the state of Tennessee. They represent me just like they represent you guys. They represent they prosecute for the state of Tennessee. But they're humans just like I am, and they see things a certain way. And if you're a prosecutor, you see things like a prosecutor. If you are a police officer, you see things like a police officer, because that's your experience. That's your life experience. I'm asking you guys to step out of whatever your life experience is, because you're going to be dealing with stuff that I think is probably not a part of your life experience. So don't jump to conclusions just because of the awe factor, because this is a shock and awe campaign. All right, they're going to show you disgusting things. Most of it happened after the fact. And what you're really here to determine is what happened before. What happened? How did she die? Who intended to kill her? Right? Who intended to kill her? Who intended to kidnap her, if there's a kidnapping? Right? Who intended any of it? That's what you're here to determine. Because if you can't determine that, then he's not guilty. Right? He's not guilty. He's presumed innocent. That he's presumed innocent. Beyond a reasonable doubt means that if there is a doubt, he gets the benefit of that doubt. Literally the benefit of the doubt. You've got to keep that in mind, because we're about to hear a bunch of crazy stuff. So please, just pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. And every time that there's evidence here, and there's scientific evidence, or there's something that's being introduced, ask yourself, does this evidence support what she said? Or does it support more of what he said? Or does it support any of it, right? Does it support any of it enough to be beyond a reasonable doubt for anything? That's the first thing. But this is almost like a he said, she said situation to some degree when you're trying to determine what actually happened in there. Because I think that there's not going to be a lot of argument about some of the things that happened afterwards. There's definitely going to be argument about some of the other things, but he gave a statement and he admits to things, and you can take them for what they are, and you can determine whether or not it proves beyond a reasonable doubt, but we're leaving that up to you guys. He did not plead guilty to first-degree murder. He did not plead guilty to kidnapping. He did not plead guilty to aggravated kidnapping. He did not plead guilty to anything on here. So anything that you want to find him guilty of, you're going to have to find him guilty of. And you're going to have to find him guilty because they proved it. That's the only way you can do it. It's the only way you can do it. And that's all I'm asking. It's real straightforward. I'm not going to try to pull the wool over your eyes. I'm not going to tap dance up here. But my job is to poke holes in what they claim supports her story. And so that's what I'm going to try to do. And you need to pay attention to see if what they put in here actually supports their story. Because if there's questions on responsibility, if there's questions on culpability, if there's questions on who wanted this to happen, if there's questions on who needed this to happen, if there's questions on who had the motive to make this happen, those are serious questions when we're talking about putting somebody to death. Those are serious questions, guys. There's not a more important case that you could sit on as a juror. There's not. There's just not. First-degree murder is the top charge in this state. And every time there's a first-degree murder jury, I say the same thing, I think. I try to. But you guys are doing the most important thing you could possibly do as a juror in the country. This is the top count anybody can face, and he's facing the top penalty anybody can face if he's convicted. Your job is to do your job. And I would never ask anybody to do more than their job. But you need to understand what your job is. And what your job is not to just kind of observe and take it all in. Your job is to literally sit there and critically judge every single thing that comes in. And it's a difficult thing because it's a difficult thing for me. I'm sitting there and I've been doing this a long time, and it's difficult to think about all the different facts. There's a lot of stuff to pay attention to. So the real simple question is, how does this prove what they're claiming happened? That's the question. Who's actually in control? The person that's testifying here who's still holding control basically over whether or not he lives or dies, or the man sitting over there at the desk that says, I'm not guilty. At the end, I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty of first-degree murder. I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty of kidnapping. I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty of these underlying crimes that could even lead you to a death penalty determination, because he's not guilty of this. And I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty of those things. I told you there's some things you probably are going to find him guilty. Most of it has to do with after the fact, because he admits to it. And he doesn't, I mean, there's a psychological term, I think, and I may be using this wrong, but called projection. And that's where when you feel a certain thing, or your certain experiences, or you think a certain way, you project that onto another person as if they're the ones who feel that way, or they're the ones who do those things, or they're the ones who do that. We see it a lot of times in politics, I think, and that's more like intentional projection. But I feel like that's maybe what's happening here. Rebecca Dishman came in and she just started telling the police officer, basically, she reversed their roles. Not dominant, not daddy, and not the sex stuff, but she reversed their roles with regards to this. Because she knows all the detail. She knows all of them. And the physical evidence, everything supports the fact that she is responsible for it. And if it happened in his house with his ailing mother and everybody, and while he's gone most of the time, most nights, how is he guilty of kidnapping and murder stuff if literally he's not there? He's not there. I mean, how do you hold somebody captive? I mean, I guess with chains is what they're going to say, right? Except for that she was there. She was there. And she knows all the details. She's not stupid, y'all. She's not stupid. Make them do their job. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and take our morning break this morning. It'll be for about 20 minutes to about 10:30. Then we'll bring you back in and instead we'll start presenting this evidence. My instructions to you not to discuss the case with each other. We can't do that until we've got all the evidence, and I instruct you at the law at the very end of the trial. So that'd be difficult to do, but I need y'all to do that. Everybody can do that for me? I'm confident that you can. Everybody rise, please. All right. We'll take our jury out, please. You can leave your notebooks there. Jury, follow me.
Okay, nice clock. We will skip over that in a moment. I'm reading all your opinions, right? I agree. It's just like, damn, that was such an oversell. My goodness, less is more, right? That defense, I don't know. I think it could have been much more concise. Less is more. You're overselling. It's not coming across as very confident, right? So, wow, when to say he just did all this very sick stuff afterwards to the victim's body. Okay, that's even more of a red flag. We didn't know that from the trial prep. That's new. I was wondering when he said, because the state said that, I'll show you again quickly who we're dealing with here. This is Sean Finnegan, the guy on trial on the left, and next to him is Rebecca Dishman, who was his girlfriend at the time. And so when they said that she didn't have a phone, she didn't have a job, she was pretty much isolated, right? But then later, then the defense said that she was texting him while he was at work and all that kind of stuff. He worked at like a bar until early hours of the morning. Did he though? Did he show up for all the shifts, or what was he really up to? Okay. Anyway, then they said that she used the neighbor's phone. We saw yesterday in the trial prep an interview with that neighbor, Mahogany. And she said that she thought that Sean was a nice guy, that he was helpful to his mother, that he was, nice to Rebecca. But later, it was actually that same neighbor, Mahogany, that took Rebecca to a DV shelter, okay, to get away from him, because she had confided in her, saying, this guy is so abusive. He's obviously now turned on her, right? And so took her to a shelter, and on the way said that there's a body in the freezer in a bedroom closet. Oh my goodness. So I don't want to pause too much and go over too much. I just do want to show you a quick snippet here of yesterday's presentation, just so you know this is the victim in this case for this trial. I say it like that because there's other charges that this guy has faced before. For example, in 2015, he's accused of kidnapping a woman and holding her captive for 2 to 3 days, and then she said she escaped by begging him to take her home, and she was covered in bruises and lacerations and all things as well. And that's before he even met Rebecca Dishman. Okay, that was in 2015, right? Now, I don't know if it doesn't seem like, according to court records, he served any time for it. I don't know where those charges went, or if maybe the victim in that case dropped the charges, you know what I mean? But there was that. Then there was the murder of Jennifer Gail Paxton. He's on trial for that. The girlfriend, Rebecca Dishman, has pleaded guilty and she'll be testifying against him. And then, after Jennifer Gail Paxton was murdered, the two of them participated in, it's hard to say, okay, in creating CSAM content, abusing children. I do not know where they found the children. I do not know what happened to the children. Where are the children? But there were at least 2 children abused by the 2 people. Okay, one pleaded guilty, one is on trial right now, death penalty trial. 2 children involved, one under 3 years old. That is horrendous. Now, that's not part of this trial from everything that I've read. This trial is about the murder of Jennifer Gail Paxton, but they are depraved, okay? Like this guy, especially, of course, both of them were participating, so I don't really think she's, like, as in Rebecca Dishman, innocent. But she pleaded guilty. She's the one that told the neighbor. The neighbor then told the police. So it's one of those kind of like Adam Montgomery, where Kayla, would be the reason that this is even at trial. So it's kind of like that. So we give her that. At least she told the neighbor, and thankfully the neighbor told the police, and yeah, the police also acted on that. Now, Jennifer was born on May 7th of 1984. Her mother is Patricia Dinwiddie, and she has one brother, Paul, and she has several children. I say several because they list children on her obituary site, but I don't know if they're all her children. If they are, she has 7 children. If they are not all her children, then it's children that they've listed there. But she was a mom. She was 36 years old. Investigators believe that she was murdered in December of 2019 between the 1st and the 31st, and her body was discovered on August 6th of 2020 in Oak Ridge, Anderson County, Tennessee, because of Rebecca Dishman telling the neighbor telling the police getting a search warrant, going in there, not finding her body in the freezer, which they did expect, and then seeing a blanket under the bed and pulling that blanket out and finding a wet trash bag with the frozen remains of Jennifer Gail Paxton, who was in a freezer in the closet for 9 months, 8 months, 8 to 9 months. Whoa, that is so, so scary. Cheryl, welcome. So she was buried in Knoxville, Tennessee. Some of her family members are here in our chat, so thank you to them for being here. If there's any more pictures that the family would like to share with us, my email is grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. And just know we've got your back, because this trial, oh my goodness, it's going to be rough. I feel so bad for the family members. They're going to have to hear such horrific things. I don't even know. They are so strong. Okay, so let us go forward now. Instead of looking at that for 20 minutes, right? Now we go forward. This is why we start later. Okay, and they come back somewhere here. There we go. I love the judge's face as well. You all like commenting on the judge's face? Love it, right? Okay, so let's continue.
Back here, but if it was my family member, I wouldn't be in here. So terrible
Okay,
picture.
Wait.
And they're not present.
Good.
Here we go.
Okay. So I appreciate y'all being here. You honor the memory of this lady by y'all being here. But here's the deal. They're going to be terrible pictures. Y'all don't need to be in here for this. I'm not going to order you not to be in here, but if it was my family member, I wouldn't be in here. So terrible picture. So really think about not being in here when we do that. And the other thing too is it's really important. This is difficult. It's really important that we don't have any kind of outburst or crying or whatever as we go through this, because I don't want to do this again. And if the jury is influenced by y'all, then I'd have to do it again, and that means y'all would have to do it again. So we don't want to do that. So if you feel, and it's perfectly fine, if you feel something coming on, it's just better just get up and leave, and then come back. But I do appreciate you being here. Like I said, I think that's a wonderful testament to your sister or whatever relationship. So y'all can do that for me.
So of course the judge is now addressing the family before they bring the jury back in, just to let them know it's really going to be horrendous. There's going to be terrible pictures of the remains of all sorts of things, horrific details. Once you hear it, you can't unhear it, right? So he's just warning them and saying, please don't have any outbursts or anything. Otherwise that could, of course, cause a mistrial, which is what he's saying he doesn't want. Good disclaimer, right? No one wants a mistrial, but good disclaimer there for the family.
Okay. And they say you've got some other family members too that may be witnesses. If you wouldn't mind sharing this discussion with them, that we talked about that'd be great.
And Your Honor, please, just for the record, we've had extensive conversations with everyone about when particular images will be shown and warning ahead of time on that, and warned everyone against outbursts. That it is much less distracting to step out of the room than it is to have anything go on.
And I'll try to tell them before we can work together on that. All of us can work, when we get ready to show these pictures, we can give them notification, that way they can get out. Okay. All right, very good. All right, we'll bring our jury in. Everybody rise, please. Thank you. Have a seat. And who'll be the state's first witness?
Your Honor, please, the state will call Matt Johnston, keeper of 911 records.
All right. Someone, can we get him? Is he here?
Yes, he's here. He's in a room outside the courtroom.
Okay.
Okay, maybe we'll go forward a little bit.
So I recommend those. And they have my wife would like, they have a Hoskins salad. That's really pretty good too. So I'll tell you what to get, where you want to, but I think you'll enjoy it.
He's got lunch recommendations as well. Special Judge Don R. Ash. Okay, we're
Sir, if
getting
you'll step
forward.
up here next to me, please.
Here we go. Here comes the first witness.
If you'll raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. If you have a seat. If you'll tell me your first name and last name and spell them both, then if you'll speak into that microphone so everybody can hear, all right? Go ahead, sir.
Matthew Johnston, Matthew Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Questions?
Could you tell us what agency you work for and how long you've worked there?
The Oak Ridge Police Department, just over 14 years.
And what are your responsibilities with the Oak Ridge Police Department?
I'm a police sergeant at the city of Oak Ridge. My daily responsibility is supervisor of emergency communication center.
And for jury purposes, layman terms, what does the communication center include?
The 911 center.
Okay. And so as part of your responsibilities currently, you are supervising the 911 center?
Correct.
As part of that, does that include record keeping?
Yes.
Could you just describe for us record keeping process for 911?
As it relates, and I'm not a technology person, but we have the 911 recordings themselves. They record in the phone system, and we also have a redundant recorder. And then as we take information and input it into our CAD and records management system, that is stored electronically within the servers.
And is that CAD computer assisted dispatch?
Yeah, computer aided dispatch.
And are these records kept and recorded as part of the normal course of business?
They are.
As a supervisor, have you reviewed a recording from August 5th, 2019 that is attached to this case?
I did.
If I play a small snippet of that, would you be able to identify that that is the recording you've listened to?
I should.
Get the TV on, please.
Oh, we're going to hear 911 call now. Okay. Here we go.
911, where's your emergency?
We're at 302 Florida Avenue.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that the recording that you listened to
It is.
in identifying this? Did you make any deletions or additions to the recording?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Your Honor, please state request permission to play the recording at this point in its entirety.
No objection. Okay, go ahead.
I took my neighbor's girlfriend to go to a shelter. We're at 302 Florida Avenue. My wife took my neighbor's girlfriend to go to a shelter, and they told me to call the police and let you guys know that he has a dead body in his freezer in the upstairs.
So you're at 302, what neighbor are you talking about?
The one directly behind me.
Alright, hang on a minute, let's look at the map. Directly behind you on Florida?
Yeah, I'm on Florida, the East Fairview Road, I think.
So 320 or 322?
I have no idea what his address is. His name's Sean Finnegan.
Sagan?
That's Sean Finnegan, I think.
Finnegan, okay. Hang on just a second.
That's what they told me. She's been trying to leave, and he's beat on her and everything else. Well, my wife got a hold of some help shelter. They're up in Claiborne County right now getting her settled there.
Okay, so let me make sure I got this right. So your wife is taking your neighbor to a shelter,
Yeah.
and your neighbor,
The guy she was with.
Sean Finnegan, how did they
Yes.
have a body in the freezer?
Because I guess Becca she lives with him. They one decided that.
Alright, so what is what's the girl's name? Rebecca, you said?
Yeah.
That's the girlfriend?
Yeah. Exactly. So
Telling your wife?
yes, they're up at a police station in Claiborne County on Jefferson Street or something
Okay.
right now.
Okay. What's your name, sir?
Colt. Man, I told her not to get involved. That had nothing to fucking do with this shit.
And what's your last name, Cole?
Pico, P-E-K-O-C.
Alright, what's a good phone number for you, Cole?
865-387-1053.
Alright, I will take down the information.
Oh, he's back there done already telling me that we shouldn't have gotten fucking involved. He'll make my life miserable. Something about shooting me, da-da-da-da-da.
So is he
I
making,
ain't worried about his punk ass.
is he making threats towards you?
He has been since he came home. Because he come home, knocked on my door, and asked why my buddy took his girlfriend, which he didn't. He loaned his car to my wife, so she could take her. She's been trying to leave for a month now, and finally got everything in order for her to be able to have a place to go and everything.
Okay, alright, I'll get officers in around.
So, 'cause I don't want no more fucking blowback on me on this.
Alright, I'll get officers around, they can straighten it out.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to search for a body?
That's on them, no, I don't know what they can and can't do when they get there.
Okay.
Alright,
Thank you.
thanks, Cole.
Your Honor, please, the state would move this into evidence, state's first exhibit.
All right, now what exhibit number would that be?
651.
What exhibit number
For
was it?
today, it's number 1.
Okay, number 1 it is.
So I'm very glad that the neighbor was brave enough to phone the police and say, my wife is taking Rebecca Dishman to a shelter and Rebecca's saying that there's a body in a freezer in their home. And they're like, what? So, the neighbor could have been like, yeah, I'm not going to call the police for that. That sounds hectic. That sounds crazy. So see something, say something. Or hear something, say something, right? So thankfully he did call the police. again, thankfully, the police then were like, okay, we'll check it out. And they passed it on to other police departments. And then they acted on it. And they went there. And when they opened the freezer, there was no body. Because Sean made sure to move Jennifer's body before the police got there to under his bed. Oh my goodness. So I'm just glad they never called, because that got them to go there. I'm glad that Rebecca at least also, told her neighbor about it. And so there's a whole chain of people that are seeing something and saying something. That's my point. It's always a good idea to, if you see something and know something, rather tell the police. It could literally crack open a case, solve a case, get justice for someone. I mean, otherwise, no one would have ever known what happened to Jennifer and all the other people, like the children, that Sean Finnegan is accused of abusing.
Thank you.
As part of the 911 record keeping, we discussed the CAD, the computer aided dispatch. Do they do a report that gives the information of who was dispatching and timestamp?
We don't call it a report. We just call it a CAD sheet. It's got the pertinent information of what the public safety dispatcher at the time entered into that call.
May I approach?
Sure.
Did you review that? Do you recognize that as the call detail from this event?
Yes.
Please, I'd move this into evidence of state's exhibit number 2.
Okay, that'll be exhibit number 2.
May I publish it for the jury?
No, we'll pass them around later on.
I pass this witness, Judge.
Any other questions?
Would you ask us?
Sure.
No, Joe, I don't have any questions.
Okay, thanks, sir. You step down, free to stay in the formal, free to go.
Thanks, sir.
Who's next?
We call Gail Payne, Gail 40 Payne.
And who's going to get Ms. Payne for us? Who's good?
I believe Gail Payne is one of the family members of Jennifer. If I remember correctly, I think it's her aunt.
Oh.
Okay, I'll go forward a bit.
P-A-Y.
If you'll tell me your first name and last name, spell them, and then I need you to speak up in the microphone. Okay? Go ahead.
Beverly, B-E-V-E-R-L-Y. Payne, P-A-Y-N-E.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Questions?
And ma'am, you live here in Knoxville, you live in Knoxville,
Yes.
Knox County,
Yes, sir.
and obviously you are related to an individual that's brought you here today, right?
Yes.
And that's a woman named Jennifer Paxton.
Yes.
And tell the jury, if you would, how it is that you are related to Jennifer Paxton.
I am Jennifer Paxton's aunt.
Okay, and your sister was her mother.
Yes.
And what was her mother's name?
Patricia Dinwiddie.
Okay, and was Ms. Dinwiddie alive when Jennifer died?
Yes.
Is she alive now?
No.
So your sister and your niece are deceased?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell us, for the jury, your sister's, she had multiple children?
Yes.
Okay, and Jennifer was one of her children?
Yes.
Do you know what year Jennifer was born?
84?
Okay, so she was about 36 years old when she died?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that Jennifer was raised in Knoxville?
Yes,
Carnes High School, as a matter of
yes.
fact? Okay. But in the last several years, let's say well, let me back up a little bit before that. Jennifer had several children,
Yes,
7 as a matter of fact,
yes, sir.
but Jennifer struggled with some problems, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, so Jennifer did have 7 children. So that is what it said on the obituary. On my presentation, I said several because I wasn't too sure, but she had 7 children, the victim. This is the victim's aunt, Beverly Payne. Oh my goodness, she's so strong and brave to be there today. Let's show her lots of love and support. You could share purple hearts in the chat for Jennifer. Her family members have been here in the chat with us, and they said earlier that purple hearts for her would be nice.
sir.
Tell the members of the jury what it is that Jennifer struggled with.
Jennifer struggled with drugs and drinking.
Okay. And when did that begin in her life?
After she lost her children,
Okay. And so at some point in her life as a mother, she lost all 7 of her children
yes,
to the Department of Children's Services
yes,
through her addiction?
yes.
Okay. But you said that she really turned to those after the kids were removed. About what year was that?
I don't recall.
What are the age range of her children?
Then or now?
Then, when she died?
I don't recall.
Okay. How old is Elena?
Alana.
Alana?
Would be about 12 years old.
Okay. And Skylar, the oldest? How old's Skylar?
Skylar will be 21, or
Okay.
just turned 21.
So is that the age range of her children
Yes.
that she lost? Okay. Tell us what was in the time frame when she died. Of course, we're talking about right before COVID hit, right back in 2019. And we turn your attention to that about her life. You'd already told the jury she had some addiction problems.
Yes.
What was she doing, or how was she living or caring for herself back in 2019, let's say before COVID hit?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Your relationship with her had turned south sometime before that, meaning your contact with her had ceased at some point in the years
Yes.
prior to that. Tell the members of the jury why.
I did not agree with Jennifer using drugs.
Okay. And what else was she doing to fuel or to pay for her drug habit?
I don't know for sure how she,
Okay. But you would be at times relieved to know things about Jennifer with regard to her drug habit that you've told us from the state, right? When
Yes.
was it that you'd be relieved to explain that to the jury?
I don't understand. Can you repeat that?
You told us,
Object to leading, I'll let it go for a while. Thank you.
with regard to Jennifer's freedom, was she always out in public?
Yes.
Okay. And where was she living when she was out in public?
On the streets.
Okay. And where in particular would, do you know what areas of town she would live in?
From Merchants Road, North Knoxville, to South Knoxville.
Okay. And were those generally 2 types of areas she would stay at?
Yes.
Do you know if she got in trouble with the police from time to time?
Yes.
Okay. And how would that make you feel when that happened?
I'd be okay if she was in jail.
To explain that to the jury, why?
We knew that she was safe and off the streets if she was in jail.
And is that the stance that your family took?
Yes.
Who do you live with right
Who-
now? Who do you live with right now?
My son, my grandchildren, my mom, and my husband.
And how old is your mother?
77.
And she goes by Mill?
Yeah.
Is that what Jennifer called her?
No.
Okay. What did Jennifer call her?
Mom.
Okay. Because she raised Jennifer?
Yes.
Jennifer did Jennifer know her father?
Yes.
Okay. She knew who he was?
Yes.
Did she have a relationship with him?
No.
Matter of fact, he's in prison.
Yes.
And with regard to Jennifer's habits, did she often appear at a certain particular time that you were aware of? Back in 2019, did she have some particular custom or habit of appearance at your place?
Yes.
Explain that to the jury if you would.
Jennifer would always come to my house and get money from Mom
Okay.
on the 3rd of every month.
Why would that particular habit, what was happening that caused her to do that on the 3rd of every month?
Because that's when Mom would get her Social Security.
And why would your mom give Jennifer money if she's using it for drugs?
I don't know that my mom knew that she was doing any drugs.
Okay. But Jennifer would appear and get money, at least from your mother, on that regular basis?
Yes.
Every month?
Yes.
And did there come a time when she stopped appearing, getting money from your mother?
Yes.
And when was the last time that you're aware of that she came and got money from your mother on the 3rd?
December
Of what year?
2019.
Okay. And so, moving into COVID, of course, COVID in 2020, did you ever see Jennifer after the times when she would come and get money from your mother?
No.
You said that Jennifer did have criminal problems. Would she be arrested from time to time? You'd be relieved in a sense. Do you know what she was being arrested for, the types of offenses, what she was doing?
No.
Did she ever work a job that you're aware of?
Jennifer?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Cleaned houses?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Okay, thank you.
What exhibit number are we on, Judge?
This be 3.
This will be number 3. Ms. Payne, what I'm going to hand you first is, I'm going to mark Exhibit 3 and hand you that, what's been marked for identification, Exhibit 3, and ask you, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Jennifer Paxton.
Is that contemporaneous or around the last times that you saw her in
Yes.
December of 2019?
Yes.
And that is, we'd move that in as exhibit number 3, live photo Jennifer Paxton, and ask to publish letter folder.
Okay, just a quick pause there. Shauna says, well, if her dad is in prison, this monster is heading to maybe the same one, right? Oh, wow. Okay, you said justice may take care of itself. Interesting. Lil Blizz says, did they ever report Jennifer as missing? They did. The Knoxville Police Department, because when they found the body, they didn't know whose body it was. But because Rebecca Dishman had given descriptions of what Jennifer looked like and all of that, and where she was probably picked up because she was living on the street, she was experiencing homelessness at the time, then the Knoxville Police Department, apparently all the police departments, looked at all the missing persons records, and that is how they were able to find who the body belonged to initially, from doing that and seeing if it could be any one of them. So yes, the family did report her missing. Thank you all for being here, by the way. Please like and share so others can also come and find us, because there's no way that YouTube is going to promote this stream to anyone. It'll be a very small stream in general, because of all the horrific, words that they have to say at this trial, of course, which I can't censor. So if you like it, share. Others can at least know we are live with the trial. We are covering this. We are here to see justice for Jennifer Paxton. If you look at victimology, I understand what people are saying, that was some risky stuff, that she, in her life. But of course, we are not here to victim blame. And yes, she was very vulnerable. No matter what life she lived, no matter if she lost her kids and everything, which is all very sad. Okay, her kids would have been aged 8 to 17 at the time that she was murdered. 7 kids without their mom, right? That's very sad. But no matter what, no one deserves to be murdered. That's one. And like this poor lady, Jennifer, was tortured and murdered. It's like the worst thing that could have ever happened to her. It's terrible. So, okay, are we ready to continue? Beverly's being very strong here.
Go ahead and pass that to the jury. Pass it through there. Deputy, if you'll take it up when they finish looking at it.
What I'm handing you now is being marked as exhibit number 4, and that is, if you could take a look at that, tell us exhibit number 4, what is that?
It's a map,
Okay, and what general area is that of?
North Knoxville.
The area that you were referring to about where Jennifer lived? Is that
Yes.
fair to say? And the red marker on that, do you recognize the location of the red marker on that?
Yes,
And what is the red marker in the middle of that map?
the Pint House.
And what do you know the Pint House to be?
A bar.
Okay. And do you believe that you saw Jennifer at some point in 2019, the last that you saw her in that area sometime in 2019?
Yes,
Is that in late 2019?
yes.
Tell the members of the jury the circumstances of how you saw her and where you saw her.
I saw her walking across the parking lot of Austin Steakhouse. I was coming out of the restaurant from eating, and when I saw her last.
Okay, if you could just mark an X in the location where you last saw Jennifer. Was she in a car, on foot, or describe that if you could.
Your Honor, you mind if I approach to see it?
Sure. Okay, and put an X wherever it is you're saying. Okay, and there's a black X. It's a small X. I'm gonna put a big X.
Okay.
It is hard to see. And that's basically in the roadway right near the Pint House.
Yes,
Did she look the same to you as she had in the past, or?
no, she looked thinner.
Okay. And with regard to that, was Jennifer welcome in your house?
Yes,
Okay. For what purpose?
to visit Mom.
Okay. Would Jennifer ask money from you?
No,
How come?
because she knew I wouldn't give it to her.
Okay. Based on the history that you've already described?
Yes.
Okay. We'd move that in as exhibit number 4.
Okay. And if you could pass that through, please, that'd be exhibit 4.
Were you aware that other family members were in contact with Jennifer?
Yes,
How would people actually communicate with her if you told the jury she was on the streets?
yes,
When you mean on the streets, you mean homeless,
yes,
living outside?
yes.
Okay, and how does a person that's living outside, how would she communicate with family, other than arriving at your house to get money from her mom, your mother?
Just arriving at our homes.
Okay. So in terms of her ability to communicate over phones or things like that, did she ever have that kind of thing that you're aware of?
I'm not aware of.
And what other family members would be, when you said where she'd go personally, you said two sides of town, the south side and Merchant side. Who was it that lived on the south side?
Beverly Jeffers.
Okay. And who lived near Merchants?
I got that backwards.
Okay, yes. Who lived on the south side?
Me,
That's you. You live on the south side with your mother, right?
yes,
Near Chapman Highway, Walgreens?
yes,
And is that where she would live, near the Walgreens?
yes.
Okay. And who would live over in the Merchants area that she would have a place to go to if she was over in Merchants, if she needed to?
Beverly Jeffers.
Okay. Is Beverly Jeffers here?
Yes,
She's seated here in the courtroom?
yes.
Okay. And with regard to that, would she be assisted in things like laundry and things of that nature if she needed it?
Yes.
Were you aware, or did you ever become aware whether or not she was selling herself to fuel her drug habit?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. Were you made aware of that?
Yes,
Okay. So you know that now?
yes.
And just to be clear, the last you saw your niece alive, it was within sight of the Pint House?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of when your sister, your deceased sister, were you aware of when she made a report to the Knoxville Police Department reporting her daughter, your niece, missing? If she's aware of when the report happened, or if the report happened?
And so you're saying it's not being introduced for the truth of the matter?
If she was, have personal knowledge.
I'll withdraw.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you have any personal knowledge of when your sister would have reported to the Knoxville Police Department that your niece was missing, Jennifer Paxton?
Yes,
Were you present when that
No.
happened? Okay.
Good morning. So at that time, I'm sorry, I know this is difficult. When you saw her, when's the last time you communicated with Jennifer before seeing her in that parking lot?
it, 6 months before.
Okay, so there would be long periods of time
Yeah.
between her coming to your house?
No,
No? It was every third, every month?
yes,
Okay. And I think you said the last time that you saw her at the house was in December of 2019, so that would be December 3rd that she would have been there? I think he asked, well, I may be misspeaking, I apologize, but I feel like that I heard him ask you when's the last time she was there to get money, and I think you said it was December 2019.
yes,
Okay, and so that would be the 3rd?
yes.
Okay, so December 3rd, 2019. Okay. And did you all ever offer her a place to stay? Was she welcome to stay at your house if she wanted to?
No,
Okay, why is that?
because she was on drugs.
Right, okay. And what would be the fear of her being on drugs at the house? What would cause you fear for that?
I had small children
Okay.
at the house.
Okay, and it wouldn't be a good influence at that point.
Right.
That's understandable. And then you said that is it your sister that's Beverly Jeffers?
No, she's my cousin.
Your cousin, okay. But she lived close to Merchants.
Yes,
Do you know if she saw Jennifer more often or less often?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Do you know if she had a close relationship with Jennifer?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if she offered Jennifer a place to stay if she wanted to?
Yes,
And she would have offered, so Jennifer could have stayed there if she wanted to?
yes,
Okay. So that would mean that she chose not to stay there, right?
yes.
Okay. I think that's all, Judge.
Thank you. Any redirect? No, you're not.
Okay, just a quick pause. Indie Girl 57 said, please don't judge her for her addiction. I'm sure there are some recovering. There's a lot of recovering folks in our community. You said what she did is not the issue. What was done to her is the issue. Absolutely. I think that the state brought this up, just asking these questions to the family to lay the foundation of how predatory Sean Finnegan was, to prey on the vulnerable, to offer money, to someone who really needed money. She was experiencing homelessness. She was struggling with addiction. And so, there was Sean Finnegan offering $20 for a sexual favor and then apparently $100 to come home with him and have sex with him and his girlfriend. That is what it was supposed to be for, okay? But when she got there, she was hit over the head repeatedly with a baseball bat, chained to a bed, sexually assaulted repeatedly. She had to go to the toilet in a bucket. So no matter if someone's struggling with addiction, if they're doing sex work, if they're experiencing homelessness, how does that equate to, that it's never okay? What this man did, allegedly, apparently to her, it's never okay. It doesn't matter. It's just important to understand the victimology. I understand that, but we're not here to victim blame or judge her. There's a lot of recovering addicts here in our chat. That's why if someone says, oh, it's like 5 o'clock, I want to start drinking, or this case makes me drink, we delete those comments because it can be very triggering for people, right? So just know, please, if you feel triggered, I hope that you feel safe in this community, that you feel supported. No one's judging you, okay? And the struggle is real, and everybody here knows that, okay? So you're welcome here. Thank you for being here. Whew, shame, man. This poor aunt, I think they're going to, obviously, they're not going to have any redirect now, so let's see who the next witness will be. Maybe today they're going to be having lots of family members on the stand. They are so brave to be there as well. And an interesting factor that sometimes I forget about with a lot of these cases we see is COVID. So the last time that Beverly said that Jennifer had asked for money from her family because, of course, she wasn't coping. She was experiencing homelessness, and she was, struggling even more because she'd lost her kids, right? Then COVID hit. So it would be a little bit maybe more difficult to keep tabs on someone, to know where they are or like what is going on. Maybe they're staying somewhere with someone or whatever it is, but they reported her missing. And if it wasn't for the other depraved individual, because she pleaded guilty to all this, so she was part of it. But Rebecca Dishman, if it wasn't for her actually coming forward, actually saying, listen, man, like, there's going to be a body in that house, in a freezer. Thankfully, she came forward, right? Okay. Otherwise, we would have never known. We would have never known about Jennifer, what happened to her, and they would have never uncovered all the CSAM material of Sean Finnegan and allegedly Rebecca Dishman abusing children horrifically. I don't know where those children are. I don't know who those children are. I hope they're okay. Oh my goodness, right? Okay, so let's see who the next witness will be.
No, we call no. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. You're free to stay in the courtroom. We're free to go. Thank you. We'll call Brittany.
Hello, guilty of crime. Thank you for being here. Shame. Look at the judge. He looks disturbed, like right now, just like, wow, everything he's hearing at this trial, I'm sure, right? It's been a long road to get here. Let's go forward a bit.
We'll be fine. While we're waiting, y'all step up for just for a minute.
Yeah, Woody, you say it's always better to offer an addict food, clothing, shelter, not money. Shame. Similicious OG said, nobody is perfect. Absolutely. I think we're catching up with the stream here.
Or had.
I need you to speak up in that microphone right there in front. Okay?
Brittany Payne, Brittany Payne.
Thank you, ma'am. And questions?
And Miss Payne, who's your mother?
Beverly Payne.
Is that the woman who just came in and testified before you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you have a first cousin named Jennifer Paxton?
Yes, sir.
Or had?
Yes.
and your relationship with Jennifer Paxton. If you just tell the jury briefly what your relationship was like growing up.
It was very interesting. It was fun. She was always whatever. She just made people laugh. Did whatever she could to make people happy.
But as far as your relationship with her personally, was it like cousins or was it
More like sisters.
Okay.
We pretty much grew up together. My grandmother pretty much raised her, which is why she called her Mama. So.
And you both grew up here in Knoxville.
Yes.
And she was good friends with you.
Yes.
And did that remain constant throughout her life?
Yes.
Did things happen in her life though that caused her to go in terms of her relationship with you, strain that relationship?
No, we had a pretty decent relationship.
Okay. But there are things that happened in her life that caused her to lose her children.
Yes.
Did she change direction at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
I was still there for her at the time.
I understand that, but as far as what she was getting into, what was she doing after she lost her children?
She went down a wrong path in life, and she started using heroin. I guess she just wasn't there in her head anymore.
Okay. So her drug of choice was?
Heroin.
And what would she do to get heroin?
She would usually bum money off of our grandmother, or she would get money off me. She would also prostitute to get money.
Okay. And where was she living, if you know, in 2019?
In 2000, she was a little bit of here and there. She was homeless at the time. She was living in a tent in the woods.
Okay. Where were her homeless camps that she'd stay at?
Well, the only ones that I know of where I have met her at several times was off of Merchants, and then the Walgreens on Chapman Highway between Chapman and Moody, on the corner of Chapman and Moody, right there.
There's a Walgreens and there's woods behind there?
Yes, the woods behind there, it's a homeless camp pretty much, and if you're not homeless, you can't go there.
Okay, but you would in fact go to homeless camps to meet her?
I would meet her outside of a homeless camp.
Okay.
She would never allow me to get out of the car I would hand her the money through the window.
Okay. In terms of handing her money, how would you arrange that if she needed money? How did you communicate with her?
Through Facebook.
Okay. And so how would she, if she's homeless, have Facebook?
There's plenty of places that you can free Wi-Fi, as
Okay.
in McDonald's and stuff like that.
Just using devices that are connected to Wi-Fi, that you
Yes.
can go to McDonald's there on Chapman, or any business on Chapman pretty much to
Yes.
get Wi-Fi? And she would request money from you?
Yes, or
Which is-
food.
Would she request food?
Yes.
Okay, and what would happen when you bring her food instead of money?
She'd be thankful, but she would ask if I had a couple dollars to loan her.
Okay. And how often did you communicate with her in the late of 2019?
The last time I spoke to her was before Thanksgiving, and she had asked me for like $20 to get her something to eat for her and her boyfriend. And I had met her at the Walgreens on Chapman Highway, and I gave her the $20, and that was the last time that I had seen her.
Okay. And were you part of the effort to report her missing sometime later?
No, but I was the first person in our family to post on Facebook looking for her.
Okay. And do you recall when you posted that?
Maybe right around Christmas.
Okay. And because you hadn't heard from her in a while?
Correct. And we had searched, we got online, we searched police stations, hospitals. We was told that she was in a rehabilitation somewhere in Nashville, which I assume either she did go or it was a lie. I don't know.
That's Facebook stuff?
Yeah.
People saying stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. But you know she wasn't in Nashville, right?
No.
You now know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there was a man that had contacted me, and he was telling me that she was,
Okay.
yeah.
With
Yeah.
regard to your personal knowledge, did she have places where she could go to on Merchants?
Oh, yes.
Okay. with regard to people that would take her in and give her a warm shower and let her do laundry, things like that?
Anytime she needed it.
Okay. And you as well?
Yes.
Then why was she living in the woods?
She didn't want help.
You refer to that as what? Homeless?
I say, I don't know, really. I just assume the drugs.
Okay. She preferred to be in the woods?
Yeah, she preferred it that way. Like, I've tried to get her to stay with me. I know family has tried to get her to stay with them. She just didn't want it.
Because of her addiction?
Yes, I would assume.
And you think in 2019, was that pretty much running everything she did?
Yeah.
Pass it.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
When you would meet her at the homeless camps, are those crowded places? How many people are at those homeless camps?
Sometimes, but usually during the day when I would go meet her, that's when they're out and about doing things.
Okay, so you would go during the day, it's probably
Yes,
smart, right?
I got children. I'm not doing nothing crazy.
So when, the last occasion, I think you mentioned that you took her $20 so she could get food for herself and her boyfriend. Do you know who the boyfriend was?
Sid.
Sid? Okay.
I believe he's passed away now.
Okay. Did you ever meet him?
Well, I met him from a distance, not like introducing type of,
Gotcha.
you know.
Okay. And you were aware that she was prostituting?
Yes.
Okay.
She'd been doing it
So how long had she been doing that?
off and on for years.
Okay. Okay. And so there had been a drug issue for years, too.
Yeah.
Right. And I assume that was probably part of the reason why she lost her children.
I'm not entirely sure on that.
Okay. But she would communicate through Facebook. Did she have a phone that you knew of?
I don't know if it was her phone or if she was using a phone.
Okay.
I just know that anytime she needed it, she would contact me through Facebook, and it'd be on her profile.
Right.
But, you know, you can log into anybody's phone, so.
Right, you just don't know about the device.
Right.
But she
I don't
had
know
a
if it
phone.
was hers or someone else's.
But it was like a Facebook message, like a message, like instant
Yeah,
messenger?
basic
kind of thing?
yeah.
Okay. And if you messaged her through Facebook instant message, she would receive those messages?
Yes.
Okay, so she had clear access to a device of some sort, right?
Last time I seen her, yeah.
Right, okay. And I think that you said that she was welcome to stay with you anytime she wanted, right? I mean, y'all were
Yeah.
close, and
Anybody in our family would have took her in.
right. But she chose not to,
Yeah.
and she chose to be homeless, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
You correct. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. Free to the court. We're free to go. Who's next?
Here, please take calls. Phyliss Tonkin.
Maybe you go this way. Is somebody going to get her? Or? She's bringing her. Okay.
Judge, can we approach just briefly?
Okay. Follow Your Dreams said, what people don't understand is addiction isolates an addict. Shame, embarrassment, etc., but still cry out. Yes. Okay, let's see. Ugh, this guy, oh my word. This is Sean Finnegan. He's on trial, of course. There'll be two phases of the trial, the guilt phase and then the punishment phase, because it's a death penalty trial. Loba Volcano was asking earlier if people are executed with the electric chair in Tennessee. From what I'm reading, it's lethal injection. But I do think they sometimes still use the electric chair. If anyone's in Tennessee and you actually know the answer, please let me know. But that's what I asked Uncle Google. That's what Uncle Google told me. Oh my goodness.
Please. Right here. If you'll raise your right hand, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. If you have a seat, if you'll tell me your first and last name, spell them both, and then if you'll speak up in that microphone, they'll help everybody hear.
Okay. My name is Phyliss Tonkin, Phyllis Tonkin.
Officer Tonkin, what's your current occupation?
Police officer.
And how long have you been a police officer?
Just a little over 22 and a half years.
What current agency are you with?
Knoxville Police Department.
So that's the next county over, Knox County, right? Not here in Anderson?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your current assignment with KPD?
Currently working in the Office of Professional Standards.
How long have you been doing that?
Just a little over a year.
What were you doing in 2019? Do you recall?
I worked for Knoxville Police Department. I was in their Special Crimes Unit.
As part of Special Crimes Unit, did you investigate missing persons?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that all you did with Special
No.
Crimes? Could you just give
Sure.
a brief description of what that means?
We also would investigate domestic violence, elder abuse, human trafficking, missing persons, and child abuse.
Was it in your work with Special Crimes and Missing Persons that you got called in to assist on an Anderson County case with Oak Ridge Police Department?
I did.
Could you tell us about how that came about, please?
Actually, a friend of mine received a call and asked if I was available, and that friend handed the phone over, and it was, I believe, I don't know if he was an investigator or an officer, Marvell with Oak Ridge, and had indicated they may have found a missing person that I had been investigating.
As part of that, did you get information about some descriptors of the missing person?
Yes, some tattoos, I believe, is what it was.
Okay. As part of your investigation, skip ahead a little bit, do you take in the missing persons reports from individuals?
It goes through a process, but it ends up with me.
Okay. As part of that process and ending up with you, did you get information about a Jennifer Gail Paxton being reported missing?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe that was on February the 2nd of 2020 is when the report came in.
So when you get a report, can you tell us what process you go through in just investigating a sort of missing persons report?
Sure. One of the first things I would do is I would contact the individual that is the complainant, and at that point I contacted Miss Dinwiddie, who is the mother of Jennifer Paxton. She had indicated that she was...
May we approach?
Can I have your recorder?
Okay.
The time that it takes to go.
Some sidebar time. Okay.
Oh, sorry. We try to be efficient, make up for the time that it takes to go in between witnesses. I can't make up for that.
Thank you. Now, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, if you could continue,
Okay.
please.
So I would have made contact with Miss Dinwiddie, who indicated that her daughter had been missing since she had last seen her November the 4th of 2019. At that point in time, I would go through different databases that we had access to at the police department to determine if anybody else had seen Miss Paxton.
Okay, the video's frozen for now. I just wanted to make sure that okay, it starts moving again, so we're just going to keep it going like this.
With Miss Paxton from the time in which she was last seen by her mother until the time in which we received the report.
And in going through that history, did you find that she had had any contact with the Knoxville Police Department in that period of time?
Initially she had contact with, on November the 27th of 2019, there was an outstanding warrant where she was out at Knox County intake. She was released on December the 3rd of 2019. And then the Knoxville Police Department had contact with her on December 23rd of 2019 by an officer, Bedita, who had answered a call for service at 5517 Wallwood Road, where there was an individual that was dancing around in circles and appeared to be on some type of, or under the influence of something per the complainant.
Okay, right, if I could back up for just a little bit, that November intake date, are you aware of what that was for?
It was an outstanding warrant, that's all I recall.
Okay. And going through to December 23rd, you said the contact with Medina?
Medina.
Do you recall where that location was?
5517 Wallwood Road, I believe is the address.
May I approach, please? Going to withdraw what's been previously marked as exhibit number 4.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Do you need to stand up and see what you're drawing?
I think you're just showing where Wallwood Road is?
Yes.
I know where it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the area that's reflected on this map?
Yes.
Do you see where the Pint House is with a red marked dot?
Yes.
And do you see where Wallwood Road is in relation to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you mark with your initials where Wallwood Road is on this? And you've circled those initials?
Yes.
As well?
It's kind of hard to see.
Let me grab a darker pen for you. Try that, yes, do that with a Sharpie, please. Actually, let's do this with red, so there's previous mark with the black.
Okay. I'll just mark over my initials if that's okay.
The court started a little bit late today, so I think we're actually going to catch up with the stream, so we'll have some time to talk as we won't be able to skip over the whole lunch today, so maybe I should have started even later. But I will show you the map as well. This Wallwood Road that they're showing is so close to the Pint House, which is where Sean Finnegan worked. So he probably, he probably saw it right there, I'll show you in the break. Okay, so let's just listen.
This has previously been admitted to show the jury, but since you've all looked at it, where should we?
Thank you.
Once you gather all this information, what do you do next?
As far as an investigation?
As far as an investigation and any steps you take to try to locate an individual?
Normally, we would try and see if they have any type of phones where we might be able to track where if there was any last phone calls made, things of that nature. But there was very little information to go off of other than the time that she was incarcerated until the time that Officer Medina had made contact with her.
So this isn't anything where you had like pings on a phone to
No, we
find
did
somebody
not.
anyplace. Do you create a missing persons flyer?
Yes.
What kind of information is included on those?
The information on that would indicate the date and the time that the complaint came in, the date and time that the individual was last seen. It would also indicate usually a photograph of the person and some information such as her height, her date of birth, her weight, eye color, things of that nature.
May I approach?
Okay.
Do you recognize that form?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is, please?
Yes, this is a missing person flyer that would have been created for Miss Paxton.
And who should they contact in the event that she is identified or located?
They would contact myself.
This accurately reflects your report.
Yes.
I move this in as State's Exhibit number 5.
Okay, that'd be exhibit number 5. Officer, if you'll pass this to the jury, please. Thank you.
Judge, I've actually got that one queued up if you want me to.
That
Want
one?
to publish it on the screen?
Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay, take it back then. They're gonna put it up there on the television screen for us. They're gonna put it up there on the screen for us. by doing that, we don't have to pass it around to you. That's the reason I suggested that to them. So, General, thanks for doing that.
Now I'll back up a little bit. You said you had received a call from somebody you believe was named Marvell, who was investigating a case in Oak Ridge, correct?
Correct.
And when given the information, did you then assist in helping identify the person that they had found?
Yes, I went to the scene and was there prior to the search warrant and things of that nature.
And is it your belief that the individual who was found was Jennifer Gail Paxton?
Yes.
Pass this witness, Judge.
Good morning.
Oh, shame. That must have been so difficult as well to investigate, these missing persons cases and always obviously hope they found, and then have to go to the scene and see these frozen remains. I mean, that is so sad. I do see that this court feed that I'm using, they did a morning session and afternoon session, so we can just teleport right over lunch, which is really great. And so I'm still going to show you the map in between, and we can discuss a few points that I've written down, and then we'll just move on to the next afternoon witness. Thank you for being here with us. If you've never been here before, here at Grizzly True Crime, when we watch trials, we like to defluff them. So either sometimes that would be a day delay so that we can take out all the paper shuffles and all that kind of stuff. But recently what we've been doing is just starting 2 to 3 hours later than the live court feed, so we could skip over any lunch breaks, coffee breaks, things like that, which is just really great to then just watch all the witnesses, and then I'll timestamp everything for you, so it's very easy for replay watchers to watch as well. Okay, so we still got a few minutes with this witness, I think. Let me just see. It's like 3 minutes of this stream left, and then we're going to switch to the other one.
Good morning, sir.
You can take it down, please. Thank you. Investigator Tonkin, we know each other, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell the jury how we know each other?
When you were in Knox County, we actually had trials together on child abuse cases.
Yep. On the same side then?
On the same side.
Right. So I just got a few questions for you, and it really has to do with the way these things work and the investigations. And so when you first got a report, it's from her mother.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Jennifer's mother.
Yes.
And Jennifer's mother says that she'd been missing since November 4th, 2019.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you found that she had been arrested released December 3rd, 2019. So we know that she was in jail during some of that part of time, right?
Yes, sir.
And then did you talk with her aunt or cousin? There was some testimony earlier that she came by her grandmother's house on December 3rd. Did you ever get that information?
I don't recall that information.
Okay. If she had gone by her grandmother's house on December 3rd and to get money or whatever, then that would indicate that possibly her mother had not spoken to her grandmother or aunt, because she would know that she had been seen December 3rd,
Correct.
right? Okay. And then y'all looked for phones and Facebooks. Did you look for Facebook at all for her?
I believe I did. It's been quite a while since.
Yes, it has.
Since this missing person came in.
But you didn't find that she had a device. You didn't find a phone or anything,
No,
correct?
sir.
As far as an account?
No.
Right, because that's really all you can search.
Correct.
But if she had a device, you wouldn't know. If she had a personal device on her, there's no way to know that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then, did you speak with her cousin about Facebook communications at all?
To be honest with you, I don't really recall that.
Okay. Okay. And so we don't know when the last Facebook communication might have been. And okay. Okay. And it was February 2nd when the mother actually reported her missing,
Of
right?
2020.
So that'd be like 3 months after she last saw her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Sure.
Investigator Tonkin, is this the first trial we've done together?
No.
Is this the first trial you've done with General Allen?
No.
In what capacity have we done cases?
When you both were in Knox County, we were all both on the same side.
What kind of cases was that?
Child abuse cases.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You step down, you're free to stay in the court, we're free to go. Who's next?
May we approach?
I got it. I understand. So go ahead and go to lunch.
That was going to be the
I love that. May we approach? He's like, oh, I got it. I understand. It's time for lunch. I love this judge. Special Judge Don R. Ash is his name. The other judge, the one that was initially assigned, recused himself because there were many other cases, he said. So this is what it said from our presentation yesterday. Knox County Judge Steve Sword was designated as the judge in this case, but recused himself because of many cases pending in the Criminal Court Division 1 of Knox County. So that would be the morning session. Then it's lunch. We're going to skip over that, of course. And now we're going to start with the afternoon session. I just quickly want to show you the map, if I can, and just welcome anyone who's only joining now. Alvin Summer Moon said, thank you, Gisela, for your in-depth, caring coverage. My membership time reset, but there's too many more. Oh man, I'm so sorry. Thank you for being a member for however long you've been a member. I really, really appreciate it. Okay, so I'm going to just take this one off. Hold on one second. And then I'm going to bring over the map so I could show you that. And then bring it over here. All right, a little bit of map time. So let's do it like this. There we go. Now we can see a little better. I might actually have to resize. It's a bit. There we go. Okay, let me also take this off because that witness is not on the stand now. I hope you guys can see. You can see, right? I've got these borders and everything so that we give you clues of, you know, what happened in this case if you didn't do the trial prep. If you didn't watch the trial prep yesterday, I would highly recommend watching it before day 2 because it'll give you a lot more insight into what this case is about and just the timeline and things like that. The police have said in everything I've read, of course, before this trial started, that they believe Jennifer Paxton, 36 years old, was tortured and murdered between December 1st and 31st. And now that you could hear that time gap is getting much smaller because they say that she was arrested on November 27th of 2019, released on December 3rd. And then they talked about a call for service on December 23rd because they saw someone dancing in circles, which we assume is what was Jennifer, which means she was actually murdered between December 23rd and 31st. If we think of it like that, based on everything they just said. So far, we've had 4 witnesses. I'm going to show you this map in a moment. I'm going to explain what's going on there. We've had, hold on one second, Matt Johnston, the Oak Ridge PD, 911 records keeper. We heard the 911 call of the neighbor whose wife had told him, okay, my wife is just taking Rebecca Dishman. That was, of course, the partner of Sean Finnegan, who's pleaded guilty. She's already pleaded guilty. She would have also gone to trial. She faced the same charges. She pleaded guilty to all of them, and she is spending a life in prison plus 50 years, and the plus 50 years is for other CSAM child abuse-related charges, and they're horrific. Okay, hello, Defense Diary. It's nice to see you. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. And so the neighbor said, my wife is taking Rebecca Dishman to a shelter. And Rebecca's telling her that there's a body in a freezer in the home of Sean Finnegan. So can you go and check it out, right? So we heard that 911 call. So that was really great. We heard from Matt Johnston. Then we heard from Beverly Payne, who was Jennifer's aunt, Shaman. And then, of course, we heard from Brittany Payne as well, Jennifer's cousin. And now from Phyliss Tonkin, who was actually investigating the missing persons case of Jennifer Paxton. Jennifer Paxton already reported missing early. I mean, they're already, you know, her family is very worried about her. So from November already, and the official missing persons report came in on February 2nd of 2020. Her family knew. Even though she was experiencing homelessness, even though they didn't see her all the time, they're like, something is up. Something is wrong. We can't find her. And they reported her missing, and all, of course, her descriptors, you know, height, weight, what she looked like, haircut, and tattoos. And tattoos was very important as well, based on the remains that they found, which is so sad. Oh my goodness. Okay, so if I show you this map over here, this case takes place in Tennessee. And so in this Oak Ridge area, this 318 East Fairview Road around here is where Sean Finnegan stayed. His mother also stayed in the house. I heard they mention hospice care, so I assume his mother was elderly and sickly. And again, it's just like Sean Finnegan surrounding himself with vulnerable people, you know what I mean? He probably just stayed in his mother's house and took care of her. Maybe he did, I don't know. Sometimes these alleged killers and abusers can compartmentalize. So anyway, and so it was around here, and they said that Sean Finnegan worked full-time at, and I wonder for how long, like how many years, how long did he work there? I don't know, but he worked at the Pine House. Okay, that's what they talked about, which is on this Merchant Drive. And so the called to service on December 23rd of 2019 when they said they saw someone who appeared to be, high on something and dancing in circles, was for this, at this 5517 Walwood Road. That's the road that I heard them say. If I'm wrong, let me know, but that makes sense based on, whoa, like that Pint House is right here, and then Jennifer would have been somewhere right here, So maybe she was a regular at the Pint House. Maybe Sean Finnegan regularly abused her because she wanted to make money and she had resorted to some sex work because she was experiencing homelessness. She was really struggling with her addiction. And so, wow, when he offered her even more money, apparently about $100 to come home with him and have sex with him and his girlfriend, no one would have expected what really happened to her, right? Okay, so let me quickly just fetch the next stream quickly for us. I just want to get it here. Of course, they went to lunch. I hope they all had a good lunch. Hold on one second. I'm going to go forward. Okay, they're there. All right, so let me take this off. That's about the most important things I could tell you for now. Of course, this trial is not about Jennifer and her addiction being on trial. That's really got nothing to do with it, unless you're looking just at the victimology for a moment. This is about what Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman did to Jennifer. Rebecca, though, has pleaded guilty and will be testifying against Sean Finnegan. This is a death penalty case. So there'll be 2 phases, and the jury, there's 16 jurors that were chosen. Of course, 4 alternates, 12 jurors. And they will be sequestered the entire time, and they are very likely going to work on Saturday as well, is what they said, right? Yeah, Roaring Titty said, good point, he could have been preying on her for a while. Yeah, I think so, unfortunately. All right, so let me just bring this over for us. I'll do it like this. And here we go. And let me make sure it's boosted as well, so we can hear nicely. And make it full screen. Okay. There we go. Let's just resize this nicely. Now we're switching to Law and Crimes 1. Okay, there we go. Are we ready to watch the afternoon session? Here we go. Go forward.
Everybody knows what to be anticipating.
Well, do y'all have your witnesses now because you got to put on proof for the statement?
Yes, well, we're...
Not you, them.
Yeah.
What's that?
On 404B, you've got to put on proof of clear and convincing evidence that the conversations you
A little bit
alleged
quiet,
took
hold on.
place.
Okay.
Right?
Right, and so my position was I don't really know the argument on whether it's applicable until they do their direct, honestly, to some degree. So the argument might change,
right,
whether it's even applicable or not. So
right.
My feeling is I don't even know how to make the argument until I hear what she says on the stand.
Well, I guess the problem is I don't want to prevent them from asking about it in the event.
I see.
I want them to know that
we could put her on the stand and I can ask her those questions.
And so that she would be your only witness. Then you don't have like the officer there or the other people.
Okay, so they come back from lunch, but the jury's not yet in the courtroom, just discussing a few logistics. The judge's name is Special Judge Don R. Ash. The district attorney is David Clark, and the assistant district attorney is Sarah Keith. And the defense is Christopher Kit Rogers. That's the guy that did the opening statements, as well as Forrest Wallace.
Other people there?
No, I mean, if we're talking about a prior act that she's either going to agree to or not, and if I might have some additional proof, but if she agrees to it, it won't.
But if she says no, then under 404B, that's not clear and convincing, so I can't allow you to introduce it.
Right.
At that, through her.
Right.
Through her testimony.
Through her, yeah. Yeah. I know it's really strange. I've just never dealt with it on the defense side, so I'm having to.
Right. Most time I've dealt with it on the state side, so yeah.
It's reversed.
I'll do what you want, like I said. Or if you want to, we can go ahead and do the direct, and then they can tell me, I've got a few more questions, that'll be French for stop, and then you can tell me what you want to do with the 404B, and then I'll stop, and then we'll decide then. And then that way they can still have the door open in the event they want to ask some questions based upon my ruling.
That's fine too, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm fine with playing it by ear because I really am a little bit lost right now until I hear what she says.
So what we'll do is, you go ahead and call Ms. Dishman, ask whatever question you want to. When you get near the end, just say you've got a few more questions, I'll know that means to stop, that we're going to do the 404B hearing, and then you can say, I want to do it or don't. You decline, and then we'll go from there.
That sounds
Is that
fair.
satisfactory?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. All right. Go get our jury for me, please.
All rise, please.
Okay, Shauna said, I'm familiar with this judge outside of the courtroom. He's a very nice man and a very good, fair judge as well. Well, that's great to hear. Lee T said, Tennessee death penalty is carried out by lethal injection, but the prisoner can request the electric chair if they were convicted before 1999. Interesting as well. Oh my goodness. Hasina, nice to see you. You said, is he 56 years old? It looks like he's aging by the second. Yeah, Sean Finnegan is 56 years old. His former girlfriend is 26 years old, and she's the one that's already pleaded guilty, and she's got life in prison plus 50 years. The plus 50 is for horrific child abuse charges that were found on devices in the home that Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman allegedly participated in. Oh no, and I don't know who those children are, don't know where they are. I hope we get some answers, but they're not really going to be talking about that in this trial, so we probably won't get answers. Oh dear. Okay, so next witness. Let's go forward a bit.
Have a seat. I'll be saying where you'll be saying
Right,
chastised by several people for naming the restaurant y'all were going to. So I will not do that again. And then
Okay, wait. What? We don't want to miss that. Okay, have a seat and then.
I also heard.
There we go. Okay, we
Think you have a seat. Looks like all our jurors have returned. I need to tell you, I got chastised by several people for naming the restaurant y'all were going to, so I will not do that again. And then I also heard that I made a mistake that they didn't have milkshakes today, so that's my bad too. So hopefully that will be remedied one day.
Oh, shame. The judge is like, I got chastised for naming the restaurant you were going to, I guess because reporters would be all over that, right? And then he's like, and I'm very sorry, they didn't have milkshakes today. He's a very nice judge.
One day in the future. But from now on, I will not be saying where y'all are going to eat under any circumstance. So, y'all ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
State calls Rebecca Dishman.
And where is she, here or here?
She's coming.
Okay, great.
Oh my word. Rebecca Dishman. She's the former girlfriend of this guy. The one who's pleaded guilty to all the charges already. This is going to get very, very, very interesting. Well, I assume. I hope it will be. It's just like, whoa, she's testifying against him as part of her plea deal, right? Defense Diaries podcast says, when the state seeks the death penalty, it pretty much guarantees it's going to trial, even in cases like this, where there appears to be no defense because the defendant has nothing to lose. Right? And of course, I mean, he's pleaded not guilty. Yes, please share your insight, your wisdom with us. Defense attorneys, yes, thank you for being here. He's of course pleaded not guilty. Where someone earlier in chat, I think Anne said, imagine if he's just here being like, yeah, I'm gonna plead not guilty. I want to see all this evidence again, because someone that is sick like this one, allegedly, based on everything we know, they might want to do that and feel all in control. You know, they're not going to relinquish control. They're not going to say guilty. He's going to be there all the way. Oh dear, that's speculation, by the way. All right, so Rebecca Dishman. Are we ready? It's these two. Let me show you again. Yeah, those are their mug shots. They were arrested on August 6th of 2020. Okay, so here we go. Ooh, I hope they show his face a little bit.
And while she's coming in,
too.
ladies and gentlemen, anytime anybody has any problem hearing, or remember I told you about a break or anything, just raise your hand. If you have a hearing problem, just point to your ear and I'll know, because I have kind of a hearing issue too. So I want to make sure everybody hears everything.
I wonder what he's telling him. Probably like, don't get angry, dude. Don't have any outbursts, okay? She's about to testify against you. Anna says, OMG, poor Jennifer. Thank you, G, for all your hard work. Thank you so much, Anna, for being a member for 15 months. Thank you all for being here. Please like and share so others can actually find this trial that we're watching together, because with the amount of words they're saying here, it's going to be a tough one. YouTube will not at all put this out there because it's like saying all the naughty words, right? Okay. And just while she's coming in, Rebecca Dishman is 26 years old now. This guy is 56. And if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't be here today. Thankfully, she spoke up about what was going on. Normally I'd go forward a bit, but let's watch him
Ma'am,
squirm.
first up here next to me, please. All the way around here, please. If you'll raise your right hand, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you have a seat. When you sit down there, if you'll say your first and last name and spell them both. And it's really important that you speak loudly into that microphone there so everybody can hear you. Can you do that for me?
Rebecca Dishman.
Okay. Probably needs to be a little bit louder than that. Okay? So go tell me your first name and last name and spell them both.
Rebecca Dishman. REBECCADISHMEN.
Very good. And like I said, if you can keep speaking up, that will help. Okay? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Rebecca, are you a little nervous today?
Yes.
Are you excited to testify?
Yes, I've waited for this moment for 4 years.
But still feeling a little nervous, a little adrenaline.
Yes.
I've talked to you before. If you need me to repeat a question, if you need anyone to repeat a question, don't hesitate to ask, okay? Can you tell us when you were born?
April 30th, 1998.
So how old are you today?
I'm 26.
Can you tell me about where you grew up?
I grew up in Maryville, Tennessee.
Who did you live with growing up?
I grew up with my parents.
And are they still with us?
No, they passed away when I was 18.
Do you remember what year that was?
2016.
So is that also about the year you finished high school?
I was a senior.
So she says her parents passed away when she was 18, and I think she met this Sean Finnegan around the time when she was, how old was she? She was like 21, 22, something like that. Shay, man. Oh my goodness. Okay. So you're okay.
I was in the process of graduating.
So who did you live with when your parents passed?
I lived with my fiance at the time.
How long did you stay there?
A couple years.
Did you ever get married to him?
No.
So what happened that you no longer lived there after 2 years?
My aunt and uncle, Bobby Brown and Carol Brown, took me in.
And when was that?
I don't recall.
Okay. But do you recall how long you lived there with, you said Bobby Brown and Carol Brown?
Maybe a year, not for sure.
So you stayed with them for about a year. Did you leave voluntarily?
They kind of just washed their hands of me. They got tired of me.
Do you know why that was?
'Cause I was with another fiance and had decided to move in with him, and they weren't happy.
How many fiancés have you had?
I've been engaged 5 times, but I've lived with the 3 of them.
Okay. So when you left Bobby and Carol Brown, you said you went and moved with another fiance, and they washed their hands of you.
Yes.
How long did you stay there?
I believe it was a year or so.
And how did that turn out? Did you marry that person?
No.
Did you stay living with them?
No, they moved.
Okay. So where did you go from there?
I ended up staying with my best friend, Tabitha Sparks, and she ended up kicking me out as well.
So where to from there?
I moved back in with Crystal Mays, which is the mother of Austin, my first fiance.
And did you stay living there for a while?
Yes, until they kicked me back out.
Okay. So what was the next place?
Rick and Jenny Fry. I've known them since I was...
Could you say that again and speak up? I think the court reporter was having trouble hearing you.
Rick and Jenny Fry.
One more time.
Sorry. Rick and Jenny Fry.
Okay, thank you. And did you stay there for a significant amount of time?
Yes.
When did you leave that location?
I believe it was August, September of 2019.
And what happened that made you leave there?
I had met Sean on Facebook and decided to move in with him 2 weeks after meeting him. He convinced me.
What was that last part?
He convinced me to move in with him.
Okay. So you say you met him on Facebook
Mm-hmm.
and moved in with him about 2 weeks later. Am I hearing that correctly? Again, sorry,
Yes.
it is. Make sure you speak into the mic. Could you tell us about that interaction, about meeting him on Facebook and what happened in that 2 week period?
Our relationship was kind of fast, and within the 2 weeks I decided to move in because the people that I was staying with, I felt like I was scared that they would end up kicking me out, and I was hoping that things would work out better.
So how did you feel about trying to move in with Sean?
At the beginning I felt, comfort and safe.
Okay. Now you said that he had convinced you to move in. Could you tell us about that, please?
Like, the first text that I recall is he was telling me that he wanted me to move in with him, that he wanted me to live with him and be his girl.
And did you like that idea?
Yes.
So after about 2 weeks, how did you get to his place to move in?
I had basically told Rick and Jenny that I was leaving. I packed my stuff, and he came to get me, and I moved in with him.
So what were things like when you moved in?
The first couple weeks were okay, and I went to go take a shower, and that was our first argument. He pushed me, and I ended up cutting my leg pretty bad, and that led to my first punishment.
Okay. Now, when you met him on Facebook, and of course when he came, was it he who came and picked you up?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know how old he was?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation about how old he was?
He had told me that he was in his 40s at the time.
Okay. Did you know anything about his background or what he did for a living?
Not really. I just knew that he worked at the bar.
Okay. Did you know what bar it was he worked at?
The Pint House in Knoxville.
Okay. And when did he usually work?
Like mornings, I think. Like anywhere from 5 to 5 the next day.
So when you say mornings, like he would come home in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
So 5 to 5 the next day would be like 5 p.m.
To 5
and then
a.m.
5 a.m. Okay. Now, who else lived at that house with you?
His mother at the time.
Did you notice anything about her physical condition or shape?
He had told me that she was on hospice and her health was bad.
Okay. Is that something that, having seen her, sounded accurate to you?
She had her good and bad days.
Okay. So when he was at work, who was there at the house when he had those overnights?
myself and Francis.
Okay. Could you sort of describe what the house, or this apartment, it was a quadplex, right? It kind of looks like a house, but there are multiple units, is that right? Like multiple, you have neighbors who have one unit, you have a unit,
Yes.
like an apartment. Can you describe just, what the house looks like, the apartment you're in looked like?
There was 2 levels and a laundry room, and the apartments were separated by a driveway.
Okay. So what was in the downstairs level?
The kitchen, living room area, and upstairs was the bedroom area and bathroom area.
Okay, so did his mom have a bedroom there that was hers?
Yes.
And where did you stay?
I stayed with Sean in his bedroom.
In his bedroom. Okay, so there's 2 bedrooms.
Yes.
Bathroom also upstairs.
Just upstairs.
Okay. What was your relationship like with his mother?
I mean, we had our ups and downs. She had her good days and bad days. I didn't really have a good or bad relationship, somewhat neutral with her.
So during the day, you weren't hanging out with
No.
Miss Frances, is that her name?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to any neighbors?
Yes, Mahogany Pick.
Okay. And where did Mahogany live in relation to where you stayed there with Mr. Finnegan?
She lived across from us in the other apartment complex.
So if you go out your front door, they live in front of you, or if you go out your back door, they live behind you?
The front door.
Okay. So what were you doing at the time? You said he was working at the Pine House. What did you do?
I stayed at home and I was a stay-at-home girlfriend.
Okay. Had you worked anywhere before you moved in with him?
Yes, but I lost my jobs.
Could you repeat that, please?
I lost my jobs.
Was that you lost your job?
Yes.
Okay. Where had you been working?
I worked for 2 years as a CNA at Kindred in Maryville. Five Guys, I was a cashier, and then at Huddle House, I was a waitress.
And you were let go from each of those jobs?
Yes, all of them.
Okay. So if I could draw your attention back to something you said a little while ago. You talked about the first time that you got in a fight with him, or
Yes.
I think you said he shoved you.
Yes.
Could you give us some more detail about when that was, what happened?
I had asked to borrow his phone to be on Facebook, and one of my exes texted, and it led to him getting angry and shoving me in the shower.
I'm gonna check. Can we approach?
My goodness, she sounds like she's been through a lot, right? I'm not excusing participating in the crimes. I'm just saying, damn, this lady sounds like she's been through a lot of trauma. So she said her parents died when she was 18. Someone's saying both. It sounds like it. Maybe it was like a, do we have to speculate? I don't know what happened, but maybe it's like a car crash or something. How do we know? But my goodness. And then her aunt and uncle took her in and they kicked her out, and she'd been engaged 5 times, lived with 3 of the fiancés over that time. Sure. Okay. Also, if you guys are not following, I'll just carry on while they're still on silent sidebar. This Mahogany that she's referring to is the neighbor, the one whose husband called 911. Okay, and Mahogany, we saw in the trial prep some clips of her. So if you didn't see the trial prep, go check it out. And I'm sure she's going to testify as well, right? Okay, and so Mahogany is the one who took Rebecca to a shelter. And on the way there, Rebecca told her everything. Told her there's a body in the freezer, this is what happened, all of that. And Mahogany told her husband, the husband phoned 911. Okay.
If you could continue telling us about that particular event.
About
We were talking about that event where it's kind of hard to hear you. I think you said you had messaged someone on Facebook, or they had messaged you.
Yes. My ex had messaged me and was texting explicit messages, and it led to him getting angry with me and shoving me in the shower, which I cut my leg and fell.
Is that the only time something like that happened?
No.
Tell us about the next time you recall.
Later, when I got out of the shower, he told me that, you know, he wasn't happy with me, and there was consequences to that. Like, I had to have sex with him, and he tied my hands to the bed and scratched me down my back and made me bleed.
Now, how would you consider the dynamic of your relationship? Who was in charge?
Sean.
And you.
Quick pause. Angie Cheney says the jury is 8 women and 8 men. Very interesting. There's 12 jurors and 4 alternates, and there's 8 females, 8 males. Okay. 50-50 split there. Also, remember that Rebecca Dishman has already pleaded guilty. She was charged with exactly the same charges as Sean Finnegan. She pleaded guilty. She's serving life in prison plus 50 years. And part of that deal is to testify against him. So I know a lot of people asking why she's not in prison clothing. I don't know. But she is in prison. Okay.
You had said you did something that made him unhappy.
Yes.
And that there were consequences. He told you there were consequences. Was that a normal part of your relationship with Sean Finnegan?
I didn't know that it would come to that extent. Like, I knew it would be kinky sex, but I didn't think it would be violent as it was.
Okay, so to rephrase that, you knew there was going to be kinky sex.
Yes.
And you were consenting to that.
Yes.
You were okay with that.
Yes.
You were engaged with him and an active participant in that. Is that correct? And so you said you didn't expect it to get as violent as it did.
Right.
What do you mean by that?
He was a lot more aggressive than I thought he was gonna be. I wasn't expecting it to be as harsh as it was. The punishments and just the dynamic and power role, I guess you could say.
Okay, when you say you didn't expect it to be, as harsh or as aggressive, what kind of things would he do then as punishment?
Anywhere from putting me in a dog cage and urinating on me and climaxing, defecating on me, chaining me up with a dog chain, using box cutters on me, sodomizing me, using torch ladders on me, just very violent punishments.
And I understand this is probably hard to talk about, but when you say using these things on you, what do you mean he was using them for? What was he doing?
For his sexual gratification.
Okay. So you say he used chains on you?
Yes.
How specifically were they used on you?
It was wrapped around my neck with a padlock, and he made me walk on all fours and act like a dog.
Okay. And the same thing, he would put you in the dog cage?
Yes.
Okay. You said he used a box cutter?
Yes.
How did he use that?
On my inner thighs and cut.
All right. So he would use a box cutter and cut on your inner thighs. And you also said something about a torch?
Yes.
What kind of torch?
do that in here. Can't do that in here. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. What kind of torch?
A torch lighter.
Like a torch lighter? Could you describe what that looks like? How is that different than like a cigarette lighter?
It's usually used for like lighting grills and
Okay.
other things like that.
And what would he do with that?
He made me perform oral sex on him, and he had his leg over my throat and was burning my shoulder at the time.
Okay. What was your name for him? If you referred to him as Sean, and did you refer to him as anything else?
At the time, I was his little girl, and I called him Daddy.
Okay.
Zen Jen says inmates are permitted, thank you for quoting as well, inmates are permitted considerable freedom in personal grooming and dress as long as their appearance does not conflict with the institution's requirements for safety, security, identification, and hygiene. Thank you so much. I love it when you guys go hunting for answers. If I'm like, I already know why she's not wearing prison attire. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So yes, that is why. Oh my goodness, you guys. Like, as I said now to Roaring Titty, you were saying, where's the trigger bunny? We've got a trigger warning right here on the top right of the screen. You see that? Okay, we're putting it there because otherwise I'd literally have to sit like this the whole trial. This is our trigger bunny if you've never met him. What? Like this? My word. This is so hectic. Okay, moving on.
Did you love him?
Yes.
Do you still love him?
Yes.
Were these punishments he did and the things you described as harsh or aggressive, did those continue for your whole relationship?
Yes. And they continue to get worse.
If I could draw your attention back to like the winter.
Damn, she still loves him. I mean, I think she plausibly has 0 self-worth. Oh my goodness. Right? Still loves him after all that. Like, oh my goodness. That is scary. That is very scary. Okay. I know everyone's going to say trauma bond and all that right now. I get it. Coercive control is the updated term for that. But damn, because she participated in a lot, including the abuse of children under the age of 3. So this is really, Sam's mom is like, we need, you're actually right. We need the horror hog. Trigger bunny can just sit down. We need the horror hog. This is horrifying. Oh my goodness. Thank you all for being here as we watch this together.
Sure. Like around December of 2019. Do you recall anyone else coming in to the home?
Yes, Jennifer.
Could you tell us about what happened when Jennifer came in?
She came in and I was putting the bed up and I was confused because I didn't know the woman, and Sean later came in and introduced us together. She made breakfast and asked to take a shower, and once she went to go take a shower, Sean asked me, do you want to kidnap her? And
how did you react to that?
I knew that I had no say-so really in the matter, that he controlled the house, and anything I said, even if it was a no, that it wouldn't have mattered anyways.
Do you know how Miss Paxton got to the house?
No. I'm assuming that he just,
Yep. Don't assume. Did she arrive the same time Sean arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And this was a time he had gone to work and he came home?
Yes.
Okay. So she's there, makes breakfast, takes a shower, and he's talking to you while she's in the shower. Is that right, or was it before or after she got out of the shower that he made that statement about kidnapping her?
When she was in the shower.
Okay, so what happened when she got out of the shower?
She ate breakfast and we were talking, and after she ate breakfast, he like walked her over towards the back door and was showing her a baseball bat. And then he started hitting her over the head. And I went into shock, and he yelled at me to go upstairs because his mother was coming down for her medication.
So when this started, where were you? When he's talking to her about the baseball bat?
I was in front of the fireplace in the middle of the living room.
Okay. And so you said they're closest to the back door?
Yes.
Right. And Miss Finnegan is getting her medicine?
Yes.
Where was she?
She was upstairs, but she was in the process of coming down.
Okay. So at that point, he instructs you to intercept?
Yes.
So what do you do then?
I went upstairs and I told her to stay in the room because I didn't want her to see what was going on.
And did she do that? Do what you asked her to do at that point?
She fussed at me and went back to bed.
And what did you do?
By the time I got downstairs, they were fighting. Jennifer had the fire grate over her to protect her, and there was blood on the floor.
When you say the fire grate, you said you were saying about fireplace earlier. There's the thing in front of the fire place, or like the thing that logs would be in?
The thing that is in front of the fire.
Like the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So you say she's got that, defending herself with it. Is she hitting him with it, or is she holding it over her?
She was just defending herself with it, holding it to her body and head.
Was that effective defense?
No.
So what happened is when you arrived and you see that going on? What's going on next?
I was in shock, and I approached slowly, and he told me to go into the kitchen and get the cleaning supplies.
And what did you do when you got the cleaning supplies?
He told me to clean up the blood, and he was disgrading her. He ripped her pants down and was screaming at her and said...
You need to speak up some more, a little louder, okay? A little closer to the microphone.
He said, "Why don't you shave?" And she started crying, and he just spat on her and was really aggressive towards her.
So she's there on the ground, it sounds like at this point?
Yes.
And he's ripping that off. And you have cleaning supplies.
Yes.
What's going on at that point?
Quick pause. We might need a pause here and there. Oh my word. Someone said, there we go. Wait, Sonny said she's not innocent. None of us believe she's innocent of her crimes. She's pleaded guilty. She admitted to it, all of that. Participated in it. But someone said, there we go. Angie said, since she was being controlled, she may have gotten some enjoyment out of abusing someone else. So that does happen sometimes too, right? It's kind of what people speculated with Adam and Kayla Montgomery. That maybe Kayla, which is not acceptable either way, was thankful that at least he was abusing someone else, which just so happened to be Harmony, right? But you know what's going to be interesting, speaking of that case, is when the cross-examination happens. Like, will we see a shift in demeanor in this witness or not? Because we see that sometimes. Right now, she's very, like, soft-spoken and all of that. But we'll see what happens when there's cross-examination. But this is, whoa. Wow, things really escalated now. Oh my goodness. We did trial prep and everything. We were prepared. And still, I'm shocked. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go.
I was in shock, and he told me to clean up the blood around her, and I did so. And at one point, he told me to get on one side, and he got on the other, and both of us went up the stairs with her and walked her to his bedroom.
So are you each propping her up at this point? Or are you just like walking her and escorting her?
Escorting her.
Okay. So she's conscious
Yes.
at this point still. So you walk up the stairs. What happens when you get up there?
He locks the door and lays her on the floor on my side of the bed, and he makes her perform oral sex on her. And I'm forced to watch.
Okay, could you repeat that? I think the court reporter was having a hard time hearing you.
He forced her to perform oral sex on him, and I was forced to watch.
And so forgive me for being very overt with this, but you say he forced her to perform oral sex. Could you tell us where his penis is?
He put his penis in her mouth and ripped her clothes.
And she's in the floor next to the bed?
Yes.
Where are you?
I was crouched beside him.
And how long did that continue?
Until he got angry and pulled my shirt down and made me finish.
And what do you mean by he made you finish?
He wasn't satisfied with her, and he made me perform oral on him.
So is that in the same way that you just described that he had Miss Paxton perform oral on him?
Okay, quick pause again. Jessica Allen, thank you so much. You said her father passed away in November of 2016 in a nursing home in Maynardville, Tennessee. He was a U.S. veteran, and her mother passed away May 2017. Thank you so much for that information as well. Giovanna, thank you so much for your $20 super sticker. You said, thank you, G, for your excellent coverage, and thank you for being here. Someone says, I made it finally to the girlfriend. Yes, well done. Well done if you've caught up. There we go. Love wins. You said you've made it to the girlfriend finally. Thank you for being here with us. Okay. I will make sure to timestamp everything for you. So if you want to watch the replay, if you missed any witnesses, if you want to see things again, they will all be timestamped, and it's going to be easy for you to navigate the replays. Okay.
And so he pulled your shirt down and had you do that.
Yes.
And you said he finished?
Yes.
And what happened at the conclusion?
He went downstairs to clean up the blood and told me to watch her to make sure she didn't leave the room.
Did he make any other statements
No.
about that point before going down? Okay. So he went down to clean up the blood better.
Yes.
And then comes upstairs. You're in the room with her. What's going on while he's downstairs?
I'm thinking that he was cleaning up the blood.
Are you on the bed? Are you next to the bed?
I was standing next to the bed.
So about how long was he down there, if you recall?
No more than 5 minutes.
And what happens when he comes back up?
He grabs her and chains her to the side of his bed and tells me he has to leave for work and kisses me goodbye and leaves me there with her and tells me not to leave the house, to keep her there if anything happens, to take care of it, like keep her from yelling to hurt her.
Had she yelled out?
No.
Did she have any sort of vocal reaction in that first impact with the bat, or when she has the fire screen?
Yes, she was screaming.
Okay. So he leaves for work. She's chained to the bed. Where are the keys to the chain?
He took them to work with him.
And so he's at work all day and you're there.
Yes.
And she's still where?
Chained to the side of the bed.
Did you have any conversations with her in this period of time?
Yes, as I was feeding her and giving her drinks and letting her smoke, we talked a little bit.
So many are asking how old is she? She's 26 years old now. She was 22 at the time. Loba Volcano said social anxiety may cause a monotone voice. People may fear speaking up for themselves and limit their emotion and tone. Also, dissociation causes disconnection between a person and their emotions, of course. And yeah, this is very hectic. Thank you so much for your sticker, Loba Volcano. Okay, and someone is asking, was it his daughter? No, that was his girlfriend at the time. Live-in girlfriend, as she said, and he's 56 now, so he's 30 years older than her. So at the time he was 52 and she was 22, right? Okay. And Jennifer, the victim in this case, was 36 years old when she was murdered in December of 2019.
Did you try to let her go?
At one point.
Tell us about that.
I took a knife, like a kitchen knife, and tried to pop the locks, and I cut the zip ties off, and it led to Sean getting angry with me.
Okay, so he's at work and you do this.
Yes.
When he comes home from work, where is everybody? Describe that scene for us.
Frances stayed in her room while all of this was going on.
Okay. So he comes back. Are you in the living room or are you in the bedroom with her when he gets home from work?
I believe I was in the bedroom at the time.
Okay. So he walks in and he sees this scene.
Yes.
Tell us about that reaction.
He was angry. He was like, why the fuck did you cut her zip ties? She could have grabbed anything and stabbed you or hurt you. She could have got free.
Was that all that happened? Is that he yelled at you about it?
Yes.
And what did he do about her being chained there?
He told me not to do it again, and he put the zip ties back on her.
Was there any punishment for you at that point for undoing any of the fastenings or chains?
I believe he made me perform oral sex.
Okay. Were there anything else that he did sexually at any point to Miss Paxton?
He forced my adult toys inside of her and forced his fingers on her and forced me to watch. And also, at one point, she was on the floor and he was behind me and he forced me to climax over her.
So, in the course of this, you are actively participating in sexual activity with Miss Paxton too. Is that correct?
I couldn't climax until he forced me to climax.
But that does mean
Yes.
that you are participating. And when you say he forced you to climax, what do you mean by that?
He physically, like, aggressively rubbed me until I climaxed.
Okay, so he is touching you while you're over her.
Yes.
If we have the picture of that. And what did he do?
Okay, we pause again. Old? I don't know what BTCHS means. Gaming says that's all you're getting in this chat is judgment. Okay, well, we've got fantastic moderators here who are doing their very best with 3,500 people. And this is the internet. Welcome to it. You know, we're not in control of the whole internet, but we're trying our best over here in this community, and we are here for Jennifer Paxton and her family. She's the victim in this case, Jennifer Paxton and her family. We are here for them. This is justice for Jennifer. Rebecca's already pleaded guilty. She's going to serve life in prison plus 50 years. And part of the plea agreement is that she has to testify against Sean Finnegan. Sean Finnegan is on trial. He's the one on trial, remember that. And it's a death penalty trial. And the jury's sequestered the entire time, and they're anticipating that they're also going to be working on Saturday. And there'll be a second phase to this trial, which will be the punishment phase. So for the death penalty, will they decide on it or not? I wonder. Okay, so let's keep going. Here and there we have to take some pauses. Because I gotta just like one step at a time here. Oh my goodness. It's very hectic.
At your climax.
She was revolted by it, and she said I was gonna throw up, and he slapped her across the face, and I just shut down and left.
When you say you left, where did you go?
I went downstairs.
Okay. And when you say that he used adult toys and forced them inside her, again, we do have to be specific here. We can't assume what you mean by that. Where did he force those toys?
He used vibrator on her vaginally.
Okay. Anywhere else?
Not that I remember.
So you go downstairs. Does he follow you? What happens after that?
I just cooled off for a minute, and then I came back upstairs.
Okay. And when you come back upstairs, where are Sean Finnegan and Jennifer Paxton?
We went to sleep.
Okay. And when we're talking about you going to sleep, where is she?
In the floor, beside Sean.
Chained to the bed?
Yes.
And where are you?
On the left side of Sean.
Okay. And he is in the bed?
Yes.
Yeah. That's basically what I'm asking. Are the two of you are in the bed and she is in the floor, if I'm
Yes.
understanding what you said correctly? Did you ever have a key to those padlocks?
No.
So during the day, since you don't have a key, what do you do about Ms. Paxton if she has to relieve herself or go to the bathroom?
There was a cigarette pill outside that I used for her to use the bathroom in. And she had to wear adult briefs.
Okay. So when you talk about a cigarette pill, could you sort of tell us how big or small that was?
Big enough to hold like maybe a gallon.
Well, if you could, was this like a big bucket, or was this flower pot size? If you could compare it to something.
Yeah, like a flower pot.
Okay. Did Miss Paxton ask to leave?
Yes.
What could you do about that?
I told her that I wish I could let her leave, but I didn't have any way of letting her go, and it really upset me.
Did she ever tell Mr. Finnegan she needed to leave or wanted to leave?
Yes.
What was his reaction?
He told her that as he was killing her, that she wasn't going anywhere, that she was going to die.
So when you say he said told her you're going to die?
Yes.
What did she do?
She started crying.
And what did he do?
He just kicked her and spat on her and was really aggressive.
Did he any time follow through on telling her she had to die?
He did this as he was strangling her.
Okay. So if you could tell us about that specifically. She's been in the house, he has gone to work, he's come back from work. What happened in, let's say, the last portion of her life? Could you walk us through what was going on?
Yes. One day he came home from work and he had bags that had shower curtains, washcloths, bleach, gloves, and things of that nature. And I thought it was for, the house, but he was carrying it upstairs, and once he carried it upstairs, I knew that he was gonna kill her. He had me go with him and shower her in the shower, and as he was strangling her, I was cleaning up the blood that was left over in the shower. And at one point he screamed at me to get in the bedroom, that I was taking too long. And I came in and he told me to lock the door, and as I walked in, he was straddled over her, strangling her with a shoestring, and told me to help him, and I just shut down and sat on the bed and just gave up, essentially.
How long did this go on?
For hours.
Could you describe for us specifically what was going on in the course, if you say this was hours?
He would start and stop, take breaks in between, and he wouldn't allow me to leave the room to empty the ashtray or anything, and I just sat on the bed.
So was he smoking?
Yes.
In between while this is going on? Were you?
Yes.
Damn, it's like taking smoke breaks in between murdering, strangling. Oh my goodness. This sounds like John Wayne Gacy at this point, that he also used to do that. I know a lot of killers have done that, serial killers we've looked at. So again, I speculate, okay, how many other victims are there that we don't yet know about? Because this guy was 52 years old when he was doing this. So what else did he do his whole life? I really wonder. Will they solve any other cases? I really wonder. Is that, trigger warning? Choking until someone passes out, but not killing them. And then they come back to life and then they do it again. These sadistic killers really enjoy that. John Wayne Gacy used to read Bible verses to people while he was doing that. Oh my goodness. So, okay. Another little pause here. Thank you for being here.
Was she allowed to smoke in the course of this?
No.
Okay. So, you try to take ashtray out. No, you've got to stay in here.
Yes.
He's choking over shoestrings, stops, cigarette break.
Yes.
However long this goes on, what finally concluded this episode?
He went to empty the ashtray, and she was taking her last breath, and I got on my hands and knees and told her goodbye because I knew she was dying.
Damn, that's disturbing. Oh my word. I'm losing my voice. It's so disturbing. Heidi said, please remind me again how long he held her captive. 3 to 4 days. That was 3 to 4 days of pure hell. She got... Okay, so Rebecca says she got on her knees and said goodbye. I mean... This is very hectic.
And he came back inside and slapped me across the face and left for work because they were blowing his phone up because he was really late for work.
So when she finally passed, and you said you knew she was going to, was Mr. Finnegan choking her at that point, or
He was in the bathroom emptying the ashtray.
after he had choked her?
Yes.
And so they're blowing up his phone for work.
Yes.
What happens with her body laying there on the ground?
She takes her last breath and she just dies.
Okay. So she died, and he says, I'm going to go to work?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? So
It's like hours of strangling her, and, you know, that she wakes back up, regains consciousness, all of that. And then when Jennifer is about to die, then Rebecca's like on her knees saying goodbye. Like, what? And then afterwards, it's just like, okay, I'm going to work. Going to work at the Pint House. Do you know how disturbed people who used to be regulars at the Pint House or ever went to the Pint House must feel right now as well? Oh my goodness. Shame, man. The poor family and friends in the courtroom of Jennifer Paxton. This is horrific. This is a lot worse than I thought it would be. It's really, oh my goodness. I just, again, thank you all for being here. Don't think I could watch this without you. Wow. May there be full justice for Jennifer Paxton. Nobody deserves to be murdered, number one. And definitely not this way either. Oh my word. So remember that she's already been sentenced. Life in prison plus 50 years. She's already pleaded guilty. She's admitted guilt. She's confessed all the things, right? So now she's testifying against Sean Finnegan, not to get anything. Now, it's part of the plea agreement. So a death penalty was not sought for her because she pleaded guilty, got life in prison plus 50 years, and must testify against him. That's why she's here. So she's not on trial, but wow, what a participant of that sicko. What a demented situation. So sinister, so sadistic, so beyond, as Melly said earlier, so beyond BDSM. This is like sadistic, terrible stuff. It's way past 50 Shades of anything, as someone said earlier as well.
what happens? He goes to work and you're there.
Yes. From the time he left to the time he came home, I was on his side of the bed, checking her pulse, and just in a state of shock and fear.
Did she have a pulse?
No.
Did you call 911?
No.
Did you have a phone?
No.
At that point? So he comes home from work after he's worked his whole shift,
Yes.
presumably. So what happens when he arrives home that night, or early the next morning?
Me and him clean up any blood and anything that's left over, and we brought her downstairs, and he put her in a freezer downstairs and blocked it from people getting in. Like, the door was faced towards the stairwell.
So is this the freezer that you had there in the kitchen?
No, this was a different freezer.
So this is a different freezer?
Yes.
When did that freezer show up at the house?
I don't know exact dates, but it was there before Jennifer died.
Long time before or short time before?
Shortly.
Okay. So it's there in the living room, you put her in.
Yes.
And he positions it so that the door is facing the wall.
Yes.
How long was it in that position?
I'm not for sure.
But did that change at some point?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that, please?
At one point, he was scared of someone going in the freezer, and we took her body out and carried the freezer upstairs, and then carried her body upstairs and put her in the closet.
The way she said someone, they were afraid that someone would discover the body in the freezer. I mean, wouldn't she have said Frances, the mother, at that point? It could be Frances, the mother she's referring to, but someone tells me they may have had other people over. Oh no, were there more victims? Like what? This, as we say in South Africa, when things get very hectic, we say choo choo choo, or like yo yo yo. I know sometimes if I do this, people are like, what are you doing? It's a South African thing. We go yo 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 when things are getting like really hectic, like oh my goodness. Yeah, this case is there. Sure.
So how did this freezer get power in the closet? Is there an outlet in there?
He ran an extension cord to an outlet.
Okay. So at this point, she's in the freezer. What is the state of her body? Is she wearing her clothes?
No.
What happened to her clothes?
I believe that they were in a bag, like, for tossing away.
For tossing away, is that what you said? Okay. And so, before she's put in the freezer, could you walk us through again the process before putting her in the freezer the first time?
When we put her in the freezer, Sean was in front of her and I was behind her. And he forced her body to go inside of the freezer, and she made a noise, like snapping noise, and blood went on me, and it freaked me out.
So was she completely naked?
Yes.
At that point? Did she have anything around her or anything else done to the body?
She had a shower curtain and garbage bags.
Okay. So she's in that same sort of wrapped up state when you move the freezer up to the bedroom closet.
Yes.
Did you notice anything else about him doing anything to the closet door?
He changed the locks.
Did the closet previously have a doorknob that locked?
No.
And so he changed it to a different
Yes.
doorknob? Okay. So Miss Paxton is in the freezer that is in the bedroom. Did you ever notice anything else that drew your attention to this situation? Did you ever walk in and see Sean? Did you ever see Sean in the bedroom?
Yes.
Did you ever see Sean in the bedroom doing something that made you think that's unusual?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
There was one or two times that I caught him masturbating to Jennifer.
Could you describe that scene for us?
The first time I was taking a shower and I came in to put my dirty clothes in the hamper and he was masturbating and he held out his hand and I was confused as to what it was until I looked over and he had cut off her nose and intimate areas.
And what did you do when you walked in and saw that?
It freaked me out. I ran downstairs and was almost outside of the door, but he yelled at me to get back inside.
So when you walk in and see it, could you go into more detail? Where is he in relation to the freezer?
He was standing in front of it.
He's standing in front of it.
Yes.
Terry Lynn Roxy's like, please don't describe that scene. I know, right? It's like, oh no, she's going to describe the scene. Candy says, necrophilia, OMG. I'm sorry, this guy, I mean, the only other kidnapping that I found that he allegedly committed, I just don't know what happened. Why was he not thrown in prison at that point? But there was, as I say, maybe the victim dropped the charges or something. But in 2015, he kidnapped a woman, took her to his home, and that's way before he met Rebecca, right? And so Rebecca and him, but that was December 2019. Okay. So in 2015, he kidnapped a woman, also chained her, and, you know, she had bruises and lacerations and all sorts of things, according to her, from what I've read. And so they said that the way that she escaped was begging him to take her home because she had to pick up her 11-year-old daughter, which is like, and then he took her home? I mean, oh my. Okay, I don't know. Lucky her then that she survived that. I just worry about him around kids as well, him around anyone. It sounds like this guy, I mean, it's going to be hard to believe that he isn't a serial killer at this point, right? That he hasn't got other victims. I mean, this guy is like, oh, I'm going to buy a freezer. Before Jennifer is murdered, I'm just going to buy a freezer and then just pick up some shower curtains, garbage bags. It sounds like the usual Walmart supply in these cases, right? What? Like he knew what he's doing. He knows the drill. You know what I mean? It's not just like, think on my feet. Like and he's so blasé about it. Just like, oh, I'm just going to go to work. See you later. What? Okay.
And so is the freezer open or closed?
Open.
Could you describe, could you see inside from where you were? Could you describe what you observed from that point?
He had the garbage bag ripped open from her head to her cleavage.
Okay. So you ran downstairs at that point, you said?
Yes.
And he yelled at you?
Yes.
What happened after that?
After I went upstairs, he closed the door and made me perform oral sex on him because it aroused him.
Could you repeat that last part?
Because it aroused him.
Because it aroused him, is that what you said? Sorry. Do need you to speak up, sorry.
A lot of sick things that aroused Sean Finnegan, right? I mean, murder, necrophilia, children. What? Ooh, my word. Okay, Michael Schmidt says, thank you, Gisela, for your tenacity in bringing the truth. Thank you so much.
In the course of your relationship with him and while this has happened and you're living in this situation, did anything change?
It just kept getting worse.
When you say it kept getting worse, what do you mean?
The power control, punishments, consequences, all of that.
I'm sure at that point then she was worried she's going to get murdered, right? Ashley R says, people keep saying stuff like she's owned up to her part and serving time, she's not on trial, etc. What are we're meant to forgive her? She's cold AF. No, it's just the chat mustn't get distracted with, like we did earlier, right? The whole chat was saying, oh my word, Jennifer was suffering from substance abuse and she was taking heroin. The whole chat's about that, and that's fine. People could chat and have their opinions, but we want to stay focused on justice for the victim and their families, right? So we don't want this trial to be about her. She's already pleaded guilty. So it's not about, is she guilty or not? Do people believe her or not? All of that is kind of just like, one has to listen to it for the evidence of what's going to be brought against Sean Finnegan, right? So it's more a reminder just to stay focused rather than getting completely off track, I think is why people say it. She's already pleaded guilty. She's life in prison. There's no question about it. She confessed, she's pleaded guilty, life in prison plus 50 years, so Sean Finnegan is on trial. She's, as part of her plea agreement, she's testifying against him. And man, we're hearing things we probably would have never heard before. It's very hectic. So now she says the punishment against her is escalating after this murder, which also must be very disturbing in itself, to watch him murder someone, watch him pleasure himself while looking at a dead body in a freezer. Like, what? Okay, that really like took it to, even like one would think it can't go to the next level, but for her, even that must have been like, what? Really the next level of horror. Okay, so Jill says, wow, this is horrific. This is so horrific. Yes. And as we say, if one had to study her, one could say she's a traumatized person. One could say there was a power and control dynamic. One could say coercive control and all that stuff, because it's valid. Doesn't mean, it doesn't equal she's innocent. It's just part of the conversation. It's the same as Jeffrey Dahmer, or John Wayne Gacy, all these people. I've written some books on them. If you haven't heard them before, maybe you want to hear some of them. It will prep you for trials like this. Yeah, because that was hectic stuff as well. But with him, I mean, like John Wayne Gacy was very abused by his dad. We can go down the whole the trauma avenue if one wanted to. It's just part of the conversation, but it doesn't mean she's innocent. She knows she's guilty. She's pleaded guilty. She's doing life in prison plus 50 years, right? So it's just very interesting to hear her take on it. And I'm very interested to see how cross-examination is going to go. What is the defense going to ask? How will they ask it? Will there be a demeanor shift? Because sometimes we see that. I'm thinking maybe there won't be, but just based on her demeanor in general. But let's see. It will be very interesting to see that. Okay, so I wonder what more we'll hear. What more could we possibly hear on this day? Okay, here we go.
Did you try to tell anyone about this?
Yes.
Who did you tell?
I told Mahogany, Pia, and I told my cousin Paula and one of my exes at the time, but I didn't have any luck.
When you told one of your exes at the time, how did you go about doing that? You've already said you didn't have a phone, so what did you do?
I went to a neighbor's house and borrowed her phone to text him.
Okay.
And I said, I need help.
And did you ever hear back from that?
No.
Okay. So, how many times did you tell Mahogany about these kinds of things?
At least 2 or 3 times.
Okay. Could you tell us about what led up to your eventually telling people what had happened?
She was noticing the bruises on my eyes, and she knew that something wasn't right. 'Cause she kept asking me, Rebecca, what's wrong? What is he really doing to you?
Okay.
So it took some time for her to open up to that neighbor who was her friend, right? Sophia said this case is very similar to the Timothy Haslett Jr. case, which is recent too. I've covered that. If you guys haven't seen my coverage of that case, oh my goodness, that one as well. So if you just type in Grizzly True, like Timothy Haslett Jr., Grizzly True Crime, you'll find all the coverage. I think there's at least 3 videos already. You say he lured women, I believe they were sex workers, and kept them in his basement. 1 escaped, the 2 others were killed. Well, we know of 1 other so far that was killed. The other one is speculated to be killed, right? They haven't found evidence of that yet. But blue barrels are popping up because of flooding. So that's a very interesting case as well, yes.
So at that point, did you decide to do something?
Not at first, but later on.
So walk us through that.
One day she came over and showed me that he had been to prison for...
Stop. Walk us through your decision with...
Nice. Now I'm kind of glad that got slipped in there. Oh, well, one day she came over. So I think the neighbor, Mahogany, did a background check and was like, oh, he had... Okay, now we're also learning. So he had done some prison time. Maybe it was for that other kidnapping charge in 2015, huh? Sounds like he didn't do enough at all. Linda Kemp says, yo, die story is woes. Yeah, in South Africa, that means like, yo, as I explained earlier, that's like, this is hectic, and the story is woes. Is like, this is a wild story. This is very hectic.
Mahogany, that you eventually decided to seek shelter.
Sure.
Yes, that's right, Jeeps. Jeeps loved it when you summarize it like that. She can be both a victim and a perpetrator. Yes, she can. She can be a victim and a perpetrator. I don't know why people like have that binary thinking it's one or the other. She can be both. Exactly. Okay, we've got some sidebar there. Is it break time? Yeah, they're going to do a little afternoon break. We're going to skip over that. Sure, look at this guy.
Be seated.
Okay, so it's afternoon break time. It's like, she ain't no victim, WTF. Okay, we're not being like, shame for her victim. It's just like, she's obviously gone through a lot of trauma in her life. She's obviously, she could have been a victim of coercive control of this maniac, right? She does seem traumatized. I think that's what we're saying. People get very upset, right? Defense diary says, sounds like some type of Stockholm syndrome, which could be, yes, which the updated wording would be coercive control, the banner under which that falls, right? Which is why I keep saying that, because it's like, she could be. And people might be like, but why? Maybe the 5 fiancés were also like BDSM types. We don't know. And maybe she was a victim of coercive control over and over again, repeating a pattern. But anyway, we're not really here to debate that. We're here to debate Sean Finnegan and what he did or did not do. Is the evidence overwhelming yet for you or not really? Does anyone here think he's like completely innocent? That would be interesting. And you may. It's the internet. You may have an opinion. Okay, we're not the jury. We're not the judge. We're not affecting the case. So let's go forward now through this break. We don't want to stare at a clock. How long did they have this break? Wait, we're there. Okay. Looks like 15 minutes or so. Ooh, I think they're going to discuss things outside of the presence of the jury here now. Yeah.
Say, but also.
Okay, they're coming back any moment now. Wendy says she doesn't seem traumatized to me. Sorry, not sorry. Well, I've had therapists tell me that in therapy, but talking about horrendous trauma, but it's because one is like kind of removed from it after you've been through a lot. You know what I mean? Sometimes you might come across as just like disconnected from it. You know what I mean? So it could be something like that. She might have gone through a lot of things and might just be like flatline monotone. Talking as Loba Volcana said earlier. Okay, yeah, Ms. Holmes says, Sean Finnegan is the one true boogeyman hiding under your bed or in the closet. I mean, he is so terrifying. And if you already kidnapped a lady in 2015 and is accused of murdering Jennifer Paxton and also horrifically abused children, which that's not being brought into this trial, okay? That's just part of what we know about him, the charges. So he's one of the worst we've heard of in a long time, right? Yuna says, he looks like a seriously scary dude. Thanks, Chief, for your hard work. And he looks quite pissed off now, right, from this testimony. I mean, he would be, but he does. His nostrils are flaring, right? Phoebe says, my opinion is absolutely non-innocent. He is guilty, guilty, guilty. And so sick. Oh, my word. That's why I say depraved helpers. I'm like, this person is like, the depravity is next level. Okay, I don't want to miss anything.
That after he told her that he had been to prison, something to that effect. And obviously that's
After he told her.
He said that Sean told her that he had been to prison. And so I think is what she told her.
So I thought this was in relation to a conversation she was having with.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody else told her that Sean had been to prison. That's right.
Right.
That's right.
Another
So,
person.
another person. I apologize, Judge. But
So
the po-
objection hearsay,
it's an objection hearsay, but also
but you didn't make an objection.
right. But I am making an objection now because I'm moving for a mistrial based on the fact that she brought up. Whether it's a fact or not, it doesn't matter. She said that he's been to prison, and this entire case is about a power dynamic, and their whole case is about a power dynamic and who's in charge and who's in not. I can't unring.
Oh man. Okay, we've got the motion for a mistrial already. Day one, just a few hours in. I mean, we do expect it. That is what this defense attorney is going to do, right? He's doing his job. And I mean, she probably should not have said that. Can't bring in other crimes, other times he was in prison and all of that. Let's see where this goes. This judge is just like, you didn't object. He's like, it would have been objection hearsay. You didn't object. He's like, no, I didn't, but I'm objecting now. Oh boy, here we go. Imagine if it is a mistrial, just like, okay, mistrial, and then we're done, like in one day. Like, what? Oh my word. We'll be back whenever there's another one. But let's see what happens.
Ring that bell, and a curative instruction is not going to unring that bell. And so my position is that it's manifest necessity to stop this trial right now and start over again if we're going to do it. But right now, I can't come back from the fact that she said he's been to prison. I can't. And there's no way that you can mention it and say, well, that she didn't mean that. There's no way that you can say, I don't know how you cure it, Judge. And so I can't recover. So I think that
You could cure it by saying, well, a neighbor said, so it was just gossip. It was just community gossip. But obviously, that's not true. That's not true. I'm just like, how do you come back from that? Okay.
it's manifest necessity because I cannot get an impartial verdict at this point in time.
I understand. State.
Your Honor, please. The state would oppose the defendant's motion. The witness's answer was not responsive to the question, and certainly we could avoid this with a little more latitude on leading when I try to get to different subjects. Nevertheless, it was intended to elicit conversations about getting the shelter and talking to someone at the shelter when she gave them that information and they had a room for her, is where we're going. So it was a non-responsive answer. It was very quick, and it was the kind that is hearsay. Somebody told me this, and we immediately pivoted to try to get back on track. So there's no other information on that other than what is, even in lay terms, hearsay. It's certainly not anything that is completely detrimental to the defense. The state has no intention of arguing that his prison history is what created this dynamic. We're talking about their BDSM and their sexual history that is creating this dynamic, and not at all his criminal record getting into that. There are a number of things, obviously, that Mr. Finnegan has in his past, and we have not proffered those or tried to do anything untoward to elicit that information. This simply isn't manifest necessity. It is an offhand statement in what is going to be hours and hours of testimony in this case in total. We do believe that the motion for the new trial should be, or mistrial should be denied. If Your Honor believes a curative instruction is appropriate, the state certainly doesn't object to that, and we would frankly move to strike her answer that was non-responsive to the state's question. On the other hand, if it is, there is the argument that it is better for the jury to just gloss over that and nobody ever mention it again, so as not to draw any attention to that. And then the state is okay with whichever way that the court wants to address this. But again, don't believe in the context of everything that this in any way requires a mistrial.
So in y'all's proof in regard to enhancers, let's say there's a conviction or aggravators, from what I looked at, you're not introducing prior record. Is that correct, or you are introducing prior record?
Well, that of course the defense would, or the defendant would already be found guilty.
I know, I'm just asking.
And so there was a notice filed of notice of enhancement for prior convictions.
And aren't those just drug convictions?
There's a drug and there's a firearm charge. There's not domestic violence, for example.
Okay.
Judge, can I just follow up one more?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
She's a state.
Okay, so I want to say all the YouTube words have already said it all. Drugs and firearm charges, so not even the kidnapping charge, on my word. Okay, so let's see how this goes. I think, I mean, the fact that the defense attorney did not object in that moment, I think that he's gonna lose the battle then, right?
State witness and has been for a year. They took a plea in September last year. I have to assume that that was put together before we got here because that was staged when we got here in September. We didn't know they were taking a plea until we got here. So we assumed that they had already spoken to her and they knew what they were doing before they got here. So it's a state witness that tells the story, that is the main accuser against the defendant, and their entire prosecution is based on a power struggle on what happened at those events. Credibility is everything. She just said he went to prison. I just don't know how, I can come back from that, Judge.
Well, frankly, Your Honor, if they're arguing credibility, they're arguing that's not true, whatever she said on that.
I got it. I'm good. So in ruling on a motion for mistrial based upon misconduct, and this would be misconduct by a witness, the trial judge must review the circumstances and must decide whether the misconduct has been prejudicial, thereby preventing a fair trial under the circumstances. And our courts have said, and it's the case of State v. Nash, 294 Southwest 3rd, 541 Tennessee 2009. It says in determining whether to grant a mistrial, a trial court should consider following: 1, whether the state elicited the testimony or whether it was unsolicited and unresponsive. It clearly was unsolicited and unresponsive. Whether the trial court offered and or gave a curative instruction. I think I can give such a curative instruction. And the relative strength or weakness of the state's case. All I've heard is just the state's case so far. So based on what I've heard so far, it seems to be strong, but I can't balance those. So based upon that, I'm going to deny your motion for a mistrial, and I'll give a curative instruction when the jury returns. So, do y'all need another break, or y'all can I bring them in? Okay. Can I bring them in? Huh?
We can continue. Thank you.
This judge really handles his courtroom. All right, mistrial, motion denied, and can I bring them all in? Like, I like this judge.
Yes. Give me 2 minutes. And Ms. Dishman, I don't know how to say this any other way. You've got to talk louder. This lady can't hear you. I don't know who can hear you. Sit closer to the microphone. This doesn't work unless people hear you. Okay? So speak up, please. Okay? All right. Give me.
So speak up, please. I like it. Like, there's that snark there, but also just like asking so nicely. Speak up, please. Yes.
Y'all run the restroom. I'll give you 3 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, 3 minutes. Let's go forward. We're back. That's true. Space Cake. Her testimony is important to give the victim justice. Let her speak. She has admitted to her part and is serving her sentence. That's true.
Thank you. Have a seat, please.
Good point.
In trial proceedings, a lot of times we don't let in testimony. It's called hearsay. And hearsay is an out-of-court statement introduced for the truth of the matter asserted. That's lawyer talk. So basically what it means is you can't come up here and say so-and-so told me something and without that person being here to say it, because either side couldn't ask questions. Makes sense, right? And there's about 25 exceptions. So sometimes those exceptions come into play, so it's not a golden rule. But I tell you that because I'm going to give you an instruction that mentions the word hearsay, and I want you to understand what that means. Everybody got that? Very good. So, when Ms. Dishman was testifying, she made reference to a third-party hearsay statement about the defendant having been to prison. This reference is inadmissible hearsay and cannot be considered by you for any purpose. This reference is stricken, and you shall put this statement out of your minds moving forward. Can everybody do that for me? You understand why? Okay, we're good? All right, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, you continue.
Oh, and then the camera gets stuck. Okay. Okay, we're going to continue. Pernille said exactly hearsay. The judge. Okay, we're good. We're good, everyone. Let's keep going. Now let's see if you can speak up a little more. I mean, we can hear, right? I've got the sound boosted and everything, so I hope you can hear nicely as well. Okay, here we go.
Now, you had talked with Mahogany about getting a shelter placement, is that correct? Could you tell us about your interactions with getting a shelter?
Mahogany and I had talked a little bit about it, but I was too afraid at the time to do anything.
Was there a particular event that made you feel that way, or was it just, as you described earlier, it kept getting worse?
It was the fear and with it being worse.
Had you told Mahogany at that point about Jennifer?
No.
Why not?
That if I told her, she would have went to the cops and I would have been in a lot of trouble.
At some point, though, you told her, didn't you?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
One day she came over while I was doing laundry and asked me if I wanted to leave, and at first I was hesitant, and she helped me call an abuse shelter, and I called them and told them what was going on with the house. I didn't mention the other case, like with Jennifer, but they told me to pack my stuff, and the lady never came. So I broke down and told Mahogany, and she called the cops, and I was led into questioning.
Now let's back up a little bit. So you're...
Before we do, Hasina says, "Haibo, Missy." Judge asked you to speak up. Haibo is a Zulu way of saying, like, I'm trying to look up exactly how to explain it. With haibo is expressing surprise or shock, like, come on, lady. He asked you to speak up. The judge asked you to speak up. No, she's definitely not speaking up. Thank you, Hasina.
You're having a conversation with somebody at the shelter.
Yes.
Where are you when that conversation's taking place?
Campbell County.
When you're on the phone with them to get the shelter?
Yes.
How did you know to go to Campbell County?
Mahogany had the directions and everything.
So what did you do? You're at the house. Mahogany's got you a shelter. Walk us through.
She helped me call the abuse shelter and help me through it, because I don't understand how to do things like that. I struggle with that.
So did you just walk over to her house and leave?
She helped me pack, and I got in her car and we left.
So you drive up, you said Campbell County?
Yes.
And you pull over where you're going to meet a person from the shelter?
Yes.
Is that correct? What happens when you arrive there?
We waited for an hour or so and the lady never showed. So I broke down and told Mahogany the truth about Jennifer. And she told me that I would need to talk to the cops and be questioning things.
So did you stay there in Campbell County at that point?
We were told to go to Oak Ridge.
And so how do you get to Oak Ridge?
Mahogany follows, and I was in the police car.
When did you get in the police car?
As we were in Campbell County, talking.
So there in Campbell County, you get in a police car?
Yes.
Are you sure it wasn't in Anderson County when you got back with Mahogany?
It might have been, like, we got mixed up, and it was really confusing that day.
Had you ever been to Campbell County before?
No.
Okay. So you do get back from Campbell County?
Yes.
And you get in a cop car?
Yes.
So that. And where does the cop car take you?
To Oak Ridge Police Department.
And what happens when you arrive there?
I was brought in to questioning, and I told them everything I knew.
At that point, did you tell them that you participated in all
Yes.
these actions? Did you use the phrase, "we killed her"?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, we need to try get that police interrogation, the police interview. Oh my word. Public records are not as easy to get as one would think. They're actually pretty hard to get. But I'm going to try, because imagine seeing, obviously once the trial is finished. Wow, imagine seeing that. I wonder what her demeanor was like then, what she said. I mean, there she said we were saying we killed her, we did this, so interesting.
Now there's something you've referenced earlier, that you would ask a neighbor to use a phone. Is that accurate? When you used a phone, whose did you use?
Kelsey, our neighbor at the time.
Okay. Any other neighbors' phones that you would use for texting, chatting, anything?
Mahogany's.
Okay. May I approach?
Did they send it?
The first thing I'm going to show you, and this should be something that you have seen before.
Yes.
This is something that you've reviewed. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Are those cell phone messages?
Yes.
Are these cell phone messages from Mahogany's phone?
Yes.
Ooh, we gotta buckle up to see some of these text messages. It sounds like it's going to get quite wild. Mary, thank you so much. She said, I'm from Knoxville, living near Cape Coral, Florida. Between this guy and Wade Wilson, it scares me to death of what is roaming around out there. Right? This one, I mean, Wade Wilson is bad. This one is almost worse, right? Sure, this guy, oh my goodness. Okay. So, ooh, text message. Is she gonna read them? Oh no, buckle up, everyone.
And you looked through these, and if you could look for us right now and tell me if you recognize text messages that you sent versus text messages that Mahogany sent. Do those look like your conversations with Sean Finnegan?
Yes.
Okay. And that is the document you've previously looked at?
Yes.
Your Honor, please, I would like to just have this marked for identification at this point.
We'll do identification 1.
I'll add that to you. Also, a report that you have seen
Yes.
from Mahogany's cell phone. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that indicative of, or that was from, Sean Finnegan's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And in the course of your relationship with Mr. Finnegan, did he ever take photographs of you?
Yes.
And in those photographs, were there ever sexually explicit things?
Yes. Many times.
Okay, I am, again with this, going to mark this for identification, that these are pictures that you have seen from his phone that he took of you.
Yes.
Have identification 2.
And these are, for identification, multiple, the photos that are in this report. Do you recognize this one?
Yes.
Identification 3.
Poor jury,
Is this
oh my
report
word.
you?
Yes.
This picture. Identification 4.
Please don't show us, right? I don't want to see those. Roaring Titty said no one is saying she's innocent. In fact, she has pled guilty. Exactly. We could actually say she's guilty. Yeah, she pled guilty.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Is that identification 5? And this photo?
Yes.
Identification 6. This photo, is that you?
Yes.
Identification 7. Identification 8, is that you?
Yes.
You recognize that photo?
I'm going to speed it up through this, okay?
And I believe this will be number 9. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is this you depicted in this photo?
Yes.
1.5 speed.
And this is the report that you've seen and identified as the source of those photos, identification 10.
Yeah, Hasina. Like, I can tell you wish to fast forward when his face is so long on the screen. I know, look at this guy, oh my word. Yes, I'm like, oh, okay, let's speed it up. Oh, ooh, put it on normal speed again. Sorry, there you go. Yuna says, hi, Nierman, those eyes, hey, mark my bang. Ah, those eyes, it makes one scared, right? Sure. And he's just sitting there. Imagine when he's actually angry and doing all this depraved stuff. Oh, my word.
Thanks, sir.
I've shown you some photos. And you indicated that you recognize each of those, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. In those photos, there's one where it looks like they're, well, I was going to do these identifications in line. With your permission, I'd like to go ahead and admit these with Ms. Dishman.
Oh, identification.
The photos.
Shame, the poor jury. They're going to look at all of that. Loba Volcano said, I've been saying that he doesn't blink at all since the trial started, right? Right? That guy doesn't blink at all. Defense Diaries podcast said, this dude is a nightmare, right? He is, I don't even know how to describe him.
Not the report, but the actual photos that you gave us.
And that goes, let's see. 3 through 9. Does that sound right?
3 through 9 will now become 6.
Let's see, yeah, just make it collective 6.
6.
Collective 6 is good. What is this picture?
That is Sean's Facebook profile picture.
Okay. Do you want to cue these up?
Oh man, we kind of saw it. We kind of see it. I don't know if they're going to show us, but look there. You can kind of see it. Oh no. It's like flexing. No. Like doing a little bicep there. Ooh, look at me. Oh man, okay. Kimberly, it says, wonder what he did for work. We've already found out that he worked full-time at the Pint. What was it called? The Pint House. Hold on. It was called the Pint House. It was a bar that he worked at from around 5 p.m. until 5 a.m., right? Shauna said, was she arrested the day that she went to the station? She was. In fact, it was, I believe so, on August 6th. So actually, I wonder, because she went there, she told the police everything, then they had to get a search warrant, then they had to go all of that. So maybe it wasn't on that day. I know they were both arrested on August 6th because, of course, they still had to go to the house with a search warrant and actually find a body, which they did not find in the freezer. And the police were like, what? But they saw a blanket sticking out from under the bed, and they pulled that blanket out from under the bed. There was a wet trash bag with frozen, kind of defrosting human remains in it. I still wonder how he knew that the police were going to be there. You know what I mean? Like, who gave him that kind of tip-off? How did he know? Because he had to get Jennifer's body out of the freezer, and they described very bad things like freezer burns and really, really working to get that body out of there. Oh my goodness, shame, man. Okay, so yeah, LH says, didn't she go to the shelter first? She went to the shelter first, and then she spoke to the police and told them everything, she says.
And I can pass these if it's quicker, but if you want to wait and have it queued up here.
Let's give him a chance. If he did it right, it's not good.
And just remember, like Very Rare says, that's frightening. He worked at the bar. There are probably many victims. And it seems like he was preying on vulnerable people, right? So Jennifer, the victim in this case, was struggling with addiction. and living in a tent in the woods. She was experiencing homelessness, although her family said she didn't want help at the time. Of course, she was, again, struggling with addiction. And for him to then offer her $20 for a sexual favor, can you imagine then, how many other sex workers did this guy murder or pick on? Abuse? I mean, how do we know? It could be so many, because he was 52 at the time that Jennifer was murdered. Jennifer was 36. What did he do for all the decades before that? Like, if we look at him from, I don't know, age 20 up to 52, what did he do? What did he get up to? Because it sounds very hectic.
We'll start passing if it gets to it. Okay. So this is the first photo. We've got it now.
Okay, they're just going through the pictures. I just don't want to talk and then we miss something. Tina said he hid the body because Rebecca had left his home. I mean, that's a valid point too. Because she had left, because she hadn't come back, he probably panicked then and realized she's probably going to talk. Out of fear, he hid the body. But what a dumb plan, actually, to do that and hide a body under the bed, because how long was that plan going to last? You know what I mean? Oh my goodness. Okay.
Take it back and put it on the screen. Yes. Okay. And my focus is collective 6.
We want to go faster. We don't want to look at it.
Is that what the number goes on that?
Speeding it up.
The first one, just pass it through.
The first one I passed was 3.
Okay, so it'll be 6, collective 6, number 3.
Collective 6, number 3.
Okay, we don't need to pass it. We've got it on the screen. You back to her.
The next one I'm going to show you is collective 6, number 9, and collective 6, number 6.
I remember I've now sped it up, so don't overanalyze his face or twitching too much now, because it'll be like at 1.5 speed. If you're like, damn, he's shaking now. No, now it's at 1.5 speed, because they're just going through the exhibits, of course, and I don't want to miss anything and just skip forward, so I'm just going to put it at 1.5 speed until they talk again.
These are very similar photos. We'll do those back to back. Could you describe what is depicted in these photos?
Sean carved his initial on my lower back with a kitchen knife.
And then he took photos?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we've got to be careful with how this lady's showing her pictures here, because she might actually be showing it on camera.
Let's just pass them. Okay, the first one first. Okay, pass that one first. Okay, next question.
The next one will be collective 6 for ID. You previously said you recognize that photo. Who is in that photo?
That is me.
And what is depicted in this photo?
I was laying down and he ejaculated on me.
This is collective 6.
Okay, just hold on.
Exhibit ID 5 for ID. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And what is depicted in that photo?
He had me defecate and then took pictures.
Okay. And collective 8. Collective 6, ID 8. You recognize that? Who's depicted in this picture?
Yes, that's me.
And what is this scene?
He defecated on me and took pictures.
Collective 6, ID 7.
Yeah, I'm not going to be showing those. And unfortunately, the way the camera is right now, they're showing it a little bit. So I'm just censoring it over here.
And what is this picture?
It's me. And he used the bathroom on me and took pictures.
back, please.
Like, not only did the guy go number 1 and 2 on her, but also took pictures. Oh my word. No. So very hectic. Pretzels and cornbread said he should not be allowed to sit in the courtroom during this part. He's probably enjoying it. Right? He's probably reliving everything. It's terrible. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Cat's like, great timing, dude. Don't want your stream coming down. Yeah, and I actually don't want to see it either. I don't want to see it. I don't want to show it. I don't want the stream to be taken down. All of those things. All of the reasons. My word. Okay. Okay, we say a collective ew at this man, this creature. Ew. Ew, and he's burping now. Gross.
All right, next question.
Question probably on a lot of people's mind, Ms. Dishman, is why didn't you tell Mahogany about the murder or run to Dollar General near your house or anything?
At the time, I wasn't thinking rationally. Fear overtook everything.
If I could go back to when Miss Paxton was in the bedroom and you said that Mr. Finnegan was choking her.
Yes.
Could you describe specifically, is she face down, face up, on her side? How is she positioned when this is going on?
Face down.
And how is he positioned with her face down?
He was straddled over her.
Could you describe how it is that he's strangling her?
He was on his hands and knees, and he was using the shoestring on her neck.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so buckle up, everyone. Just when you think it can't get worse, it really can. They're going to ask these questions. We're going to hear the details. So yeah, Rexy says he is so gross. He is so gross. And sorry, when I was looking to the side and smiling, Mr. Grizzly just showed me quickly what Willow is up to, and she's definitely looking for me because my door is closed. Okay, so Willow is our cat, by the way. Willow and Fury. All right, so deep breaths. Here we go. They're asking questions now specifically about the murder of Jennifer Paxton. I can't imagine what her family is feeling sitting there in that courtroom. Imagine the jury as well. It's like, what the hell kind of case is this? This is very hectic, right? Linda, welcome.
You just gestured, so I'm going to describe that gesture for the court record. You had your hands in fists, and you pulled upward.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Did you stab Jennifer Paxton?
No.
Did you choke her?
No.
Did you strangle her?
No.
Did you slice her?
No.
Did you hit her with a bat?
No.
I pass this witness, Judge.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break now, so it'll be about 20 minutes. Okay? So
Oh, so that's the afternoon break. Okay, so we're going to skip over that as well. Someone was saying, a few people actually said, do you think that her voice has gotten even lower now? I think she might be feeling, perhaps if we speculate, some more shame now. She might be re-feeling all that. I don't know, because seeing all those pictures again, wow, okay. Hasina said, for Jennifer's family and friends, so sorry for your loss. Her family has said that we could share purple hearts for Jennifer. So if you guys didn't know that, if you want to share purple hearts, so we could all show love and support to Jennifer's family and friends, of which many of them are there in the courtroom, you know, having to hear all of this. Of course, the judge has warned them, You know, that this is going to be very graphic, very gruesome, very hectic, and that they're not allowed to have any outbursts or things like that. And he did say, because the judge is like, I don't want to do this again, meaning, mistrial. I don't want to do this again, and I don't want you to do this again. So please, just no outbursts in the courtroom. Thank you, Pernille, for the Purple Hearts. Yeah, Serenity's like, we need a break. Jeez. We all need to take a shower after the stage. It's like, oh my goodness. It's unthinkable, although, yeah, these type of things, they can happen. They do happen in these very sickening, depraved true crime cases, as we know. Usually, if it's serial killers, which is again why I speculate, easy one. Can they solve other cases? Will we hear about other charges eventually, or what? Kathleen says, if you're having problems hearing, put on the closed captions. It is on for you, so you could just, at the bottom there, toggle the switch and CC, closed captions on. You should be able to read the subtitles then. And of course, I've already boosted the sound, so normal sound would be even lower, like the normal court feed sound. I've boosted the sound, and shame, this lady just needs to speak up. Okay. Okay, so, little break.
Rise, please.
All rise. Jury following, please.
I just wanted to see if they say anything outside of the presence of the jury. They might, so let's just wait a little bit. Oh, Johnny's like, what if she's getting excited with all of this? A masochist. Oh no, I really hope not. And let's hope he's not either. Oh no.
Taken on a phone or something like that with the corrections officer?
They did go. They did, okay, wait. They did say something.
Court's permission. So, Ms. Dishman, since you've been in jail, since this incident, it's been reported, so I'm asking for you to confirm it, okay?
Yes.
That there was an affair with a corrections officer.
Yes.
Is that true?
That's true.
Okay. And that there were pictures that...
But I don't think the jury's back in. They only just said we're going to take a break, right? The jury... What? Sorry, I don't think the jury's back in. They're still taking their break. Okay, jury's on an afternoon break, so... Wow, and she had an affair with a corrections officer too. What? It's like, this case is like, what do we want to hear next? Wow, okay.
That were taken on a phone or something like that with a corrections officer? Okay. And that at some point you reported that corrections officer for the affair?
Yes.
Okay. And also at some point you threatened some other women who may or may not have been involved in a similar kind of affair with that corrections officer. You threatened to kill them?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I think that's clear and convincing.
No, Your Honor, we never disputed, again, that the statement was made. Our issue is in conflating the issues of this trial. We have her saying something after the fact, but no physical confrontation with people, no hitting, no assaults took place, no actual killing or hurting any other person in the jail, but a threat to do so. On the other hand, we have Mr. Finnegan, who has said, I have fantasies about kidnapping someone and wants to. We feel like if we're going to make this go toward motive, he certainly has a motive too, and that evidence should come in. And without that, it is misleading to the jury to only give information of things that she has said and not give information about the things that he has said. Him expressing he wants to kidnap somebody and then kidnapping someone is certainly clear and convincing, more than probative, very relevant to this. To contrast that, her saying something to someone else in a completely different context after the fact in the survival mode that is jail is going to be confusing and misleading to the jury. In the event that you choose to let it in, we do believe that that opens the door to motive on the defendant's side. Because again, these are statements versus statements. Good for the goose, good for the gander in this context. It is not unfairly prejudicial. These are statements he made and then followed through on those statements directly. We have actual physical acts which confirmed his desire to perform those. He said, I'm going to do it, and then he did it. Versus, if you do this, I'll have this reaction, and then never did anything from it. These two aren't the same in terms of their probative value, and they are not the same, frankly, in terms of misleading the jury. It is terribly misleading to the jury to let in what's happened after the fact with Ms. Dishman. It is on point for the kidnapping statements from Mr. Finnegan.
Judge, I'd like to follow up. They're differently postured. She is someone who's pled guilty to a crime and is the state's witness. And I get to challenge her credibility, and I get to challenge her motives, especially since she's already pled guilty to it, and our entire defense is who made the acts. Besides the fact that the 404B they're trying to get in is through her.
Well, I'm going to rule on their 404B, but help me with this one. So tell me what you think material issue exists other than conduct conform with character credit.
Okay, because she's claiming that he's abusive, and we're talking about this power dynamic. In the jail, she's having an affair so that she can get benefits inside the jail. It's a very similar situation as, say, living with someone and not having a job.
I don't have proof of benefits inside the jail. What I got proof of is that she told somebody that if they didn't stop this relationship, she'd kill them. I think that's what she said.
Well, she did, but she also carried on this relationship for the purpose of benefits. And
how do I know that?
Well, I could ask her.
What?
If it's a clear, convincing issue.
I guess besides that, for benefits, what else? When some other people were involved, for instance, like when Jennifer Paxton showed up at their house, she threatened the other two women who were involved. She was in jail. She didn't have the same kind of freedom that she had in that house where she wasn't locked up or chained or held down in any possible way. Then she went and turned him in when it went south, the same way she did in the jail. Once it was found out and she wasn't getting her way and she threatened those people, she went and turned the guy in. And now he's being prosecuted. It's exactly the same scenario according to the defense. And so it's probative to me be able to challenge her credibility and who has the actual control and the power in the situation, Judge. I mean, that's the whole defense. Well, I thought you had to show that it went, not that it conformed with the character trait, but that in fact it went with motive or intent or something like that.
It does.
Which one?
Motive and intent. It goes to show her motive, which is jealousy. So her motive in killing Miss Paxton was jealousy that he brought her home. And jealousy, she threatened two other women in the jail because they were with the person who she viewed as having a relationship with. And then she turned him in afterwards. Exactly. She left and went and told the people about the person that she was getting the benefit from and having the relationship with. It tracks, Judge. I mean, and it goes to motive and intent because she's proven that she has done it again. It's not just propensity evidence. It goes that she has the ability to do it. They've raised the issue of mental incapacity and all this other stuff, Judge. I'm trying to the jury before we ever got started. So, I mean, part of this is to show that she can do those things because she has done those things. And it's not just propensity. It's to show lack of accident, motive, intent.
Your Honor, please, this is the problem we have with this. In order to...
Does he not make good points, though? Right? Ooh, the cross-examination is going to be hectic because the state just said they passed the witness, so next up will be cross-examination, and of course the jury's on a break, so this is all about discussing what questions are going to be allowed to be asked.
To get that information in, you have to have the context, and what he's doing is rank speculation on what her motivation is with her relationship with this corrections officer. So what happens is we end up going either he's making assumptions and leaps which are not in evidence, or we have to put that information in evidence and litigate this whole separate pending case, which is inappropriate to do in this context. And he's conflating how it's the same thing. What is the same thing in this case is that when she's had a man in power exploit her and she's turned him in, that's been corroborated and her statements have been very accurate. What the issue is with her statement is different from this, but you can't lump all that in, again, without litigating that separate case. And again, the context for this is that her statements were corroborated. His argument that she is getting benefit is unsubstantiated and, again, just requires full hearing on that.
Okay.
She keeps saying her statements are corroborated. No, they're not. She came in here and testified about it, and and then later on there's a murder that's being prosecuted. But that's not corroboration of her statements of some other kidnapping that he talked about.
She said there was a body in the freezer. There's a body in the freezer. She said this guy has child porn on his phone. He has child porn on his phone.
I promise, I got it. I'll be back.
Okay, whoa. There wasn't a body in the freezer, though. You know what I mean? It was under the bed when the police found it. But yes, frozen. So, okay, I'm just correcting that information there quickly. The jury's not in the room now. Of course, they're on a break. Okay.
Back in about 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Keep sitting.
All right.
Okay, now it's the afternoon break. Ellie B from Tennessee said, I mean, people have affairs with corrections officers all the time. Not saying it's right, but it's true. I volunteered in a prison for 2.5 years. Yeah, you make a point as well, right? Yes. If anyone can't hear any of the testimony or something, make sure you put your closed captions on because it will generate some subtitles for you and then hopefully you'll be able to read those. The sound is boosted. It's just the witness doesn't speak very loudly, unfortunately. Okay. So, let's go forward now. Wait, we're gonna go forward. Okay. Ooh, yeah, they come back here somewhere. Okay. Let me just answer this question quickly. Let me answer some questions while we're here, quickly waiting. Where is it? Cajun Candy said, please share the brand and color of your lipstick. It's beautiful. If you want to know all about all the makeup I use, you can head to Patreon in the latest, actually the latest members, no, it was the latest Patreon video. I shared all of the products that I use. The lipstick is Maybelline Liquid Lipstick Royal 55. I get that question like literally every single day, which is why I'm choosing to answer that one now. Starter villain, yes, okay. So I'm just seeing what you guys, yeah, okay. Daenerys says closed captions have been very helpful. I'm glad. Okay, I think this cross-examination is going to be very interesting, very intense, right?
Regarding the 404B issue, the proof that I've gotten so far and the requirement for the case law in Tennessee is, let me find it for you.
So the jury's not back yet.
The court must, upon request, hold the jury out here outside the jury's probably did that. The court must determine that a material issue exists other than conduct conformed with a character trait and must, upon request, state on the record the material issue, the ruling, the reason for admitting the evidence. Defense counsel has said that the material issue other than conduct conforming is motive and intent. Those are the two things you told me. And then when you spoke about it, you said she got a benefit from this relationship she had in prison or in jail, like she got a benefit from Mr. Finnegan. And then you also said that your theory is that she's the one who killed this person out of jealousy, and this is shown because she was jealous in the jail. I think that's what you told me. So, respectfully, I don't have clear and convincing evidence about the benefit or the jealousy. I do about she made a threat. So if you've got some additional questions you'd like to ask her about the benefit and the jealousy, I'll let you do that and try to convince me it's clear and convincing. But right now, I'm not there. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So just back about the jail affair, is that whenever you would the officer, can you tell me how that happened? The officer would drop a phone off with you?
Yes.
Okay, and why did he drop the phone off with you?
To give him pictures and videos.
Okay. Did you gain any special privileges for doing this?
No.
You didn't? You didn't get extra time outside or any extra meals or anything like that?
No.
No? Did you get treated better by the corrections officer?
Not really.
No? You thought you had a relationship with him?
Yes.
But he treated you the same as every other correction officer?
Yes.
You had a relationship with him? You gave him sexual pictures, right?
Yes.
And you threatened someone to kill them because they were also flirting with him, right?
Yes,
but he was only treating you like every other corrections officer. Is that right?
I said that, but I didn't mean it actually, like, that I was going to fully intend to.
You're talking about killing him, right?
Right.
Yeah, so let's talk about the relationship, though. You said you didn't receive any special treatment. You didn't.
Asked and answered.
Okay.
Let's go to the jealousy.
So when you threatened those girls,
Yes.
it was because of jealousy, right?
I was upset.
You were upset because you were jealous, right?
A little.
Okay.
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
A little.
A little. A little means you were jealous, right? I mean, you were jealous enough to threaten people, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
What did you do physically to them after making that statement, I'll kill you if you do this? What did you do?
I wept.
You wept?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Did you push anyone?
No.
Shove them?
No.
Shank them?
No.
Cut them?
No.
Punch them?
No.
You wept?
Yes.
So I guess, help me understand this. So you tell these girls, how many did you tell? 2 or 3, or how many did you tell?
I have problems with one.
1, okay. And you told her, I'm going to kill you if you do what?
If she talked to him.
I didn't hear you.
She talked to him.
Tell me again.
If she talked to him.
If she talked to him. And so you thought she was going to interfere with your relationship with him by talking to him?
Yes.
You did.
Judge, can I ask one more question?
I think it's pretty good for you right now, but if you want to go.
I'll leave. I'll leave.
Check. Then I'll just leave it.
What? Yeah, give me just a minute.
So they're just practicing for when the jury does come back. Of course, they making sure of what they can ask and can't ask.
Wow.
We're hearing it all, which is interesting. Oh my
You
goodness.
asked about this, just in regard to the jealousy part, not the benefit. But if I do, I immediately have to give a limiting instruction. So I'm looking at the limiting instruction. I have to give immediately after that.
So what I need to stay away from is benefit.
No proof of benefit.
Right.
All right.
Just making sure. Thank you, Judge.
I just want to leave this instruction. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm just going to speed this up. I don't want to miss a thing. They come back shortly. Casey Jones, thank you for the sticker and for becoming a member. You say, love your channel. Thank you so much. The sound is off now, by the way. Can't hear what he's saying. Oh, my, look at him. Joanna, you've got the side eye. I know, right? It's like, what is going on here? And what is he saying? Sure. Okay. Go forward a bit. Wow. Lots of silence. Still.
The material issue can be asked about this witness's involvement with a police officer while she's been in prison. The court held a hearing upon the jury.
I don't want to miss anything. We don't want to miss anything. So I just want to make sure that once they come back, the jury's going to come back now. Then, let's see how this goes. Yeah, Sarah Season says, right, I had to put my earbuds into here. I mean, that's a good idea too. If you can't hear earbuds in, not a bad idea.
Okay. So under this 404B request to allow this question to be asked about this witness's involvement with a police officer while she's been in prison, the court held a hearing upon the jury's outside the jury's presence. The court must determine the material issue exists or the conduct conform with the character trait and must upon request stay on the record the material issue did that. He said it was for motive or intent. The court must find proof of this would be the wrong to be clear and convincing I do in regard to jealousy, and the court must exclude the evidence of probative value is outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. We'll find that is not outweighed. So the way it will happen is you can start your cross-examination, and then if you bring this area up after she answers this question about jealousy, then I will give a limiting instruction at that time, and then obviously the state can ask questions about jealousy. Once we open this door, you can ask about jealousy and other prior events or stuff like that. So that's about the way to handle it. I note the state's objection to this. Okay, we good? Okay, bring it back in.
All right.
Samantha says, yes, I want to hear about his mother. Did she not ever leave her bedroom? That's how I imagined it. The way that, all the research I did, everything that I could find was like, so she was like elderly and sickly. Okay, but then today, while Rebecca was testifying, she said that when Sean Finnegan was hitting the victim, Jennifer, over the head with a baseball bat, then he told Rebecca to go upstairs because his mother was going to come downstairs to get her medication. So she was a little more mobile than I imagined initially. And I wonder if the hospice claim is true, because it doesn't seem like Sean Finnegan is really a truth teller. Is it true? Was he putting eye drops in her tea? How will we ever know? You know what I mean? How do we know what he was doing? I'm just like, anything's possible with this guy. Yeah, Sonny says Mama must have been deaf. Good point. Good speculation there. Probably.
Have a seat.
Or hard of hearing, yes.
First of all, I apologize for making y'all wait. I had a legal issue that I need to get right. And so sometimes that takes me a little time to dig. So I dug through some books and got the right answer. So I appreciate your patience. But the reason that's important is I don't want to do this again. And so I want to do it right the first time. So I'll make every effort to make sure I touch all the bases. So please excuse me for this delay this afternoon. I'll promise I will do my best not to have that happen again. All right? So nobody's really mad at me right now? Okay, good. That's perfect. All right, so I think you finished, I think the state's finished its direct examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, cross examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mrs. Dishman, when you moved in with Sean, that's a house that's in Oak Ridge, right?
Yes.
And it's in the city.
Yes.
Okay. Is there more than one residence in that building?
There's 2 complexes.
It's 2 complexes. Okay. So, are there neighbors in that other? Is it an apartment or a condo or what would you?
Apartment complex.
Okay. Are there other people that live in that building as well?
Yes.
Okay. So, do those different apartments share walls?
Yes.
Okay. And then this house and this apartment is a couple of blocks from the turnpike in Oak Ridge, right?
Yes.
So there's a bunch of stores and stuff like that run along the turnpike in Oak Ridge. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you were just a couple of blocks from those places, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were those places that you would visit? Go to those stores and stuff like that? Like if you had to shop or whatever?
With Sean. Yes.
With Sean, okay. And you said that you moved in with him. Where did you move in with him from? Where were you first? Where were you before you met Sean?
Maryville, Tennessee.
In Maryville, and you met him on Facebook.
Yes.
Okay. So, did you have a job at the time you moved in with him?
No.
No. And I think that you testified you were aware that you were into kinky sex too, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know any other term for it, so I'm just going to call it kinky sex, okay, for right now. But you were into that too, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that you've done with other boyfriends as well?
Yes.
Okay. And so it wasn't new to you when you came to Sean. It's part of the reason why you moved in with him and were attracted to him.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Whenever you moved into him, what did you bring with you?
A box of clothes and my jewelry box and a couple of pairs of shoes. That's it.
Okay, a couple. And did you bring some sex toys with you too?
Yes.
And were those sex toys like butt plugs?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so, do you remember when you went to speak with? Well, when you testified that you were going to go to a shelter, right? Or Mahogany was taking you to a shelter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Sean wasn't home when you left. You packed up and left.
He was at work.
He was at work, right? And you were able to leave.
Yes.
Pack up all your stuff and get out of there.
Yes.
Okay. When you first met with the police and told them this is some 9 months, right, after this happened, right? And Miss Paxton's body had been in the freezer for 9 months?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not call 911 or the police or anything to let them know that it happened, right?
Not till I told Mahogany.
Until you told Mahogany, okay. Were you scared you were going to get in trouble?
Yes.
Yeah. And so when you went and told the police and you met with them that first time, do you remember that?
Yes.
And they brought you in and they talked to you in the interrogation room?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling them that that Miss Paxton had been chained to that bed for almost a month?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling them that
Why are they saying a month? It doesn't add up to the timeline, but let's keep going.
sometime, the murder must have taken place sometime in January?
Yes.
Okay.
do you remember telling them that, similar to when you're trying to explain to him that he's choking her or something, but when you explained it, when you told them the first time, you said that it was something about coming out of a shower and you walked in and y'all both walked her in and you shut and locked the door before he started?
He was actually choking her as I walked in.
Okay, but that's not what you told the police the first time. Would you agree with me on that?
I told him that.
Okay. Now, this happened a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
And so you've had, what, 4 or 5 years to think about it, right? Okay. Do you remember telling the police when you first met him that when he got home, they woke you up, right? That you were just waking up? Do you remember telling him that? When Sean and Jennifer got there?
Yes.
Okay. And would that be normal because he usually gets home kind of early hours of the morning from work, right? Okay. And then do you remember telling them that at that point, like, you had just woken up and then he basically just beat her with a bat?
Yes.
And that's basically what you taught her, like she was there and then he just decided to beat her with a bat, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he's poking holes in her credibility as a witness because this timeline is now shifted again and saying, no, the murder happened in January and she was the victim was there for a month. But from everything I've read that the police said, they say she died sometime between December 1st and 31st. But today we learned some more details which narrows the timeline from December 23rd to 31st. So that is what the defense attorney is doing, and that is his job, poking holes in the state's case, of course, by asking this witness, like, did you lie to the police before? What else did you do? Let's see where else this goes.
You didn't say anything about him talking about kidnapping or planning this or anything like that. You didn't say anything.
He had mentioned it while she was in the shower.
I'm sorry?
He had mentioned it while she was showering.
But you didn't tell the police that the first time you met with him, right?
I told them that he asked me, do you want to kidnap her? And I told him that he asked that while she was showering.
And that's what you said in the first interview?
I believe so.
Okay. You can't remember really, though, right?
It's been a couple years.
It's been a long time, and you could have said something different because you said different things,
Yeah.
right? And you said a few different things, haven't you?
Yes.
Right. So the facts that you're saying now, today, for instance, today you said something about Sean burning you with a torch. You've never told anybody, in any of your interviews prior, you never mentioned anything about a torch, did you?
No.
Okay. And then you also talked about him cutting you with a box cutter. In any of your other interviews, you never mentioned anything about a box cutter, have you?
No.
No. And in fact, you suffer from some depression and issues like that, don't you?
Yes.
And you're a cutter, aren't you?
I was at the time.
You were a cutter at the time. And that means that you would cut yourself, right?
Yes.
Small cuts?
Yes.
Little cuts, and and you get some sort of satisfaction from that, don't you?
It was a coping technique.
Okay. And so when you
These questions, oh my goodness. Trigger warning. Okay, trigger warning.
would cut yourself, that's how you would cope, are tiny cuts.
Yes.
Okay. Sean paid for where you lived, right?
Yes.
And he bought you food?
Yes.
And bought you glasses?
Yes.
And he paid for your medicine?
Yes.
Right? He took you to the doctor, if you need to go to the doctor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. He basically provided your needs, right?
Yes.
And he went to work just about every day in order to do that,
Yes.
right? And when I say day, I mean like afternoon till early morning hours, like the entire afternoon till the early morning hours, like 5 to 5, 4 to 4, something like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So today when you testify about Jennifer getting there, you said that she came in and that she was making breakfast,
Yes.
right? So evidently you were up, or y'all were up for a little while. This didn't happen right when they got home, right?
Yeah, we were out and talking to each other.
For a little while, because long enough for her to make breakfast, at least, right?
She had a bowl of cereal.
Okay. So y'all are talking and having breakfast, and everything's fine, right?
At first.
Is this the first time Sean had brought a prostitute home?
No.
Is it the first time that y'all had discussed having a threesome?
No.
In fact, you've done that before.
Yes.
It wasn't on.
Okay. So they've done that before, but that's what I'm saying. Like, did any other cases turn out this way? Like, do we know? Oh, my word. We don't know. Okay, that was a rhetorical question. We don't know, but I worry about how many other victims there could be.
Common.
No.
Right? Okay. But this particular morning, your testimony is that he brought someone home, and you would agree that you texted back and forth with Sean, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you use other people's phones to do that, didn't you, sometimes?
Sometimes.
Okay. For instance, Mahogany's,
Yes.
right? Okay. And so in those texts, you would text him while he was at work,
Yes.
correct? And you would text him, basically sexting.
Yes.
Is that a fair way to say it? And you would say, "Hey, Daddy, come, whatever," right?
Yes.
I want to do this. I want to do that, right? They're going to be in evidence, so we'll be able to read them. And he half the time he would say, "Okay, baby, I got to go. We're getting busy," and that's how the conversation would end, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was your phone broken?
It didn't have Wi-Fi or data.
It didn't have Wi-Fi or data?
Yes.
Okay. That is a phone that Sean provided you also, right?
Not my first phone. It was gave to me, and then it got busted.
Your first, I'm sorry?
My first phone.
Got busted?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a different phone, right?
Yes.
And it's one Sean gave you?
No, different.
It's your first phone? I'm confused.
It was from another fiance.
Some other fiance bought you a phone?
Yes.
Okay. Were they paying for the service?
Yes.
And then they stopped paying for the service?
Yes.
Right? And so then you didn't have a service?
No.
So, okay. Which fiance was that?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey? Okay. I don't know that one. Do you remember in that first interview, you were talking about, you were telling them about the body in the freezer and these things, and you mentioned BTK. Remember that?
I believe so.
Yeah. Is that something? Do you remember? Did you read about that BTK, the BTK killer, or were you into serial killers?
No, but we watched ID a lot.
You watch like documentaries and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay. And you would agree with me that before you met Sean, that you had also kind of dabbled in some different sort of beliefs.
Yes.
Right, like religious beliefs, like Satanism. Right.
Satanism.
Satanism and witchcraft, things like that.
Yes.
Okay. And with a prior boyfriend, well, let me ask you this: when is the first time that you performed any kind of ritual, say with Ramsey, that involved cutting or blood?
I never performed any of that with him.
You didn't?
No.
You asked him to, though, didn't you?
No.
Okay. Which boyfriend was it then?
I believe Austin said that.
It was Austin.
He said that, like, I've never used any spells on him or anything like that.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm really having trouble understanding you, but my question is that well, let me ask that. Let me rephrase. Cutting and drinking blood, those are parts of some satanic rituals and things that you have performed before, correct?
No.
No. Okay, so if someone said that you did, say an okay, all right, okay. So,
But she did say no, nodding. No. Oh dear.
you okay. But you admit that you were into Satanism, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've referred to yourself as a vampire before, in letters? No? You remember writing Sean once in jail and saying, "I'll be your little vampire"?
No.
No? Okay. So after this arrest, after you were in jail, after you turned in Sean, right, you were in fear, is what your testimony was, right? You were in fear,
Yes.
correct? And so you had to get out because you were scared.
Yes.
Okay. And so then after you were arrested, it didn't take very long before you started writing letters to Sean again, right?
Right.
And you kept writing him letters, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay.
Have y'all seen this?
Oh, sorry. It's just one of the letters from the jail.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay.
Damn, if AI had to analyze this chat now, because that's one of those new YouTube features. I think it's a beta feature. I think it's only in America right now, but still. Like, if they see what we all talking about, we're all like, what? Witchcraft? Satanism? Drinking blood? What? Like, and then what? And butt plugs? Yes. We have heard a lot of things today. Oh my goodness. I think the defense attorney is actually doing really well. What do you think?
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
I wrote in the letter.
It's the letter you wrote?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read the date on there?
6/25/21.
6/25/21. Can you read the letter to the jury?
Hey baby, I just got your letter. I hope all is well. First off, I want you to know I made my decision. I want you to know I'm sorry for the lies and bullshit I've done. We have had our good and bad times together. I owe you an apology and I'm sorry. I want to be yours and only yours. Baby, will you take me back? Your baby girl misses you. But anyway, I hope you forgive me and write me, baby girl. P.S. I love you, Daddy.
You're all right, that evidence.
That'll be the next number. 87, right?
Yes, all the YouTube bad words. So if you ever see, I hope it doesn't happen, but if these trial streams, if the stream disappear for any reason, you know why. YouTube is like, okay, but then they'd have to take down everyone's, and I don't know if they're going to do that. Huh? But yes, they're saying all the words. My goodness.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And that's one of many letters that you wrote, correct?
Yes.
Exclaiming your love for him and that you hope that he would forgive you and take you back, and right? Over and over again.
Yes, at the time.
A lot of times.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to that first interview, all right, and see if you can remember some of the other things you said. First of all, let's talk about this. How did the police treat you? They were really nice to you, weren't they?
In jail? Or
No, I'm sorry. When you first, that was bad. It's a bad question. I apologize. When you first told the police about this, right, that first night, that August 5th or whatever.
Yes.
They did not. They were very nice to you. I mean, you were like, they treated you like you were a victim.
Yes.
Right. I mean, they didn't interrogate you about anything. They just kind of let you talk.
Just kind of listen.
Just kind of listen. That's right. And they made you comfortable.
Yes.
Right. And they gave you something to drink and asked you if you wanted something to eat.
Yes.
Okay. And during that interview, you talked about. You talked about some of the cutting that you testified to about earlier, about walking. I think you testified that you came in from the shower. You're always getting out of the shower, right? Take a lot of showers?
Yeah, at the time.
Okay. And then you walked into the room, and Sean was, I think you said, was masturbating in front of the body, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that he had cut off some stuff.
Yes.
Now, do you remember when you talked to the police at the first place, you described something about him using a switchblade?
Yes, he had used a pocket knife and cut off her nose.
Okay.
And intimate areas.
Okay, so now it's a pocket knife.
Yes.
Right. And you said you used the term switchblade when you first talked to the police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So for the 9 months that you were at the house, right? Basically, you lived there for about 9 or 10 months. Is that about right? Did friends come over and hang out?
His friends.
Really? Mahogany never came over?
That was part of his friends.
That was his friends?
Yes.
She's not your friend?
I mean, later grew on to her as a friend.
Right, so.
Maybe that's why they were worried. You know, if friends are coming over, who's going to open that freezer? And yes, I'm going to say these words. Unfortunately, you heard right. That Jennifer's body, when it was in the freezer, that Sean Finnegan apparently cut off her nose and nipple. Like, I mean, this, wow. Little speechless there. Bex, welcome.
So you just were there, and his friends came over and hung out.
Yeah.
Where were your friends?
I couldn't see them.
Really?
Yes.
What are their names?
They were on Facebook and had lives and stuff on their own.
What are your friends' names?
I didn't have a lot of friends.
So you weren't allowed to see them, but you didn't have any friends to come see you?
No.
So that wasn't really true when you said you weren't allowed to see them. You just didn't have any friends to come see you. Is that right?
I mean, I could have had friends, but
You chose not to?
I wasn't really allowed.
Okay. But you did have friends in the neighborhood. I mean, you used Mahogany's telephone, right?
Right.
And she was very, and she had to be familiar with what kind of relationship you guys had, right? I mean, she had to be kind of familiar because you used her phone for sexting.
Right.
And took pictures of yourself and everything else, right?
Right.
And sent them to Sean.
Yes.
Was she sitting next to you when you did that?
No.
So you just had her phone?
Yes.
So
She just let me borrow it.
So she would just let you borrow her phone whenever?
Not whenever, but when I was smoking with her and spending time with her.
So she was there?
Yes.
Well, you just said she wasn't there.
Like, not...
Okay, I said sitting next to you. Maybe I was confusing, but she was in the room with you when you texted, sexted, took pictures, all that
Not all
stuff.
the times, but yes.
Did you delete those before you gave them back to her?
Yes.
You did? Okay. So you would do text to Sean on her phone and then delete the text before you gave the phone back to her?
Yes.
Okay. In the room, in the same room, while y'all are in the same room.
No.
So you would borrow her phone and then you would wander off into another room to text Sean?
Sometimes.
Was she just hanging out by herself in the house?
It would just depend.
Right. And there were other people that came over, it's like Sean, the friends, people would come over and hang out during that 9-month period, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You remember that first statement you talked about that Sean made you clean up all the blood?
Yes.
After he beat her with a bat, is what you said. He beat her. He hit her in the head with the bat or whatever, and was beating her, and she's screaming, right?
Yes.
What time of day was this?
I'm not exactly sure, but it had to be in the afternoon.
In the afternoon?
Yes.
But he gets home in the morning, right?
He was at home in the afternoon because it was later during the day.
Okay. But you said that it was after breakfast.
She had ate cereal when she got there.
Okay. So when she and Sean got home, that would be like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, right? That's when he gets off work.
That's usually when he got home.
And then she waited till late afternoon to eat a bowl of cereal?
Yes.
So she was there the whole day?
Yes.
The entire day she was there?
She got there in the afternoon.
She got there in the afternoon?
Yes.
How did she get there?
Sean.
But Sean gets home at 4 o'clock in the morning from work.
He got home late.
He got home 14 hours late?
I know that it wasn't in the morning.
Okay. So if it happened in the afternoon, then she had to be there all day if she came home with him, right?
I just know that she was there in the afternoon.
Okay. But she was there when you woke up too. You said you told the police officers that, right?
Right.
You wake up in the afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that you always wake up in the afternoon?
Yes, I'm not a morning person.
Okay. And then she and Sean woke you up in the afternoon when he got home from work?
Yes.
And he came home from work in the afternoon at a bar that doesn't open till 5. Is that what your testimony is?
Yes.
Okay. All right. In that first statement, you also said that after Jennifer was there, that Sean raped her multiple times.
Yes.
3 or 4 times,
Yes.
right? Okay. And that he made you I think you just testified that he made you climax over her while she was laying there.
Yes.
Right? And I think you said that he had to force you to climax.
Yes.
You mean he turned you on?
I wasn't turned on, but he forced me to orgasm.
I don't think that's how that works. I'm not a doctor, but, okay, I'm sorry.
Objection already made.
Okay. So when you first talked to him, you first talked to the police, you told him that he made you clean up all the blood, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then just a little bit ago, you testified that after he did that, he went upstairs and he made you go down and clean up all the blood. That he went down and cleaned up all the blood and made you stay in the room. I'm sorry. That's what you just testified to, right?
Like, I cleaned a little bit of it up, but he went down and I'm assuming that he cleaned the rest up and grabbed the chain.
But that's not what you said the first time you talked to the police, right? You said that he made you clean up all the blood, right?
I didn't clean all of it up, just some of it.
Okay. And you'd agree that's different than what you said the first time?
Right.
Right. And you also testified today that there was blood everywhere, or I know in one of the statements, and I'm starting to get confused now, you said there was blood everywhere.
Right.
Right? In what rooms was there blood everywhere?
The downstairs area.
I'm sorry?
The downstairs area.
The downstairs area?
Yes.
So it was just splattered blood everywhere from because you're saying he was beating her with a bat,
Yes.
right? And blood spattered everywhere in that living room,
It
right?
was on, like, the floor area, at least.
Okay. You just testified that they were fighting and she was protecting herself with a fire grate.
She was.
Okay. You've never said that before either, have you? To any other officers in any of your interviews?
I'm not sure.
Well, let me ask you, in your first interview, did you say anything about her defending herself with a fire grate? Did you tell the police that?
I can't remember.
Would you believe me if I told you you didn't?
I mean, it's been years.
Yeah. You didn't say anything about her defending herself at all when you talked to her, the police, the first time, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, when people are fighting and there's someone defending themselves and someone swinging a bat, were they standing in one spot or moving around?
Moving around, I would think
What?
so. I would think they would be moving around.
You would think he'd be moving around. Okay. All right. Did you testify did you see it or not see it?
I mean, I had to go upstairs, and then by the time I came downstairs, that's what I saw.
Okay. So conveniently, whenever things are happening, you go upstairs?
I was made to go upstairs. He told me to go upstairs because his mom was coming down to take her medicine,
Right.
and he didn't want her to see it.
Okay. You mentioned that he was abusive to you really from the beginning, right?
Yes.
That's what your testimony is now. You said the first couple of weeks were good, right?
The first incident was the shower.
Okay. And so that first incident, do you remember what time of day was that?
I don't know.
Do you remember what day it was?
No.
Do you remember what month it was?
No.
Remember what year it was?
2019.
I would think so. Call the police?
No.
Tell your neighbor?
No.
Tell anybody?
No.
Take any pictures?
No.
Write it in a journal?
No.
Okay. What about the next time that he was abusive to you? When was that?
Didn't tell anybody.
Didn't tell anybody?
No.
Didn't take any pictures?
No.
Didn't talk to the neighbors about it?
No.
Didn't call the police?
No.
Didn't leave?
No.
Whenever he was at work, were you chained to anything?
No.
No? Whenever he was at work, did he have a GPS monitor on you?
No.
Whenever he was at work, did you have an iPhone or a cell phone that he could track where you were?
No.
Were there locks on the outside of the doors or the windows that you could not leave the house?
No.
In fact, you did leave the house. You had pets.
Yes.
And so you would let you go take them for walks,
Yes.
right? You'd go visit neighbors, right?
Sometimes.
To go smoke pot or whatever.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police the first time that you checked, that after you were saying that Sean choked her, that you checked, that you were there and you kept checking her pulse? And I think that you testified to that too.
Yes.
Today you testified that you basically were there all night long with her, checking her pulse all night,
Yes.
right? Okay. And I think in that first interview you said that you were checking her pulse because you were a CNA.
Yes.
You remember saying that? What's a CNA?
Certified nurse assistant.
A certified nursing assistant. And you worked at a place where elderly people were?
Yes, for 2 years.
For a few years. For a few years you were in charge of taking care of people, weren't you? And you had...
Whoa. What? She was a certified nurse? CNA? Certified nurse's assistant, right? Yes. Certified nursing assistant. There we go. I said it right now. Okay, what? Like, there's a few cases we've looked at where people are in these positions of, like, caring for people. But then they turn out to be, like, these horrible, depraved human beings behind all that. What did they say as well now about, I mean, I'm going to watch the replay as well, but, like, about the dogs, taking dogs for a walk. Were there dogs in the house? Was it neighbors' dogs? Like, what? Because I'm like, pets. No. The story cannot get any worse. Wow. Yeah. Jenna's like, okay, the pen popping needs to stop. I agree. Stop that. Defense attorney. Wow. Okay. So, see, we have to pause every now and then just to like process all of it. Just process everything we just heard. Oh my goodness. So I do worry about Sean's mother, how she was doing. Did she deteriorate? Is she still alive? I don't know. You know.
Responsibilities,
Yes.
right? And you had to show up for work, and
Yes.
you had to get home, and you had to cash your check,
Yes.
and all those things, didn't you?
Yes.
And you're certified. That means you had to pass a test of some sort, didn't you?
I couldn't pass my test.
Then how'd you get certified?
I didn't. That's why they fired me.
That's why they fired you?
Yes.
Okay. But you worked there for several years?
Yes.
All right. And you basically did the same job as a CNA even though you didn't pass the test?
Right.
Okay. And they trusted you to do that?
Yes. Until I got fired.
Until you got fired, but that's because you didn't pass the test, right? Okay. Now, you, in some of the descriptions of what happened, you were really specific about Miss Paxton's body and her tattoos.
Right.
You spent a good bit of time with her, didn't you?
Yes, we talked some.
Okay. And you were, I remember, do you remember when you were talking to the police and you were very descriptive about the injuries, you were very descriptive about the locations of her tattoos, you were very descriptive about places that maybe were cut or had the names of her children? I remember that. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you all had an open relationship, right?
Sean had one. Yes.
That was the idea. You both had an open relationship.
He did.
Okay. And you had been with other people? You'd been with other women?
Just other women, yes.
Okay. And you texted Sean about wanting to be with other women?
It was his idea, like, he introduced it to me.
He introduced it to you?
Yeah.
You said you were into kinky sex stuff before you met Sean, right?
I was, but
Okay.
I've never, at the time, was with women and did it to that extent.
Right. But he introduced you to it and you liked it?
In the beginning.
Okay.
This defense attorney's like, right. The way he's just like, right, okay, sure. So, okay. And when she says it, not to that extent, oh dear, what extent?
Okay. So after 9 months of the body being in a freezer, you tell Mahogany. Now, Mahogany asked you about, you said something about your eyes, right? Bruises or something like
Yes.
that? Okay. Now, when was the last time Mahogany was in the house before August 5th? Or when's the let me rephrase that. Let me scratch that, strike that. When was the last time you hung out with Mahogany before that August 5th date?
she was getting married on my birthday, and after she came back, that's when she noticed the bruise on my eye, because that's when we got in a fight.
Okay. Now, when you got in fights, you hit him too, didn't you?
Yes.
I mean, it wasn't a one-way situation. It was a fight,
Yes.
right? It wasn't. You weren't cowering in a corner. You were fighting back,
Yes.
right? You hit him.
Interesting. Okay, sorry to pause it right there. Dorothy says, I don't know how the court reporter can record what she's saying. I know, it's difficult, right? And, wait, someone said, oh, very rare. Said, how many days is this trial? It's scheduled for 2 weeks, including the punishment phase. So, by the sounds of it, they're going to go all week, including very likely Saturday, because the jury sequestered the entire time. And then, I guess it'll be the punishment phase after that, right? Wow, okay. Okay, yeah, SoCal, Brittany Gail said, Gizzle asked, what extent? Why didn't he? It drives me crazy because I'm an investigator. Yeah, to that extent. Oh, what do you mean by what extent? It would just be interesting to hear the answers, right? What on earth would she say to that?
Him also, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever hit him first?
No.
Okay. So, she got married on your birthday. When's your birthday?
April 30th.
When?
April 30th.
April 30th?
Yes.
So she got married on April 30th.
She
Around
was
this?
gone the week that my birthday was.
And that's the week of April 30th.
Yes.
And is that, you didn't see her for 3 months until August 5th?
She came back, but I didn't tell her until later on.
Right, so she hung out with you for 3 months after she came back.
Yes.
So my question was, when was the last time you saw her before August 5th? And you said it was when she came back after being married on your birthday, which was 3 months beforehand,
Right.
right? So I'm going to ask you again, when was the last time you saw Mahogany before August 5th?
I don't remember exact dates.
Within the week? Y'all saw each other fairly often, didn't you?
Pretty much, like, every couple weeks, let's say.
Just every couple weeks, that's how often y'all hung out?
Yeah.
But she'd let you borrow her phone to sex Sean anytime you wanted?
When I was with her.
Right. Okay. Because she's his friend?
Yes.
Okay. When's the last time you had a job?
I believe it was 2017.
2017?
Yes.
And after that, you basically depended on your boyfriends or fiancés to pay for your way?
Yes.
Okay. And what you would do is, I guess, what did you do? Provide sex?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, it was, even if it was kinky sex, it was stuff you were into?
Sometimes.
Okay. So, Sean's a cook, right?
Yes.
And he had chef knives, right?
Yes.
And he took them with him to work, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, he may have left them at the house then, right?
Right.
You don't know. But there were other knives at the house,
Yes.
right?
No, he's a cook. I know he works at the Pint House, and there's really nothing that could make that better for especially all the patrons at the Pint House. But I was just like, was he like a janitor? Did he, what did he do there? Was he at the bar? Please don't be a cook. Oh, no. Based on how demented, depraved he is and all the things he was doing. Ew. He was a cook? Oh my. Oh dear. Those poor people that ate there. Sure.
Pocket knives or whatever, kitchen knives or other knives at the house,
Yes.
right? Okay. even when Sean was gone.
Yes.
So we talked about kind of stuff that led up to it, right? And then we have Jennifer being introduced to you in the morning or in the afternoon or whenever you woke up, right? She was either immediately hit in the head with a bat or she was there all day and ate breakfast, right?
Right.
Okay. Let's see. She was either there chained to the bed for a month or for 2 or 3 days, right?
It was like 2 or 3 days.
But you told him a month the first time, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's talk about, so after you got arrested, you go to jail, you write these letters. You start writing these letters to Sean, right?
Yes.
And you continuously write to him, right? Until I assume your lawyers told you to stop.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so after that, some time's passed, and you developed I guess, a relationship with a corrections officer.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And that corrections officer would leave his phone for you to take pictures?
On one occasion.
Okay. And so it was a semi-sexual relationship?
Yes.
Right. Okay. But you believed it was a relationship?
He told me that we could have fun.
Okay. And then you found out that there may have been a couple of other girls that he was having that kind of relationship with, right?
Yes.
And that made you jealous, didn't it?
It made me upset.
Okay. And it made you jealous enough to threaten those other two, to kill those other girls, didn't it?
I did say that, but I never meant it, that I was going to actually kill them.
Right. But they didn't know that, did they?
It was like
Objection calls for speculation.
Okay.
Also
I'll withdraw it.
And ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a jury charge in regard to that. And it's called evidence of other bad acts. If from the proof you find the witness has committed a bad act other than that for which he has pled, you may not consider such evidence to prove her disposition to commit such a crime. The evidence may only be considered to you for the limited purpose of determining whether it provides a motive. That is, such evidence may be considered by you if it tends to show a motive of the witness for the commission of the offense charged here, or B, the witness's intent. That is, such evidence may be considered by you if it tends to establish the witness actually intended to commit the crime charged. Such evidence of other bad acts, if considered for you for any other purpose, must not be considered for any other purpose than what was specifically stated. And I'll give you all a copy of that charge if you go back on your deliberations. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. And so just at the end, so after threatening, right, after you threatened these girls, then something happened, the relationship maybe is going south or something, right? Or maybe you found out about the other girls. Is that what happened?
Found out about the other girls.
Okay. And so your response was to do what?
I decided it was best to turn him in.
So you turned him in. And you became the victim again, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll withdraw it. I'll give you a couple of seconds.
Sure.
So, just so the jury's clear, you pled guilty to the charges that you pled. You pled guilty to first-degree murder and to kidnapping.
Yes.
Right? And you were charged with the same crimes that Mr. Finnegan is charged with and is facing trial here today, correct?
Yes.
And you were also served with a notice of the state's intent to seek the death penalty.
Yes.
Right? And then you pled guilty. Your attorneys advised you, right? You got good attorneys, don't you?
Yes.
You do.
Very good attorneys.
You've got very good attorneys. And they advised you that it would be in your best interest to take a plea.
Yes.
And so you pled guilty to that.
Yes.
And in exchange, the state's is agreed to not, there's no death penalty, right? They took the death penalty off the table. So you saved your life.
Yes.
And your attorneys advised you that that was advisable.
Yes.
Okay. And that plea was sometime that was in September last year.
Yes.
Is that fair? So before you came in this morning to testify, first of all, you testified under oath before, right? And you testified in this courtroom under oath before. And do you remember testifying last time strike that. Okay. I just want to be clear that whatever time of day that Jennifer Paxton and Sean got back to your house, on whatever day that was, or whatever time of year that was, that you were there, right? That you were there for 9 months following, and that you were alone most of the time. And during the time Jennifer Paxton was there, you were alone most of the time. That's all I have.
Yes, Sean. When you were there alone, was there someone else in the house?
Francis?
Did Francis communicate regularly with Mr. Finnegan?
She talked to him, but we didn't really have a relationship.
You two didn't have a relationship.
No.
Are you aware of how Mr. Finnegan knew what you were doing during the day if you weren't telling him?
I'm guessing that she watched me.
Objection to guessing.
Do you have any personal knowledge of Miss Francis giving information to Mr. Finnegan?
Objection to hearsay.
She may have personal knowledge based on other actions.
Yeah, ask her if she's got personal knowledge, not what somebody told her.
That was my question. Do you have personal knowledge or indication information, not something someone told you, that makes you believe that Miss Francis told Sean what you were doing during the day?
No.
Who told Sean that you left with Mahogany? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Who else was at the house when you left with Mahogany?
Just Francis.
Okay. So in any given day, the only other person at the house after Miss Paxton was murdered, that was Miss Francis.
Just Francis and I.
Okay. Did you have a driver's license?
No.
Were you able to operate a car?
No.
Now, you had said earlier that he had the freezer turned initially, when it was downstairs, with the doors toward the wall, correct?
Yes.
Was he concerned with someone getting, you said he was concerned with somebody getting in that. Who was he concerned about?
His ex, Sarah.
And was that something where Sarah would come over?
Yes.
At that point? And this is somebody he had dated?
Yes.
And you were aware of that?
Yes.
Did you threaten Sarah?
No.
Were there any other women? There's been testimony here today that threesomes weren't abnormal and it was always another woman, correct?
Right.
That's what you said just a few minutes ago. So were there other girlfriends that he had?
Yes.
And they came into the house?
Yes.
How many other women were in the house besides Jennifer while you were there? In and out, whether they spent the night, stayed, but relationships?
4.
Okay. Were any of those women murdered or put in a freezer?
Just Jennifer.
Okay.
I'm going to say red flag because she said just Jennifer. Why don't you just say no? Right? The answer is no. Interesting. Okay.
Do you have a day planner? Do you know what I mean by that?
Like a to-do list.
Yeah. With like a calendar?
Outside of jail or?
Like when you lived at this house, did you keep a calendar of your day-to-day?
No.
Did you have anywhere that you were scheduled to be at any given time?
No.
Working on, job that you had to keep that schedule?
No.
Do you remember when COVID, are you going to use the term COVID hit?
Yes.
When was that?
Probably summer of 2019. At one point, Sean lost his job.
Okay. And that was because things were locked down or closed. And lots of schedules kind of got upended, right?
Yes.
At that point, yeah. So you had nowhere where you needed to be working every day?
No.
You weren't volunteering anywhere?
No.
Didn't have any sort of 9 to 5?
No.
Nothing to mark really the difference between one day or another?
No.
Okay. You talked about, and he talked about, watching crime documentaries or TV shows.
Right.
And you talked about how Sean came home with shower curtain cleaning supplies,
Yes.
different things. Could you describe what he did with those?
After he murdered Jennifer, he laid the tarp down, placed her body on the shower curtain, rolled her in it after bleaching her down, and then put her in the freezer.
Did you assist with that?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about being there alone. It was just you and Jennifer. You've said that on both direct and cross.
Right.
That you're there. Francis is there. Francis is
Right.
having good days and bad days.
Yes.
And you talked with Jennifer.
Yes.
You said at the end, when you thought that she was close to dying,
Yes.
that you talked to her.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
I was extremely anguished and I wanted to save my goodbyes
Why did you feel that anguish?
because I care about people.
So there's been some talk about you being satanic or
Right.
Wiccan, and you said you were into it.
Yes.
What do you mean by that? What did you do? And
Through a phase as a teenager trying to fit in, and my dad was an ordained minister, so I was kind of rebellious.
okay. So you, to be clear, you weren't drinking blood
No.
or engaging in rituals as they were described by
No.
defense earlier. There's been some talk then of some letters that were sent
Right.
back and forth between you and Mr. Finnegan. Did you write a lot of letters to him?
Yes.
Did you express your affection for him in those?
Yes.
Do you ever recall him writing to you?
Yes.
He ever give you instructions on things you should do in those letters?
He had told me that I needed to tell the truth, and he was innocent.
And are you telling the truth today when you said you didn't do this?
Yes, I'm telling the truth.
I think they need to be more specific about didn't do this. Oh, so didn't strangle Jennifer with a shoestring, but definitely sounds like participated in a lot of other stuff, right? Make sure that you are subscribed. By the way, if you're here now, subscribe. Make sure sometimes YouTube will unsubscribe you automatically just when updates are there. Subscribe, put your notifications on. We're going to be watching this trial together. I hope to see many of you back again. Don't be too scared now. We're watching this together. It's very hectic, right? Oh my goodness. So this trial is only set to last. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I paused on a terrible face. I'm very sorry, lady. The trial is only set to last. It's scheduled for 2 weeks, including the punishment phase. So it's actually a pretty quick trial, but my goodness, it's intense. As Janet said earlier, she's going to have trial babalas later, which is like trial extreme fatigue, because this is just like, oh my word. Wow. Okay. So let's keep going. These pauses are nice sometimes, right? Just take a deep breath.
When you said you were sorry for the lies and bullshit, what did you mean by that?
Like, not being a good enough girlfriend and not being good enough for him. Essentially, I wasn't ever worthy enough for him.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last
I
part? I couldn't
wasn't-
understand you.
I felt that I wasn't worthy enough for him.
Why is that?
I've always felt this way.
So when you say lies and bullshit, and you've always felt that way, you just mean in relationship to him and being a good girlfriend or submissive. Okay. You're not talking about the events of court today, are you? I think I'm re-summarizing what she said.
I don't think you need to re-summarize. So I think that.
Okay, so I guess that calls for a lesson. Never obtain your own self-worth. It's called self-worth from external sources. Don't try to get your self-worth met from another person. Ever. It's very dangerous ground. Self-worth comes from within, literally self. And if it's low, work on that. Work on that. Okay, because wow, to hear her say, if we just look at that one aspect now, like she never felt good enough for him. Ugh, that depraved old man. She was 22 and he was 52. He was cheating on her left and right, clearly, because it's just like, oh, all his exes are there, other girlfriends are there. He's hooking up with sex workers. And eventually, by the way, she said that he lost his job. So that's interesting too. I wonder what happened there. But wow, never look for that self-worth from others, okay? Always like to have these lessons because it can lead one down some terrible rabbit holes, as we can see here. I'm not only blaming it on that, I'm just saying that's a very important aspect. I had to pause there. Because like, oh no. Like, and you know what? With a complete, I don't know what to call him, spineless creature like that, like him. Oh no, one will never be good enough. You know what I mean? Because he's like a depraved abuser, a killer now. Allegedly. He's still yet to be convicted, but you know what I mean.
That made me leave, so I'll sustain the objection.
So, we've talked about you entering a guilty plea on this. And why did you do that?
Because I feel that I am guilty. I have to live the rest of my life with it. I still have to deal with it every day.
Okay. There's talk about, again, the punishment that you had and the way he treated you and the way he was treating her. Could you clarify for me when you and when she are chained, specifically with Miss Paxton, how was she physically chained to the bed? Like, describe exactly how that worked.
She was chained on the footboard side of the bed, and he used 2 padlocks. One on her neck and one for the other loop for the other end of the chain through the middle.
Is that the same or different than the way he would chain you?
Different.
And how would he chain you?
He would use it the same way, but he would lead me around the house like a dog, and at one point he inserted it vaginally inside of me.
So he used chain links for that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever seen the autopsy or the medical examiner's report for Miss Paxton?
I'm not sure.
Is that something that, in preparation for your testimony, you looked at?
I don't remember.
Do you remember pictures of Miss Paxton or a lot of medical information?
Yes.
Is that something that you looked at with your attorneys?
Yes.
You think that they gave you that in anticipation?
Maybe.
Okay. Did you have any information about what was in that report before you talked to the police?
No.
Because that would have been, you talked to the police August 5th and into 6th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever told Mahogany every detail about the abuse that you had at the hands of Mr. Finnegan?
No.
Have you ever told the investigators every detail about that?
I believe so, yes.
So you believe that you gave more information as the case went on than you did in that initial disclosure? And you've given more information than you did to the police on that first interview, right?
Right.
Conceded that. Is that because that information is True or false?
It's all true.
Okay. And why were you giving those additional details later?
Because I knew that it had to be spoken or it would never be spoken.
Pass the message.
As part of your plea agreement, you agreed to testify, correct?
Yes.
How many times did you meet with the prosecutor to prepare for this?
I don't recall.
More than one?
Yes.
More than two?
Yes.
More than three?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Or 3, 4, something like that maybe?
I'm not sure.
When's the last time you met with him?
I don't remember.
You don't remember the last time you met with him? When's the last time you met with your attorneys?
A week or a couple weeks ago.
Okay, not today?
I met with them today.
Okay. And a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
You don't remember the last time you talked to the DA?
No.
Okay. But you remember amazing details from 4 or 5 years ago, right?
Depending on what it is.
Okay. They're different now than they were, but
Right.
okay. And so Sean wrote you letters,
Yes.
right? And he wrote you letters and said, Rebecca, tell the truth,
Yes.
right? And you wrote him back and you said, I'm sorry for lying, didn't you?
I don't really know that they could write each other letters. Just two writing each other letters back and forth. What? Oh no. Okay, just thinking about it.
I wrote him back, but
You just read the letter. You don't remember reading the letter?
yeah.
Okay.
I did write that.
It seems like maybe. Okay. You just read the letter that you apologized to him, right?
Yeah.
And he was writing you a letter saying, tell the truth. That's all he wrote to you.
Yes.
Tell the truth, I'm innocent. And you wrote back, I'm sorry I lied. I'm sorry I put you in this position. Right?
No.
No? Is that the letter you just read?
I meant with the relationship.
Okay. And you just assumed he would just guess whatever you meant as opposed to it being a response to his letters?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
May I approach?
Sure.
Now, we've discussed that you wrote many, many letters, correct?
Yes.
And you wrote letters probably from the time you were taken into custody
Yes.
up till. And have you ever stopped writing letters?
I eventually stopped.
You stopped writing letters as soon as you could.
Yes.
Was that after days, months, years?
Years.
It's like years. Also, sorry, I didn't update the banner when the defense was asking questions there. Sorry about that. Now it's the state is asking again. Redirect. I'm just watching this chat like, oh my goodness. Okay, Kathy. Okay, you meant Dishman. I thought so. All right. Thank you all for being here, by the way. Please like and share, not because you like the topic. Maybe you like the way I present true crime or the way that I cover trials. As I say, I can't make everyone happy. I was replying there to Lisa, who thinks I'm babying everyone too much and interrupting too much and blocking the photos. But I've always blocked the photos. Always blocked graphic photos. I don't want to see photos of her being shat on by Sean Finnegan. Why the hell would I want to see that? Why would I want to show that? No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't want to. Not only that, I'm here, obviously, we are here to respect the victim, Jennifer Paxton, and her family. And I've always paused, and I've always explained. I'm not blaming anyone. We're all adults over here. But I kind of have a job to do, otherwise why would I make a YouTube channel? I think sometimes people want me to sit in the corner and just be like, all day. I don't get it. I don't understand why someone would start a YouTube channel to do that. Anyway. This was a good, healthy pause now. We needed it because, my goodness. I honestly, today, I mean, from the trial prep we did yesterday, I was expecting this trial to be quite intense, quite hectic, okay? But I don't know if anything could have prepared us for all the things we heard today. And this is day one. This is day one. What are we going to hear tomorrow? I don't know. Maybe this is probably going to be the worst testimony from this witness because she was participating in some of the acts, right? Oh dear. Okay. So I think someone was asking, Ellie B, I think you asked me, is it the last witness for the day? I don't know because I'm watching live with you, but if I just go forward a little bit, no, it looks like there might be someone else on the stand later, I think. Right now in Tennessee, Anderson County, wait, what's the time now? It's almost 5 p.m. So I think they're going to stop with court soon. You know, at the end of the day, we are 23 minutes or so behind, okay? So, here we go.
Did you only talk about whether telling the truth or not, or sorry for lots of bullshit, or were there other things discussed as well?
There was other things.
And he wrote back?
Yes.
And he discussed other things as well, didn't he?
Right.
So this was a correspondence that was going back and forth regularly?
Yes.
And did you always get every letter he sent to you?
No.
Are you aware if he received every letter you sent to him?
No, I'm not sure.
But you are aware that sometimes you said he doesn't get it. Sometimes mail's rejected.
Right.
And so sometimes you're writing letters and you haven't got a response yet from the previous one. Is that accurate? And sometimes you have.
Yes.
To get a full picture of everything on what his response to this or that may not flow.
Right.
I'm going to object to reading again.
Can you recognize that letter?
1 second, I'll sustain the objection. So next question.
Can you recognize that letter?
Yes.
Who wrote that?
I did.
Who'd you write to?
Sean.
I'm going to have that marked as the next numbered exhibit. I'll move that into evidence.
Okay. I think that'll be 8 or 9.
And tell me if I'm reading this correctly. Baby, I'm sorry. I'm a bad submissive. I'm sorry I disobeyed you. I feel really bad. That guy was flirting. I'm sorry.
Correct.
I love you so much, so fucking much it hurts.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jean says YouTube would stop the live stream if G showed graphic gross pics. Sometimes they might not stop it immediately, but they could pull it down afterwards. And then you get people that say, nah, but there's other, like the court feeds, they don't get pulled down. They do. They do sometimes get pulled down. And then they have to go behind the scenes and edit that part out and re-upload them, which they can survive because it's like a huge corporation. I'm just one little channel, you know what I mean? If the stream gets pulled down and I have to edit something out and then bring it back, that's just like, wow, algorithms like, shh. Bye-bye, Gisela. So thank you all for understanding, but it's a personal standard. And I am also someone who likes to follow rules. So I follow YouTube's community guidelines. Okay, one of those. Obviously, because I want to protect my channel. It's a community that I've worked hard to build, and I really love this community. I love all the Grizzlies so much. If you want to be a Grizzly, all you got to do is subscribe. And remember, it's double Z like the bear, not Grizzly like Gruesome, okay? This case is Grizzly. But we're Grizzlies like the bear, like protective mama bears, you know what I mean? Okay. Wow, she's got this. The Kleenex is like, it's been right there in her face the whole time. But not once that she grabbed for that tissue, hey. Doesn't need that, okay?
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Who wrote that letter?
I did.
Who'd you write it to?
Sean.
Summary here. I'm in a million pieces. Don't know where to begin. You hurt me so bad. All I want is your love. That the gist of this?
Yes.
Breaks my heart that we're apart. Drenched in lustful sin. Is that what you wrote to him?
Yes.
What do you call him when you sign it?
Drenched in lustful sin. Oh, no, 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 no. Given the context of what these two got up to. Oh, no, 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 no.
Master.
I move this be admitted as State's Exhibit number 9.
Those letters you were writing to him, you wanted it back and you loved him and you miss him and you want to touch him and hold him and all those things, right?
At the time, yes.
But you had to leave because you were scared of him, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, no.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. You can step down.
That took her a while. It's like, you may step down. She was like staring off into space after all that. I don't blame her because of everything that she just brought up. You know, everything that was just talked about today. My goodness. Okay, let's see what happens next.
We're doing what? What are we
Kelsey
doing? Is that our next witness?
Is our next witness,
How
yes.
long will this witness be?
Not as long as the one after that, but.
Okay. All right. So we'll stop for the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, y'all have done a great job today, and I cannot thank you
Your Honor,
enough.
please, can we?
Oh, you got to be here today.
This one.
It would be preferable. She's an hourly wage worker.
Okay. All right. So
The judge is like, oh, okay, jury, we're done for the day. But, okay, wait, what? One more witness? One more witness? One more witness for the day. Okay.
hang on with me. We're going to do one more witness. Okay.
The answer to that was perhaps more vague. It's shorter than the next one. It should be enough to get us finished by 5:30.
Okay.
I would imagine that would
Right.
be feasible.
Yeah, this judge's face. Like, what the hell? He's like, oh man, 5:30, what? Yes, one more. Samantha says, bring mahogany. Mm-hmm. Roaring to tea. You say, Judge is so done. He wants to go home and cry like the rest of us and take a shower. Oh dear. Okay, let's go forward a bit. Let's go forward. Wait. Oh, they're going to join now.
You raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You have a seat right there. If you'll tell me your first name and last name and spell them both, and then if you'll speak up into that microphone, that'll help everybody hear. Okay?
Kelsey Norwood Coons.
And Ms. Coons, do you live here in Anderson County?
No.
Okay. But you did back in 2019, 2020?
Yes.
And do you recall what your street address was in 2019, 2020?
316 East Fairview Drive.
Okay. And East Fairview Drive is in the city of Oak Ridge, Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. And as we leave this courthouse and we head into Oak Ridge, how would we get to Fairview Avenue or Drive? Is it Avenue or Drive, did you say?
Avenue, I'm sorry.
Okay. How would we get to Fairview Avenue?
You would go down the turnpike and turn by the dollar store.
Okay. Is that the Dollar General?
The Dollar General, yes.
Okay. Do you know the name of that road that you turn on there? Florida Avenue sound familiar? It's been a while,
Florida,
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you take a right on Florida Avenue, how do you get to your place that you lived at on Fairview?
You would turn right onto Fairview.
Okay. So right on Florida, right on Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the type of place you lived in, could you describe for the jurors what type of building it was?
It was like a townhouse.
So they're asking about Fairview because that's where the home was. It was on Fairview Road in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. The home where Sean Finnegan lived and where Rebecca Dishman was as his girlfriend and where the victim in this case, Jennifer Paxton, was murdered.
There was 4 units. Mine was on the very end, and Sean's was right next to me.
It was a fourplex,
Yes.
so to speak?
Yes.
Do you know what a semesto house is?
No.
You don't know what a different plans of semesto houses in Oak Ridge are?
No.
Okay. But that fourplex that you're in, you see them all over Oak Ridge, right?
Right.
Okay. And in fact, when you turn onto Fairview, there's another fourplex on the corner, actually on the corner of Florida and Fairview, right?
Right.
And you're not that one on the corner, but which one are you from there?
The next one.
Okay. And your particular apartment is the fourplex is running perpendicular with the street, right?
Right.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor? What's my next exhibit number? Ms. Coons, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as exhibit number 10, and you've probably seen that kind of image before, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what are we looking at?
That's the street view of where I lived. The street view of where I lived.
Okay. Google overhead
Google Maps,
image, a
yeah.
Google map image. Okay, and do you recognize the cross streets that you just testified to the jury about Fairview in Florida?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you recognize which apartment was yours versus which in this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, and you see your apartment there?
Yes.
If I can have you circle with red ink your apartment in exhibit number 10. Okay, and put in there, if you want to put a KC or KNC, and go ahead and sign it, Kelsey Coons, and today's date. Okay, and do you know Colt and Mahogany Pico?
I know of them.
Did you know where they lived in relation to your apartment?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to give you a black pen. Well, I guess I'm going to give you a black pen, and I'm going to have you circle and put CP and MP inside the circle over their apartment.
That's not right.
Guess we let this out too long. We have another color. Well, we're just going to do it all in red, I guess, and then we'll just do different initials inside the circles. Right now, there's one red circle on there with a KC inside it. That's you, Kelsey Coons, right?
Yeah.
And you've autographed and dated it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're going to have you circle where Mahogany Pico and Colt Pico lived, and put a CP/MP in there. And finally, I want you to circle, and you had another neighbor named Sean Finnegan.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Where is he?
He's sitting right over there.
Record reflects you pointed to the defendant, Sean Finnegan. He did. Where did your neighbor Sean Finnegan live?
He lived right beside me.
Okay, circle that and put an SF in it. And do you know who else he lived there with?
Becca and his mom.
Do you know Becca's name?
Rebecca Dishman.
So if you put inside the circle SF RD, and we're going to move this in as the physical locations, Judge, for Exhibit 10 of the different apartments in the proximity to each other. And if I could put that up while she's explaining the exhibit.
Scott, oh my word, you say, I'm bummed that I'm late. I'm ready now. Are you? The replay is going to be like, be warned, it's very intense. My goodness, what we've all heard today, I'm going to have to listen to some of it on the replay as well. Just what? What was that again? Oh my goodness, okay. Yes, Stefan says, hey, camera person, show us the seal, please. Please, show us.
And so you just made mark notations on exhibit number 10. Could I have her stand down just so she can use this to just indicate to the jury what your mark on the paper exhibit? Kelsey, tell the members of the jury, where is Fairview and Florida? Which fourplex did you live in this picture? Okay. And your unit was actually on the street side, on Fairview side, the far end. So there's 3 other tenants as this exhibit goes north, right? And with regard to the Picos, where do they live? Okay. And is there a difference in these units? It appears there's wings on the end
Okay, the clues are up there. I put a banner saying Kelsey. She said her name was Norwood Kuntz. So I don't know if it's like Kunz. I don't know. She didn't spell out her surname, so I don't want to get it wrong. So I'm just saying Kelsey, and she's a neighbor, one of the neighbors, but it's not Mahogany. Mahogany is the neighbor who was friends with Sean Finnegan and then Rebecca, and she's the one, Mahogany, who took Rebecca to the shelter and whose husband spoke to the police and told them about this body in the freezer and all that, right? So this is now a different neighbor, Kelsey. So I'm interested to see where this is going.
main part in the center.
The ends are just single, and the middle is 2-bedroom, 2-story.
Okay, so as we look at the exhibit, both on the ends are 1-bedroom units, and there's two two-bedroom units in the middle, and then on the far side, another 1-bedroom unit.
Right.
And you lived in that 1-bedroom unit on the end, right? And who lived right next door to you?
Sean.
Okay, so you shared an adjoining wall with Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman, right? Okay. How long did you live at that apartment, if you recall?
A little over a year. Maybe about a year, 2 months, 2 or 3 months.
Okay, but you were there in the Christmas of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And in Christmas of 2019, had you gotten to know them at all?
No, not really.
Okay. Didn't do much interacting with either Miss Dishman or Mr. Finnegan?
No, it was more like see each other in passing. Hi, how are you? See you later.
Okay.
That kind
And
of thing.
as we look at these two fourplexes, we see in the overhead view at least some driveways in between? Is
Yes.
that where everybody parked?
That's where they parked. Sean and his other neighbor on the other side parked there.
The 2-bedroom units used the driveway?
Yes.
You did not?
No.
How come?
There was never really anywhere for us to park, so we parked right next to the tree on the Fairview Road,
Okay.
right where the red car is.
On the street
Mhm.
is where you normally park?
Yes.
And then enter in, so you would have times when you'd just be passing by and saying pleasantries and things like that?
Right.
Okay, but no social interaction. You didn't go over and hang out in their apartment or have them hang out?
No.
At the time, in Christmas of 2019, did you have any children?
I did.
Okay, and did anybody else live there at the apartment with you?
My husband and my child,
Your husband, what's his name?
Elijah.
And you had a child?
Mhm.
When was your child born?
August 29th of 2019.
Okay, so you had a baby
Yes.
in Christmas of 2019, right?
Yes.
And some things happened in Christmas of 2019 to cause you alarm with things going on next door?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to turn your attention to that, okay?
Okay.
How is it that you know it was Christmas time that something alarmed you about things going on next door?
Because my Christmas tree was still up.
Okay. And out of habit, how long do you put your Christmas tree up at a certain time?
Not usually. I mean, up to a week or two after January.
Okay. When do you put it up?
I mean, it's just anywhere from after Christmas till no later than a week or two in January.
When you assemble it?
Oh, usually right after Thanksgiving.
Okay. Real or fake?
Tree?
Yes.
Fake.
Okay. So anytime you get the box out, basically.
Right.
10 minutes. Everybody rise, please.
All rise.
Yeah, like in 10 minutes.
What? An abrupt break has been called. Maybe one of the jurors is like, I need to go, or something. I don't know. Stefan, you got your wish. The camera person heard you. Now we're looking at the seal. 10-minute break. Okay, what happened there? Okay, wow, they just really like, that's it? 10-minute break. Okay, in the back here. Now we're almost all caught up with the stream. Okay.
And you can continue with your direct examination, please, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Coons, I noticed that you're wearing...
What? quick comfort break. Johnny, thank you so much. You say congrats on 320K. Did I just reach 320K? That took a while, that next one, hey? Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you to everyone who subscribed today. Welcome to the Grizzly True Crime community. And thanks, Johnny, for being a member for 29 months. Jolene is like, the judge is like, good Lord, get me out of here. He's like, 10-minute break. Yeah, that was quick, right? I don't know. I think maybe, I can only assume, maybe one of the jurors was like, I need to like quickly bathroom break or whatever. Who knows?
Wearing a McDonald's shirt. Is that where you work now?
Yes.
Did you work back in Christmas of 2019, December of 19?
Yes, a different location, but yes.
Working at McDonald's as well. And do you remember what hours you were home at that time around Christmas of 2019? What your shift was?
I usually worked like 4 a.m. to 1 p.m. That was my usual shift.
Okay. And your husband, did he work at the time an opposite shift, or did you guys share the same shift and would be home at the same time?
He had 2 jobs, so he worked mornings and nights.
Okay. Very busy back in 2019, your husband was, right? Yes. Did you have parental help with your baby?
Yeah. My mom would watch her while we worked.
Okay. I asked you if you obviously you recognize Mr. Finnegan as a neighbor. You said you had no social relationship with him, but did you have occasion to speak with, during the time that you lived at Fairview, Rebecca Dishman?
Yeah, she came over a couple times and asked to use my phone.
Objection, Judge, to hearsay.
What do you say?
I said, did you have a chance to speak to her? I didn't ask her what she said.
She started to say.
Go ahead.
Did you have a chance to speak with her?
She came over a couple times and asked to use my phone.
Objection, Judge, hearsay.
Don't tell me what you said, but she came over a couple of times.
Okay.
Yes.
Next question.
So she came over a couple of times, and you had an opportunity to interact with her and get a feel for who she was?
Yes.
And what was your opinion of her?
She seemed sweet.
Okay.
Kind of, I guess you would say slower than most people.
Okay.
Intelligent-wise.
Okay. And she came over with specific requests?
Yes.
Did she discuss with you what her intention was with regard to those requests? 8033, Judge. I'm going straight to state of mind, the declarant state of mind right now.
He's asking her to repeat what she was told by someone.
Know what you're asking?
But no, what I'm asking is that the 8033 state of mind exception to the hearsay rule, a statement made by the person out of court to this person about their state of mind and their intention.
We'll stop for today. And so we'll go ahead and call it a day. You'll go back to your hotel. I'm going to come over there and see what books you've got so I can make sure they're okay. But don't discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. All right? And so I'll...
The judge is like, I'm calling it. This is a day. Thank you, jury. Goodbye. I'm going to come check your books later. She's going to check their books at the hotel. I'm going to check what you people are reading. Okay? No research.
See y'all in just a few minutes. Don't talk to me about the case either if you see me wandering around the halls. Okay? All right. Everybody rise, please.
All rise.
You can leave your jury books right there.
Jury, follow me.
I'm like, jury sent home, like they were sequestered for this entire trial, so guessing they're going to a hotel.
Okay, have a seat, please. Okay, so restate your question.
Well, Judge, I guess...
Restate your question to her.
Ma'am, Miss, did you have interaction with Rebecca Dishman?
Yes.
And if so, what did she tell you when you had the interaction with Miss Dishman?
Okay, let's stop there. You're saying hearsay.
I'm saying hearsay.
And you're saying
I'm saying it's an 803. You have to hear the answer, I guess, Judge, to...
Okay, what's the answer?
She came over, was talking about how she was scared of Sean and that she wanted to get away but didn't really have anywhere to go. She wanted to use my phone and she made a fake Facebook profile. She said she was doing that so she could try and get a ride out of there. I can't remember who she said she was trying to get a hold of. But
And did she in fact do that on your phone?
Yes.
And so she indicated that she was afraid and that she was trying to leave and she needed your phone to do that through a Facebook fake account, and you verified she did that?
Yes.
And what did you do as a result of that?
She had asked me if she got a message to go over there and relay it to her, and as soon as she left, I never did. I just deleted it off of my phone. I really didn't want to get involved.
Okay, so Ms. Dishman asked her to send out some notice saying she needed help or something like that. She wanted to leave. Is that what she did?
She created a fake Facebook profile on my phone.
Right.
And she messaged somebody, I don't know who.
Right.
And asked if she received a message on my phone if I would take it over there and show her.
Okay.
And I never, I just deleted it.
And what exception do you think it goes under?
8033, Judge, statement of intent.
8033.
Then her
Existing physical condition.
state of mind, yes, Your Honor. That she was in fear, and she was trying to get out, and she needed help.
Okay, Counsel Wales, please.
This is the state of mind of one of their witnesses?
No, it says a statement of the declarants, then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, mode, design, mental feeling, pain, or bodily, but not include a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed unless it states to the execution, revocation, identification, or will. So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to get her to say what Ms. Dishman said and trying to do it under 8033, saying that this was a statement by the declarant, by Ms. Dishman, of her existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, stuff like that.
Then I also object under 403 that its prejudicial effect also far outweighs, and it also object under 404B that she's talking about a possible prior bad act. And
who's bad at? Oh, that she's afraid of.
She's afraid of for some reason. Is she being abused or whatever? I mean,
no, but you didn't say what she's afraid. Did she say she's afraid of?
In her statement before, so I'm expecting that to come in.
Okay. Well, I won't let that come in. So this is all you're trying to get in is that statement?
No, she's also heard the beating going on next door, Judge,
Okay,
and we're going to go into that.
Keep on asking. We'll see what else she says.
With regard to the statement of the 80. Okay.
That in right there.
Okay. The only additional proof we're going to have is what she heard in Christmas of 2019 with this particular witness. She heard a fight going on next door directly behind the wall where the fireplace is.
Well, why don't you go ahead and ask her, then they can object, and then we'll go.
I don't think
I have any objections to that. I only have objections to her testifying about what Ms. Dishman told her.
And we're going to do the same proof with Mahogany Pico because she did the same thing with Mahogany, went to her for help.
Let's take care of that tomorrow. But what I'm going to do is allow her to testify what she just testified to under 8033. Right? Okay.
Judge, just one more time, just to clarify the record, I'm also objecting because I'm saying it's testimonial, and it's testimonial that she's claiming fear based on a statement. She's basically testifying for Ms. Dishman about another incident of fear.
He just crossed her, Judge, and assailed her credibility and completely.
I'll allow it tomorrow. Okay, I'll see y'all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Yes, sir. Thank y'all for your work today. Very good job.
Thank you.
And that's it, everybody. Whoa. That was just day one. Are we ready for day two? Oh my goodness. Shame, man. The poor families of Jennifer Paxton. I hope they're okay. This must be terrible to hear all of this. Thank you all for watching day one with me. I hope you'll be back for day two. I certainly don't want to watch it alone. Please come back. Okay, there's only going to be about a week or so of this guilt or innocence phase. Hard to say innocent at this point, right? This guilt phase. Okay, about a week, and then there will be the punishment phase after that. And yes, the jury's sequestered. There's 16 jurors, of which 4 of those are alternates, and there's 8 men and 8 women. So I think they were staying in a hotel there, and so the judge is like, I'm going to come check. He's going to go check on what books they have there in their hotel room and make sure they're all okay, I'm sure. He's a very nice judge, very considerate of everyone, great disclaimers, follows the law. It's just, and he holds his own in that courtroom, right? Remember the Ashley Benefield trial? That judge, Matt White, I mean, he was great too. And when someone was saying with a pen clicking with a defense attorney, Judge Matt White would have shut that down, right? Immediately. So Cindy said, do we start at the same time? Thank you, everyone. So the thing is, I always start about 2 hours after the live court feed starts, because normally lunch is an hour and there's 2 15-minute breaks, right, for coffee. But then I also put a little bit of buffer time in case there's other delays and things like that. Sometimes witnesses are late and all that, and we don't really want to just like sit here and wait, right? So normally I would start about 2 hours later, but I always first monitor the live court feed to see what's going on. Did they start late? Are there any breaks? But around the same time, yes, is when we'll start. Today, I think we started at around 11 o'clock Eastern. So somewhere around there. All right, everyone. So I'll see you for day 2. I will set up the stream for you and only make that obviously public tomorrow. Otherwise, it's just going to sit there for hours and the poor mods have to check in and work way too hard. So thank you, mods, for everything you do. Thank you for all the hours you spend here. If you want to buy the mods some coffees, you can go to grizzlytruecrime.com. Go to the support page. There's all the ways to support the work I do. And if you scroll down, there's all what is a moderator, how to become a moderator, and then also buy the mods some coffees. So thank you to Shauna for buying the mods coffees today and anyone else that did as well. Really appreciate it. And I hope that you all don't have nightmares. I hope that you'll be okay for tomorrow. Make sure you look after your mental health. If anything's too triggering or too much for you, just step away for a second, right? But just know we're all in this together and we are here for Jennifer Paxton and her family and friends. You can share purple hearts in the comments or the live chats for Jennifer. All right, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye.